want to go for the objective. And what I've seen with LGD is that they spread out their members way too far. The team comps don't quite allow for the streamlined gameplay where you just like hit the front line, because they usually pick picks that are not good front to back. So what this means is actually that they have to play the team fights in a difficult kind of manner, come in from flanks, and they're not doing that. So I would like them to return to that simplicity that PSG is playing with, where they're just going for streamlined comps.
Yeah, for sure. I think it ties up with the draft, as Maurice mentioned now. I think the Camille might be tougher to execute. It might be something that higher-level teams can do. Snowballing with the volleyballer also requires a lot of finesse. Just back to the simplicity, it all comes down to our boy with the mustache and a hammer. Just pick Ornn, engage champions.
I was like, sweet!
There's a lot of people with mustaches, I guess. Yeah. But it all... To the point, just pick teamfight compositions to cover up for the fact that your team fighting is horrible.
And so in the essence of keep it simple, stupid, the KISS acronym that I live my life by, let's bring up the draft against Rainbow Seven, because I want to be able to just breathe in how they could have made this easier for themselves. How do we make this as least complex and easy to execute as possible?
All right, first of all, you have to stream the comp. What I mean by that is basically like decide the side to play towards. Look, you have the Twitch weak early game, you want to play around it. You have the Camille somewhat weak early game, but scales pretty well, you also want to play around her. And then you have the TF to facilitate that. If you do that, you have two sides to play to. Maybe just select one side. And then pick the Ornn, for example, on the top lane. Maybe another tank, maybe a Cyan pick, whatever it is. And then the team comp is a lot easier to execute for the team.
So just by having a tank that you don't have to worry about, one lane you don't have to be concerned about, it enables you to channel all your energies into one direction and get them chunky and...
Yeah, basically.
Okay, there you go. I'm learning League of Legends with you guys at home. Do you think the Japanese representatives, V3 Esports, can genuinely exploit this, though? Or is it going to be LGD falling on their own sword in this case?
I think if you look at the matchup between LGD and the two other teams that they lost, it just came down to execution around the mid-game. I think when it comes to the early game, maybe LGD has some chances to, cause enough bleeding to take it home and to skip that portion of the game that they are so horrible in. But if V3 look at those matches just coming with discipline, I think they have good chances to take this game.
Yeah, we've got the head-to-head behind us as well. Amazing. Yeah. I know Boogie's been a name at the tip of your tongue every time V3 is brought up.
Yeah, because his early game aggression together with his lanes, playing for priority, is really, really just interesting to see. And I think it kind of rivals what Peanut is usually trying to do. What I've seen with Peanut, though, is that his early game has been pretty fine, but his mid to late game is actually where his issues lie, where he selects wrong team fights, he plays the game in a weird way, and I think that has to be cut out. But I think this early game matchup is actually going to be something to look forward to, and I do think there's going to be a lot of clashes coming in.
Ooh, early jungle action. More from Peanut as well. We saw him pull out the Lilia. That was a little disappointing, and I was going to ask whether or not we're going to be seeing more from her, but I don't know whether that's a relevant conversation. They're not making eye contact with me. I assume it means it's not. But that does mean we can start talking about predictions instead, though, because I know you've got something there. Yeah, I know you hate it.
You're
I know.
forcing us to predict this game.
But I've given you a warning. And now I look to you, Maurice, because I know that you've already got something up in the chamber.
I want LGD. I mean, I'm predicting LGD to win. This is the comeback.
That's with the heart, not the head, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it is, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
I think they're going to make a comeback and start it right now.
And Yamato, if anyone embodied head over heart, it would be you. So what are you saying?
Well, even with that in mind, it's tough to make a very, very accurate prediction. Yeah. It's just best of ones are very volatile and anything can happen. And to make a prediction on paper, LGD still look better with what they've shown in the entire season, with what they've shown in this tournament. No. Yeah. So I can lean either way, honestly. But
okay.
If I'm forced to make a choice,
for anyone wondering what that was, that's Yamato sitting on a fence and his bottom starting to get sore. With the timer nearing 0, let's send it over to our homies. Holding it down in LA, it's Captain Flowers and Raz to get us into game 1.
It's a tough prediction to make.
That's tough. Yeah, that was brutal.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. My name is Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns. I am joined once again by Barento Razzleplasm Muhammad, and we will be guiding you through the first couple of games here today. Raz, are you ready for some action? Because the team representing the LPL better be ready for some action here today.
Yeah, it felt like people on the desk weren't ready for it as well, in terms of being able to nail down who you think will win.
Oh, yeah.
Because after the last 2 games that LGD has had, yeah, it's... You want to be in the hedge. You want to split the hedge because it feels really weird for the 4-seed team from the LPL to be performing so poorly in the tournament. Me, I expect LGD to win. But at the end of the day, it comes back to what I felt like Amazing said on the desk. I think Amazing made a great point where you really have to come down to the simplicity of the compositions, right? The comps that they've been rolling so far really needed them to be on side lane first in the early portions of the game. And then when they went towards not even necessarily the soul for these dragons, but like soul point, I felt like their preparation was poor.
Oh, yeah.
So just going straight for the team fight comps that actually just got them here to begin with, like the compositions that beat IG domestically, just the outright team fight, 5-man roll up and objectives. I want to see that from LGD.
Yeah, we were talking before this, and I remember I went back and watched the VODs earlier today from both of the games that LGD lost so far. And for everybody at home who might have missed it or don't remember the exact details, both of those games were in a winnable state for LGD, and both games hit their breaking point at the exact same moment. They were down 1 to 2 Drakes. The third Drake for their opponents was spawning, and they enter into a bad fight that they didn't have to take, and it gives their opponents the opportunity to stabilize and move towards their own victory. LGD has got to stop making these mistakes around these third Drakes for their opponent if they want to be able to come back and win this. This is the only winless team in this group right now, and they're going up against V3, tied at 1-1. V3, of course, having a good game against Rainbow 7, and a not-so-good game against Unicorns of Love. So still looking to see exactly what all this team's capable of as well as we're into the draft, and it's Twisted Fate, Orianna, Graves, Nidalee, Scion, and of course Lilia all banned away.
This is interesting because I would have expected there to be a Lucian ban from V3. In fact, they've banned it both times that they've played. I wanted them not to do that because in terms of just like Chinese super server solo queue, Ace has, from what I've seen, the highest Lucian win rate, 75%. Like he excels on the champion. And so I really wanted them, especially if they're on blue side, to first pick the champion. Looks like they're prioritizing the Ashe, and they are baiting CA to go for it. So I still think Lucian is an insane pick. And there are so many AP junglers that allow him to thrive in the lane and have that damage spread to be secured. So we'll have to see what they go for here as the Kindred gets locked in here by LGD, yeah.
Kindred locked in along with that Ornn first pick.
There we go.
On the side of LGD. You want some team fighting? Ornn is a cornerstone team fight.
Yeah, they got their team fight. They got exactly what they've been looking for. In fact, if I look through my notes here, LGD, yeah, Peanut's win rate on Kindred, 9 games, 7 wins.
That's pretty good.
This is one of his best champions. So he's just going straight towards comfort here. LGD just not making it a secret that they want a team fight.
And on the other side, man, we got some pick potential with an Ashe first pick and then Zoe following that one up. This team has the ability to find somebody out of position and potentially blow them up before the Lamb's Respite comes in to save them now. Let's see what else they're going to round this out with before the next part of the bans comes through. Thinking about a Lee Sin here for Boogie, and with the timer running out, that's locked in.
All right, I like to see this here from Boogie. It's one of his better champions as well. So at the end of the day, I mean, if you look towards what V3 has in their composition, it's a straight pick. It's forcing LGD to go for a lot of cleanse here, and that's what I expect from both CA and Kramer. And even then, if they coordinate well enough before objectives, then I think they set themselves up to succeed. So I think it's a really easy composition here for V3 before objectives. Anytime that LGD want to just roll up as a squad, a lot of stuff's going to be pelted at them. Sleepy Trouble Bubble, Zoe Q, and then of course you're going to be expecting Ashe and Chanto Crystal Arrow to come at you as well.
Yes, sir. And we've got Syndra locked in for Xie here, so a lot of burst power with that mid lane option. Looking at what's coming through on the bans in the second half of the draft, the name of the game, my friend, is support, particularly those of the Engage persuasion. It's Thresh and Leona, both banned out here, stopping some hard CC options from either team. Last ban of the draft coming through here for that side of LGD will be the Set.
I wonder if the Tahm Kench is going to be banned here, because if you're going into the composition that V3 have, I would expect for Mark to actually go towards that. You have enough. You haven't, like, look, in the Engage department, it gets a little spotty because you don't want your initial Engage necessarily to be the Ornn.
Yep.
But they have quite a few already. They have Syndra pick options there. You can actually just, if you have strong enough vision, what you have in front of you is good enough. So we'll see what they end up going for. Potentially a Jhin as well that's still left up and available.
Yep.
So I think a Tahm Kench would be fine here.
We'll see if they decide to go for that. Of course, they will get last pick of the draft, so might save that support choice for all the way towards the end. And hey, there it is. Almost like This is your job, Raz, almost like you are both a professional commentator and a coach and know how these drafts work.
Yeah, there's just so many utility AD carries available, and that's not even accounting for the Senna that's still there, right? So, I mean, the Jhin is a strong one, and I think I love the fact that they're holding support for last pick because they do want priority through their bot lane. If you're going to be picking up Ornn, you're expecting that Ornn's going to get shoved in. If you're picking up the Syndra, as strong as she is individually, that's not going to be enough to keep you a sound state of mind. So a strong bot lane is what LGD really needs right now.
Let's see what the last pick of the draft here for the side of V3 will be, though. Also waiting on that very last pick to go for their support. We'll be laning with an Ashe, who is a very proven and powerful laner in her own right, but does need some good setup. Not surprised at all to see this coming in. Oftentimes, Braum is drafted against Ornn just for the sake of blocking the ulti, the power of the Unbreakable at stopping that ram from coming in and throwing everybody up into the air.
Yeah.
Cannot be underestimated. So that one's locked in. Makes sense for Reyna.
And I'd love to see a mage support here. I know that the Bard gets locked in. Morgana was another option that would be really good. And this is exactly what you want out of your support counter pick. That's why you hold that for Mark. Mark has been, for me, throughout his career, I mean, if I look at LGD's lineup, veteran, and then Mark's been there for a little bit, right? He's not a rookie per se. He's been there. He was with Dominus earlier on in his career. But he hasn't had the international experience. And so the fact that they're able to have the faith in him and have the faith that they can rely on their bot lane to be their, I guess, priority and like center point of the early game, I think is nice to see. And they're going to need it too, because this is crunch time for LGD. They need these wins.
Yeah, when you're looking at how this all shakes out, remember, group stage here for Playins, best of one round robin. There's 5 teams in each group, so that means you're playing 4 games. After the first 2 games, LGD has no wins.
Yeah.
And LGD still has to play against the Unicorns of Love, who have been looking pretty good in their first 2 couple of games. I would say out of the 2 games that LGD has remaining, this is the easier of the 2. If they lose here and go 0-3, it's looking pretty sketchy for their chances here in this group, which I don't think anybody was expecting heading into this.
Yeah, and power is out of their hand if they lose this game. Because at the end of the day, head-to-head doesn't decide who moves forward. Because if you're tied, let's just say in a theoretical position where, let's say, Rainbow 7 and LGD are tied for 1-1, and last place kicks you straight out of the tournament, right?
Yeah.
Being tied and head-to-head advantage just means that you get side selection for the tiebreaker.
Right.
So thank God, like, that is, you still have that second chance, right?
Yeah.
But LGD needs to get things sorted now. They don't want to be put in that position where they have to claw their way back. And V3, they're tasting blood.
Oh, yes, sir. V3 have the opportunity here to put LGD on death's door and put themselves in a nice spot at the same time. Remember, this team was able to very handedly take down Rainbow 7. Of course, up against Unicorns of Love. Unicorns were steamrolling them there for a while. It got a little, what's the word, wacky towards the end. But overall, I still think we're kind of trying to gauge the power of V3. But you know that these representatives from the LJL want to do their region proud. I remember previously, the last time that we got to see, one of the most memorable things for me from a play-in stage was when the team, Detonation Focus Me was what it was the last time around. And when they were able to make it to the actual knockout stage of play-ins, when they made it out of the group, the clip of the Japanese casters being so excited that they're literally in tears because their team made it that far. The passion of the Japanese League of Legends community and their fans and just how much they want these teams to succeed, I think it's awesome to see.
Yeah, the community is powerful. It really is. And their faith, I don't think, is unfounded because individually these players are exceptional. I love watching Ace, Archer play the game. They're actually fairly high up in the Super Server as well. Grandmasters, I think, both of them.
Ooh.
And Archer, watching how he plays that out, I mean, his Ashe is phenomenal. And I think what we just need is stronger team play, stronger focus on how to play around these objectives. They've been growing throughout the tournament, and adding that one name to their win column would be really nice to see.
Oh, it would be heavenly. But we are on to the Rift right now. You can see everybody just taking their positions at level 1. Keystones on your screen. Nothing's too extreme here. Phase Rush on the Syndra as opposed to a damage-based keystone that you do sometimes see. So going for a more utility-style option there when you're up against a lot of slows on the enemy team, having that extra utility can go a long way.
Yeah, and even, you know, looking across the pond in the sense that Ace on the Zoe going towards Spellbook. I'm always appreciative because there's a lot of utility on the side of, or like CC elements on the side of LGD.
Yeah.
Even just having the option of moving towards cleanse and then matching teleport. I mean, theoretically, most Syndras would go TP. But being able to match TP in that scenario, just being able to TP back in lane and not lose out in experience, I think is a smart option.
Yeah, but talking about teleport, look at the summoner spells of GA and Kramer both. You mentioned how this is a type of composition that you've got to respect with Cleanse
if
you're playing against V3, and LGD seem to be in stark agreement with you, sir, as Cleanse is taking on both GA and Kramer here to avoid some of that CC power. We'll see how much value they can get out of that as we move forward in this game, but there's also a lot of denial ability towards the pick potential of V3 in the ultimates of both the Bard and the Kindred.
Yeah, that makes it going to be really dicey in a lot of these team fights. And it's most of the time going to be which support roams first. That's why I like what LGD has here, where they're going to be playing through their bot side, or at least that they should be. It's going to be easier for Mark to be rotating around with Peanut, to be making plays mostly through mid lane. I think that's where they would want to head out and get CA in an early advantage. The problem with LGD hasn't been, not getting early leads. They've been getting like 2 to 3K leads in these games.
Yeah.
The problem is just simply how they set up for major objectives. So I'm not concerned about how the early game pans out for this team. It's mostly how the rest of the game does. So team fights are going to be super important. Just take a look at the jungle pathing here, though. Both junglers have elected to go full clear bot side to full clear top side. I mean, they're just doing bot to top. That just means that we really shouldn't be expecting too much until Cloud Dragon does come up, and then LGD could have their first hit at the Cloud Drake if they do end up slow pushing that bot side wave at that time. So those are the things that I'm kind of looking forward to. I like what I see from Long Sing because recognizing that the jungler is going to be top side, he doesn't want to get ganked, ends up poking his head out when the wave's starting to crash up against his turret. So like these are things that I think are really nice.
And you mentioned the first Drake, and I want to bring up an interesting piece of information here about V3.
Mm-hmm.
This is a team that throughout summer and throughout their performance in their first 2 games here at Play-In stage, undefeated with a Drake Soul. If they get the Drake Soul, they do not lose. And because this team is able to prioritize those Drakes and win when they properly do so, that's what I found so interesting about LGD's losses when watching the VODs back and seeing how the loss condition or the point of the game getting away from them was at those Drake fights both times. I think this game will be decided around those mid-game Drake fights, the team fights, the positioning, everything that plays out, the execution will determine who wins this. Because LGD loves to fight around those, and V3 wants Drake to just be what's iconic for them as top side. Longshink's forced to flash away. Good gank coming out of Boogie.
All right, but that does give an opportunity for LGD to set up for the bot side of the map. So like that's the hit that they can go for, as knowing that Boogie is up in top side. But also, I'm okay. Actually, I like the idea. If V3 does want to trade topside for Cloud Dragon, I think that's really good for them. Getting Paz ahead early on is going to benefit them. It makes it so, like, as the game goes on, the Renekton is going to just continuously punish the Ornn matchup, force him to be behind in experience and minions. In fact, it's already pretty bad as it is. That's a nice win condition that V3 can have.
Yeah, if that Renekton gets big and scary in a team fight, yeah, you got to deal with an Ornn here in the side lane. He's going to get tanky. We know what happens once he gets the upgraded Sunfire cape. It's just like trying to beat the snot out of a punching bag over and over again. No real damage. But look at the rest of this team. Raz, a Kindred, a Syndra, a Jhin, a Bard. If that Renekton is fed, nobody can go anywhere near him without being at risk of just being instantly deleted. Now, Mark's clearing out some vision here in the bottom side river. You'll see him be able to pop that ward, grab himself a level. Mark on the bar. This is one of those champions that you really look at players to get a lot of roaming done. Get out there and affect the map. Also having Kramer on the Jhin who can farm up pretty effectively there with the grenades. So yeah, we'll see how well we track Mark and how much he gets himself all over the rift here as things are proceeding forward. Wants to drop down a little vision in the enemy jungle just to make sure that if Boogie pays a visit down to bottom lane, they're going to know plenty ahead of time.
So what I like about the setup that LGD has towards this bot side of the map is that early base that came through from Kramer worked out well for him. Got an item advantage. At some point, Archer, with no mana, does have to go back to base. And the full control that LGD have towards the bot side means that when they do get an idea of Archer and Reyna basing, that they can go for the early dragon and just start looking for dragon stacking. I think that's a good idea for the team. Peanut does elect to go topside though, so let's see if that's worthwhile, because I think this is a really good window to be on dragon.
Look at how fearless Peanut is in this 1v1. He has the Skirmisher Saber completed, which gives him the red smite. Boogie opted to go for strictly stats in terms of his first purchase, as opposed to the jungle item enhancement, so he does not have the extra power of the Summoner spell. But now we might have ourselves a 2v2. Ace takes some damage there in the mid lane, but now we've got more bodies coming down from both sides. Oh, Raz, this could turn into a mess real fast. Mark has shown up. It looks like it's control over the topside river here for LGD. V3 decides they want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, game of chicken. In fact, LGD even put Kramer towards the top side of the map to secure it. That's the fun thing about LGD, or at least LPL teams in comparison to the rest of the world, is that like the smaller objectives that you feel like are completely, you could dismiss them, you can give them away.
That's just a crab. Don't worry about it.
They all in.
Nope. That's a crab, and we ain't giving it up.
Yeah,
That's
they want Peanut to have that advantage early. He's had both Scuttle Crabs now, and so, you know, an early dragon that I thought that LGD have done a great job to secure, to set up, they decided to give it away so Peanut could have the early advantage and experience. So I'm not personally a fan of it.
No, I don't.
It can go a long way if, you know, if Peanut does elect to kind of time like Raptor camps and all that and try and punish Boogie a little more.
You see, Raz, as a jungler, I'm a connoisseur of Scuttle Crabs. I very much enjoy getting as many of them as I am possibly capable of. But trading them away for a Drake, not generally one of the things that I'm subscribing to. Longsheng trading aggressively here with Paz in the top side, calls in the Orn Horn, but considering Paz gets back underneath the turret, that ulti won't find a whole lot of effect.
Yeah, and they have no idea where Peanut it is as well, so you kind of have to be concerned if Orn is just heavily trading on you.
Well, won't end up getting the ulti out of Paz. No summoner spells either. He'll go ahead and head back to base now. Vamp Scepter already in his inventory. Shopping up here. Should be able to buy the Cutlass. Yep, there it is in the inventory. So just a little bit of extra sustain there. Also having the active means they may be able to facilitate a little bit more power here in the gank if Boogie goes up there. But Boogie is working on that Rift Herald. Remember, we've already only seen one neutral objective go over to the side of V3, working now on their second one. They're down a couple of 100 gold here. A lot of that gold advantage you can see. Mid lane has a small farm advantage. Bottom lane also having about a one-wave advantage. So just a couple of little edges going over to the side of LGD. Turret plates too, as Boogie grabs himself that Rift Herald. 4 minutes to use it. Considering it's not even 9 minutes in, they'll have the entirety of that timer to get turret plate bonuses.
For the YouTube viewers out there, I would love for you to just replay back that, just so you can see the setup that V3 had towards the Rift Herald. It was really smart. They had Archer and Reyna just kind of walk through mid lane, and then when the wave was crashing bot side and they knew that Kramer and Mark were not going to contest top side, they sent Archer straight back down and had at least Reyna stay a little longer just in case enemy jungle or mid ends up contesting. So like, they had a strong hover from their bot lane to secure Rift Herald for Boogie, and they didn't lose much for it. This is what I've been waiting for throughout the tournament, actually, and I think this is one of the better Rift Herald setups that we've seen. So it's great to be able to see this coming in from V3, so we can praise it.
Very slow early game here from both of these teams. Nearly the 10-minute mark. No deaths on the board just yet. Gold lead still ballooning up a little bit further for the side of LGD. She is sitting in the bush here, has plenty of those orbs summoned up just in case somebody face checks him, but considering the only person nearby is Mark, doesn't look like that's happening anytime soon. The Syndra heads right back into the mid lane to keep that wave pushing out. Zoe with the redemption means Ace isn't too worried about anything here, but Syndra will continue to have priority on the push. Peanut in the top side, running down the lane, might see if he can get involved up here. The Orn ulti is ready to go yet again. But remember, Paz having the Dominus, having Flash, it does pose a pretty scary situation. Kindred can get bursted if she's not careful.
True, but ultimates from both Kindred and Orn should secure the kill. I think it was just nice for the, you know, for Peanut to pull back the moment they saw that the control ward was placed down by Renekton. If it hadn't, if he were just mindlessly pushing, I actually think that that's a great gank coming in from Peanut. So it's good to at least have him hovered, especially since he's sticking around while they're pushing in. I want to see if that turns into a dive. Lee Sin is nearby, so I don't think it would be successful if he clues into the dive.
They're already looking for it here with the Orn ulti being used. Longsheng getting a lot of damage down on the Paz. He blows them up! What? Goodbye, sir! No assist required! That's a tank, by the way.
Peanut's like, oh, okay. Oh, you have this? All right, I'm just going to peace out.
The damage of orange sometimes, all you got to do is smile and shake your head, man. That champion is insane in the brain. As topside, the Rift Herald is summoned up. Shelly should do her best, knock down a couple of plates here. Nicely used. Ornn ultimate, negating the effect of the Rift Herald. One thing you've always got to be cognizant of when you're up against a Bard, if he's nearby, even if you don't know if he's nearby, if you don't know where he is at all, he could be nearby. He's going to deprive you of that plate money, stop that Rift Herald from getting this job done.
Yeah, and it's such a consistent thing that he can do that you do have to have a bit of a mini-game of tracking where the Bard is. So you don't want to just waste the Rift Herald. That's why a lot of the times when you see a team going up against the Bard, Rift Herald priority drops a little bit. At the end of the day, teams want to prioritize going for Dragon instead, but just take a look at this because Renekton was actually leaning up in the lane because he knew that Lee Sin was there. He thought that he would be able to have enough time so they can turn on Long Xing instead, but nah, like, he just gets bopped.
Bonk. Ornn is just a crazy champion. And now with that extra money in his pocket, he'll be feeling just fine in this 1v1. You can see he already has the Bramble Vest to deal with some of the lifesteal of Renekton. And with the ingredients for the Sunfire Cape in inventory, that completion will soon make him that much deadlier in that 1v1 situation. Gold chart on the left side of your screen. 3 out of the top 4 people in the game wearing LGD colors. This team up over 1,000 gold now. The V3, after having secured the first Drake, are making the call to go for the second. It is an Infernal. LGD with players nearby. TP is coming in. Ornn ulti not yet ready to go. Boogie still in the pit, looking to secure the Drake. Peanut's going to move forward. Could be a smite fight. Jin able to go in with a deadly flourish, and it's stolen away by Peanut. With the Braum already dead, LGD are in a great spot here in this fight. The curtain call shots come through, but they will not chase down an additional kill. Nice fight for LGD.
Yeah, I was scared initially because that was V3 having full setup and having Renekton rotate for the fight. He didn't have teleport. It was actually a TP advantage there for Long Xing. And so it was a nice initial play from V3 to be there for the objective. Because if that's 2 Drakes to nothing, that's insane for LGD that were literally just playing towards this side of the map non-stop. And so a steal comes there from Kindred. They focus down the Braum. A nice comeback from LGD. They weren't going to give that one up for free.
Paz trading aggressively with Long Xing here in the top lane. Ornhorn summoned up. I don't think the communication was right there. At the same time Long Xing presses R, Peanut starts walking away.
Yeah.
So Peanut thought the play was over, Long Xing thought it wasn't, and it ends up being a wasted ulti coming out from the Ornn. Zoe finds sleep onto the Syndra, but with Mark nearby, Ace will not get any follow-up, so not really that big of a deal. Also heals coming in from the Bard med pack there, but yeah, Peanut with the clutch smite steal. Remember yesterday when this team lost against Rainbow 7, Jose Dioto was dead. There was no smite, there was no jungle. And Peanut was not dead. So you do have a smite. You do have a jungle. And then Peanut loses the smite fight for the Ocean Soul against an Ezreal auto attack.
Yeah.
So I needed to see the Peanut redemption story here today, and securing that Drake and putting them in a good spot here in the midpoint of this game that's going to be so critical. That's a good start to that story.
It is. I think so too. And it also comes down to the other Elder Dragon fight that was also pretty butchered when the jungler was dead as well. So they've had a few of those situations that are so basic. That being said, a great setup here from V3 to, like, at least they're trying to push LGD off this turret. But Kindred's just hovering for them. So the idea was sound, recognized that it wasn't possible, and backed away. I think just watching the tournament so far, V3 are a very conservative team. When they see a play that doesn't seem like it's worthwhile, I remember the Elise Renekton game that they had. They didn't want to necessarily go for a top lane dive when it didn't seem like it was like a guaranteed kill. They backed away from it. They had full faith that they would have the team fights later on. They didn't want to butcher a simple play in a best of one environment. That's what I've recognized. So this is another example of that from V3.
Well, LGD are deciding to force down the mid lane tier 1 turret here. That will be the turret picked up for them. First turret of the game, building the lead up to almost 4,000 gold at 15 minutes, Raz. Boogie picking up the blue buff, but now he's going to pay for it with his life. The damage comes through. See ya later. GA picks up the 3rd kill of the game for LGD.
Maybe sticking the Bard ultimate at that point. I don't know. That's a deadly one. And I love the fact that all of this is happening post 14 minutes, because even though Ash is electing to stay bot side so they can take the turret, great. Obviously, you're not going to be able to get turret plates for that. I think LGD gets a huge benefit of not only being able to take mid lane turret, which is great for being able to take both sides of the map, by the way.
Yeah.
And then being able to take Rift Herald.
LGD, man. Great early advantage here for this team. I didn't get to comment on it earlier when it flashed on the screen, but turret plate comparison when it came up. 2 plates taken by V3, 6 from LGD. So getting a couple more kills worth of gold value just out of their plate presence. Let's take another look at how much damage this Syndra did. Bonk. Oh, you hate to see it, man. He thought he was going to get... I think the last orb was hidden in the trees. It just came spinning at him out of left field, and he didn't know that that other one was still on the way. Oh, it feels bad, man.
Yeah, it's tragic. Especially since they had no idea that Lee Sin was going to be there. He was hunting for a blue buff.
He was the bonus. They came for the blue buff. That was the pinata. Lee Sin was a candy inside, and they just ended up getting the whole kit and caboodle, man. That was just not good stuff for V3. Unfortunate. Next Drake is spawning in under 45 seconds now. We're at 1-1 in the Drake count between the teams.
Take a look at this.
Oh boy.
This is V3 taking another full setup on the Dragon, by the way. Last time LGD stole it, they weren't having the initial control. CA has to go cross-map from top lane. They have to fight for control. This is a good position from V3.
Bard ulti came through. Flash is going to stop that from doing its job. Curtain call opens up. Reyna going to eat the first shot. Second one dodge. Third one hits. Fourth one miss. Now LGD is continuing to press forward. They've got their Ornn ulti ready to go. Kindred also having the ulti. Bottom lane has used theirs. Rift Herald's going to be summoned up back in the jungle just sort of as a distraction. Marching over towards the mid lane tier 2, given something else to think about. Ornn gets hit by the Sleepy Trouble bubble, immediately woken up there. However, oh no, it wasn't even woken up. He buffered it with the W. Very nicely done. But now the Drake is going to be started off by V3.
Peanuts looking.
This team does not want to surrender this objective. There's a ward on it. Peanuts over the wall, looking to come in and steal once again. Nice Braum block on the Ornn Horn. Lamb's Respite comes down, back over the wall. Nice kick onto Peanut. He's going to be forced out of the pit, but now the Drake is slain by Archer as they're looking to go even further. Mark falls. It is a 1+ Drake for nothing, and V3 plays the fight wonderfully. They get rid of Peanut, they kick him out of the pit, and then they take the fight to LGD.
V3 is looking like the smarter team of the two. And they have CA in no man's land. Just take him down.
Oh! Reyna goes forward. He tries to get a little bit of a slowdown to set up the play onto Xie, but the rest of the team is not where they need to be in time. Ace gets the Sleepy Trouble bubble. See ya later. Archer lives up to his name and puts an arrow through their heart.
3 games in a row, and expectations must be changed of LGD. V3 is taking it to them. It may seem close, and it is, but this is 2 Drakes in a row where it's V3 that gets the setup advantage, and this time they're not going to allow Peanut to just walk into the pit and smite away the dragon.
Yep. Well done there by them, taking advantage of the fact that Kindred places the ulti, and then the ulti's not moving. But Lee Sin can look at Kindred and say,
yeah,
but you are moving. And then as soon as Kindred is yeeted out of the dragon pit, all of a sudden life becomes very easy, my friend. It was Archer who was able to secure the Drake. It was Archer who managed to get both kills in the fight. And Archer is this rookie player who there's so much pressure on him to perform in these situations. When you've got a composition where you're putting him on this champion that's been so popular in the meta and it's able to do so much and it's a strong laner, you'll want to see him pop off. And hey, 2 free kills in his pocket, fuel for the fire.
Yeah, even in their loss versus Unicorns of Love, Archer for me was a standout in that game. I think Archer has showed the world so far in this tournament that he is an insane AD carry. And if you put resources into that man, he will fly. So V3 should have a lot of confidence. As long as they are together as a team and consistently play the way they have been playing around these Drake fights, that's an Ocean Soul, by the way. Once again, LGD will be put down by the same Drake Soul that a lot of players just say it's a GG sign.
It's so difficult to deal with that when it comes online. But yeah, the individual performances of the players on V3 in that last fight doing what they needed to do at critical moments. The Lee Sin kick on Kindred to knock her out of her own ulti. The Braum shield to block the Ornn ult from initiating a proper fight for LGD. We mentioned how Braum is picked against Ornn for this very exact reason. If nothing, you might not have any other reason to pick Braum, but if they pick Ornn, it can be justifiable just to stop them from getting that teamfight mechanism if it shuts down what their comp does. Now, Longxing does have a 2-level advantage over the Renekton, trying to get himself away now. He does manage to grab the blue buff, and although V3 was bringing in backup, that Ornn is just too damn scary, man. He's level 14. He's got the duo of Ornn items, the cornucopia, if you will, of power that this champion just gets for free. Anyone who's not looked up the numbers before, upgrading Sunfire Cape and Abyssal Mask to their Ornn versions gives him over 3,000 gold worth of free stats. He is monstrous right now in this game.
It's insane. And if nothing else, it'll just buy time for the rest of the team. And I think that's what V3 was really concerned about. It was LGD getting control of mid lane, and so they can easily just, you know, walk up towards the top side, support the Ornn in the fight, and they would be in a better position there. Ornn would have put down a lot of damage before the actual fight had begun. So V3 is taking it, recognizing that they don't want to make any more mistakes. They're in a fine position in the game. Even though the gold advantage is there for LGD, they can play for Soul Point in a minute's time.
Well, we'll see if they're able to secure that priority over the bottom side river as they have in the last 2 points that you already pointed out. 4,500 gold is a pretty intimidating lead, especially with those Ornn items. GA also having the death cap completed means Longxing can go upgrade that. That is generally the item of choice for mages to want to upgrade when Ornn is on their team. So I'm expecting to see that come out. Usually 80 carries will want the Molten Edge upgrade of the Infinity Edge, so Kramer's still working towards that. Don't expect him to get an upgrade on any of his items because they can't be upgraded, so wouldn't make a whole lot of sense on that one. Mikhail's Crucible, also importantly picked up by Mark. So 2 cleanses, a Bard ult, a Kindred ult, and a Mikhail's Crucible are a lot of things to have to deal with if you're trying to land these initiations onto LGD players.
It's going to be really hard for Archer here in this fight, is the issue. Because even if you do take down Kramer or Xie's cleanse, yeah, you still have to deal with the Mikhails. So really, when the team is asking who is going to engage in this fight, they do not have an answer. It's probably going to have to be Boogie.
Reyna caught in a bit of a bad spot here, but now the fight's going to be breaking out. Nice kick coming out from Boogie. Still looking to see if maybe they can engage. Longxing's going to be stuck. He's going to be aggroing so much. Lamb's Respite keeping some players alive. Peanut having to run away. Double kill over to Jie, able to make this fight go their way. Paz tries to run, but he's a nice pair of gator skin boots. The ulti comes through and Archer is in full retreat. This was the moment, 1 Drake to 2, where LGD fell flat on their face in their 2 previous games. This time around, they are standing tall. They will pick up 3 kills for nothing. They'll move on to the Ocean Drake itself. Ace should not be able to contest this one. Drake secured by Peanut.
There we have it. LGD put their full focus overnight on just getting better at dealing with dragon fights. And of course, perfecting a comp where just take a look at Ornn, by the way. This entire fight, even though the triple kill went down towards CA, Ornn was just dealing with 3 people and making it incredibly difficult for Archer to deal any damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. How you doing?
Longxing got shot, if you consider each focus fire as 5 shots, because that's what they are, he got shot like 70 times in that team fight, and he's still not dead. He pretty much looks like Swiss cheese, but it does not matter because he's Ornn. Because he's got 2 Ornn items. Because he can just sit in the team fight and take a shower in projectiles. It does not matter. The champion is so incredibly strong. And now LGD with a 5,500 gold lead, with a tied up dragon count, having surpassed the point in the 2 previous games where they lost control, are sitting in a really good spot 25 minutes in. As this Ornn continues to get levels, more items will be upgraded. The Black Cleaver upgrade on Kindred was actually what he went for with his first team upgrade at 14. Now at level 15, should be able to upgrade the hat for the Syndra, or might be waiting until Kramer gets that Infinity Edge to give that one a +1 instead. Mid lane push coming through, but remember, LGD have a 4-1 turret advantage. That tier 2 is not even standing.
Yeah, I would have loved Longxing to actually give that to the Rabadon's death cap, because there's no AP. Like, he's the sole AP on LGD squad. He is so far ahead, and the magic resist is non-existent from the side of V3. Like, that would just be a Syndra solo carrying a game, essentially. I mean, it's still going to happen once you level up if you're Longxing. But for me, that's priority number 1.
Oh, for sure. as soon as they're in the same part of the map, I think it's probably just because he has the second upgrade ready to give.
Yep.
So I think it's just the fact that they aren't next to each other yet. As soon as they walk next to each other, Ornn needs to give Syndra that Gucci hat because that's going to make such a big difference here in the next team fight. As Paz finds himself in a bad spot. Nice Bard ulti onto 2. Mark looking to set it up. There's your binding spike starting off. Paz on the front lines, but is he tanky? I don't think so. Kramer puts a bullet in his back, and now they're going to keep on chasing. LGD seeing if there's more to acquire here, but they don't even need it. They already killed the enemy top laner. They killed the guy who would be diving in as the front line, and with that threat taken care of, they can do whatever they damn well please, heading over to the Baron.
Yep, that's what they please, and that's what they want. Baron buff. V3 have lost their identity this game. It feels bad when you have Renekton now just working and following the team as a 5-man when he should be on side lane. Top lane turret is just still up. And so that's a problem when V3 are now trying to play a front-to-back team fight when that's what LGD right now excels at.
Okay, LGD, how are you going to play this Baron fight out? Ornn ulti coming in.
Not allowed.
Finds the knock up onto Reyna, but that is it. Mark goes after the back line, but he is alone. Rest of the team's not next to him. Mark! Mark, no! Mark! Archer gets a killing spree as Mark is just way too far past the rest of the team. Xie using the cleanse to get away from that sleepy trouble bubble, grabbing himself an energy drink, waking up immediately. As V3, they get a pick onto the enemy support. A little bit too hyphy there from Mark. But LGD are still in an alright spot, or are they, Raz? V3 are saying, we saw you get back to the base, we're going after the Baron now. Peanuts over the wall. This could be a big moment. Smite fights like this define games of League of Legends. Baron down to half HP. LGD has arrived. Surely V3 does not go all the way for this.
No way.
They're looking to just blow up Ace, and he's already out of the picture. Now can they find any more? It's the Kindred already down. Peanuts out of the picture. That was a critical error there. Now let's see if they can find anything else off the back of it. V3 kiting away. Longshing at half HP. Boogie's over the wall. Boogie has his flash very soon. Might be able to make some sort of a play, but does not have it right now, meaning there's no chance to really do some sort of a flashy kick. They want to get away from the curtain call. Third shot hits Paz. Fourth shot goes into left field. Longshing coming around from the side. Xie's there as well, but now Boogie's joining in, able to go for the kick. Looking to start things off. Paz is going to be killed off. Xie's still alive. Double kill over to Kramer. Looking to find even more. Rat-a-tat-tat. Fire the gat. Mark grabs the kill into Boogie. And everybody on V3 is annihilated. A triple kill for Kramer. Get on back into the Baron Pit, LGD. Take your prize.
And they're right back to step 1 in claiming that Baron. A wild series of events for both teams, honestly, because it was initially Mark finding himself at the wrong stop.
Oh, hi, Mark.
He was randomly in downtown LA. He's like, wait, I didn't want to go.
Oh, no.
I didn't want to go here. So that really put them in a bad position. But then from V3 side, it was just miscommunication. Honestly, I think this is fine from the Zoe if the team just wants to turn and fight. But instead, they tried to go on Baron at the same time as the Zoe is trying to set up. So they're on completely different chapters, let alone pages. And from this point, I mean, like, they're just going to round them up. They're on the wrong side of the map, and LGD can clear them out.
You can see them try to regroup. They know what's coming.
Yeah.
Doom is inbound, but they have to try to do something about it. I like the attempt from Boogie trying to kick Xie into the rest of the team, but the damage just wasn't there. And then, man, Kramer just gets paid over the course of this, and we aren't done yet. Paz goes into the Dominus, as we see a lot of damage down onto Peanut here once more. Pops the Lamb's Respite in time, having a flash away, keeping himself alive. Paz goes down first. Reyna on the retreat. Ornn looking to follow up. There's your damage. See you later. Godlike. Kramer, bow down and worship, baby. The man is doing some moves right now. Boogie picks up the kill into Peanut. Everybody just disappears before your eyes like some sort of magic trick. Boogie, the last man standing, but Kramer is spinning that thing around. He does not want this dude on his feet for long. Fourth shot. You are done, my friend. Longshing in the mid lane. Looking for Ace here. He's the last dude alive on the side of B3. LGD, they gotta be hungry for this first win. I expect him to send it home very, very soon. As that mid lane inhibitor turret falls, mid lane getting shot to pieces. Kramer doing a lot of work here on this Jhin. 8-0 and 5.
10K gold lead here for LGD. Yeah, and they don't want to make any more mistakes, so it's smart from them to just head back to base and set up these matchups. So we didn't get to see the full setup as we come back, and it was just, honestly, V3 trying to take this fight. thinking that they can get the pick on towards Peanut. Peanut had ultimate. I mean, sure, he gets kicked at the very end of it, but it's just so difficult to take a fight into this team.
And then off to the side, you can see over the wall. Okay, Boogie comes in. He cleans up Kindred. But that is that's a small reward for a real big price, my friend. The price has been paid. LGD has been paid. 4,000 damage dealt by the Syndra, 3,500 by the Jin in that last fight. I think Boogie's kick healed Longxing. If Longxing had 3,500 HP, he now has 3,501. It just gave him more health. He's so damn tanky as Xie and Peanut are set up here in the bottom lane, taking down the Tier 2 turret. 16-6 your kill score in this game, as now they're marching down, trying to open up their second lane of super minions. Stun down onto Ace, who barely gets himself away there. If that Deadly Flourish hit, they might have just pulled the go button on that. Volleys fired off by Archer. Baron buffs still around for a couple more seconds. Should be enough to take down this Tier 3 turret. And with the inhibitor exposed, I don't see any reason LGD would back away. Not with a lead like this. They might just look to force this one all the way to the Nexus. Both Nexus turrets still at full HP. It would be the only thing V3 could fight on. There's no way you can take a fight in open ground right now on this team. They would need just the perfect setup and for LGD's keyboards to probably not work.
Yeah, that's literally what it comes down to for me. Because I'm struggling to figure out what it would take for this team to take a fight. Here we go.
It's starting off. Ornhorn summoned up. Braum throws out the shield, but he can't get to the rest of the team in time. Longxing's jumping in, finds the knock-up onto the support. Now looking to regroup with the rest of the team as Mark loses half his HP. Longxing loses about 200. Not too worried about going any further. Mark still may be in some danger. Longxing once again using the Bellows Breath to perfectly buffer away from the sleep. You gotta love that interaction, or hate it if you're the dude trying to CC the Ornn. Over the wall comes Peanut. LGD still looking to maintain their pressure, maintain their position, maintain that advantage, escorting the minion wave into the mid lane. Ace isn't going to find a whole lot there with a paddle star. Longxing back up to full HP. Thank you very much. Warmog's armor. Syndra just took off half of Renekton's health. That Syndra is so damn huge this game. LGD get Nexus turret number 1. They're backing away right now. They used some resources in the last fight, and they're feeling like it's time to regroup before going for the jugular.
This is insanely conservative from LGD when literally no one can do damage to Longxing.
Yeah.
Any resources you throw at him, he has Warmog's regen as well. So it's just LGD desperately not wanting to throw a game away.
Which I can respect. After their first 2 games, especially after being ahead of Rainbow 7 and then feeling like it was just sort of tossed away from them, I can understand that bit of hesitation and really just wanting to take the sure thing here.
Yeah.
Everybody's already got Ornn items on this squad too. Longxing is at 17, which is where you get the last item for your teammates. Bard could get upgraded if he had something to upgrade, but considering he doesn't, it's not going to happen. LGD are just fine without Bard having an Ornn item because they've still got themselves an 11,000 gold lead. All they have to do is bring these super minions to the Nexus turrets, take that last one down. You can see Kramer has 5 out of 6 items complete, and the 6th item slot does have a stopwatch in it, so plenty of outplay potential there. V3 needs a miracle at this point in time. Longxing looking to chase down Reyna here, but won't find that volcanic eruption to manage to secure any sort of a slow. Drowsy, Bellows Breath. We've seen it happen 3 or 4 times already. Longxing knows the play, man.
All right, I guess we're just going for Soul.
Let's do it.
V3 right now just needs...
Boogie?
Okay, well...
Boogie, I don't think this is where you need to be, my friend. Ace tries to get away from Kramer, who's in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, it's going to be a 4v4 back in the mid lane instead. Kramer go back to the left, please. I got to see the rest of the fight as Bard's looking to find some CC down into Boogie, looking to get himself away. Dragon secured over by Peanut instead. Paz trying to find some damage down into Xie as Longxing's going to be stuck in the middle of 3. They finally kill the unkillable. It can be done. Miracles are performed as Xie kites away, trying to find a little bit of damage. Boogie grabbing himself a double kill onto the support and top lane of the enemy team. V3 take a win here, but now what can they get? There's got to be some sort of a reward. You can't just trade the soul for nothing like that. Just for 2 kills, it will not work. Kramer and Peanut, double marksman squad, going after the base now. There are still 4 players left alive on the side of V3. It was a 1-for-2 overall. Ocean Soul also now on the side of LGD. V3, yeah, for the first time in a long time, they got an advantageous kill trade, but at what cost? LGD pushing down the tier 2 turret there in the top lane. Arrow makes a beautiful field goal, but unfortunately those aren't worth any points in League of Legends. Paz coming around from behind, running like a bat out of hell. The Gator got his Nikes on as Peanut tries to kite away now, and Paz just bites off more than he can chew. That is a nearly full build Jin, and you are not in the kind of spot to be able to contest that one. One single shot, 50% of Boogie's health bar, and Ornn has returned. Kill him once, and now he's just the same thing, but he's mad. Peanut shows up, grabs the kill onto Paz, and with the enemy top laner down, we'll see what else LGD is able to find here. Ace loses half his HP. Peanut still burning away here a little bit. Could be in danger. Boogie with the sonic wave over the wall. Won't find the mark. He wanted to just try to assassinate him there at the very end as the inhibitor falls again in mid lane. That one had just respawned. Nexus turret under pressure. Lots of damage down there. The Braum will try to block some of it, but it won't matter, man. Reyna's gone. Redemption called down there. Lamb's Respite also used just to make sure there's no mistakes coming in now. And the Nexus drops for the first time. LGD take themselves a win here at World 2020 Play-Ins.
And you probably heard it from here. The biggest sigh of relief from Peanut that they do have a win on that column. They took Amazing Device, straightforward team fight comp.
Yes, sir.
There were a lot of moments where you had to be hesitating because I thought V3 actually played the early portions of the game pretty well around the first few dragons. I thought LGD have a few points that they need to take a lesson on V3. So kudos to V3 on the early portion of the game. But the moment the team fights were starting to etch over towards LGD, Xie was getting massive. It's just way too hard from that point. You're trying to be creative too, so you can give him that.
I got 4 reasons that the LGD won that game. ORNN. The champion just completely smurfed every aspect of the game. From the solo kill on the top side. Yeah, both junglers were hanging out nearby. Renekton's dead on the floor by the time either of them managed to get in the lane because he wasn't ready for the amount of damage the Ornn did. The fact that he was able to transition into the mid game when he was ahead of Renekton.
Yep.
Compare both of their impacts in the team fights. Paz was there. But when you look at the other side, when you look at Longxing constantly tanking 3 people at a time and never dying, his presence, his pressure in that game was just unmatched.
That's when you got to take a second look at the champion, you know what I mean? I feel like impact and how he performed versus Legacy yesterday on that pick, and then also how we were able to see how dominating the Ornn pick was here today. I think we'll be seeing a little bit more in the champion select.
Well, that does it here for us for Game 1. We're going to go ahead and toss it away, but we will be back shortly for more Worlds 2020 Play-Ins. This is your Drive to Victory replay of one of the big moments of the game, defining what happened and how LGD was able to take their win against V3, their first win in the play-ins here in Worlds 2020. The double kill for Xie looking just absolutely beautiful on top of the tanking done by Longxing. This is how you get things done and work together as a team.
Yeah, I mean, he could take a bullet. I loved what I saw from him there. Archer, as huge as he was that game, could not move. He could not penetrate that wall.
So difficult to deal with. And now we're going to have to head to yet another break, but we will be right back with more from Worlds 2020 Play-In Stage, sponsored by Spotify.
And welcome back to the interview studio here as Rainbow 7 won against LGD, and I have Jose Teodo with me to talk about the game. Thank you very much for joining me. We saw the cam reactions from the players, and you guys looked incredibly happy, but I mean, tell me, how does it feel to defeat the 4th seed of the reigning champion, especially on your first showing at Worlds?
I mean, we feel pretty good about the game itself. Like, we played 2 games pretty bad, and I feel like we could do better that games too. But this game was really important for us because if we lose, we were probably out, and we needed to show that even with the pressure and all in front of us, like it didn't matter, and we just came here to play our game. So I'm really happy that we did our best. And we came here to play and not to be smashed by other teams. So I'm pretty happy, and we're all pretty happy about that.
Yeah, and I'm super happy to see that you managed to bounce back after a bad first performance. So, I mean, it must not be easy to play against a Chinese team as experienced as LGD. So how were you able to turn the tide and capitalize on their mistakes here?
I mean, we as a team are pretty good with pressure. Like it happened us in playoff too. Like we were facing other teams that are intended to be better than us, like All Nights too. In finals we were 0-2, and there are moments like we tend to feel more pressure. It's when we are better, and I feel like that's helped us out a lot in this situation because we feel a lot more comfortable here, like playing like that, because I don't know, we don't have pressure. Like we're playing against LGD, they are the ones that should be pressured facing us, because if they lose, they are like the best team. Like we can't feel pressure about that, and I feel like that helps us out a lot and really show up like in the game.
I agree, and that was a fantastic performance from you guys. And I mean, as you mentioned, you're not here to feel pressure. The other teams should feel pressured. So tell me, you've been playing since 2017, I think, and how does it feel to finally take your first steps on the world stage and get to play against such players?
I feel really good about that. Like personally, I've never played against these teams, like these players, like in the jungler, where I always play against the same ones, like in Latin America. And I feel pretty good because I've learned a lot from other junglers. Like, I don't know, it's been incredible for us being here. I learned a lot, and I'm pretty happy. And I'm taking, like, I want to be better than I'm already. So I came here to improve mostly. So I'm pretty happy about the things that we are doing here and improving as a team. So nothing, I'm really happy.
Yeah, I hope you can get the maximum experience from this competition here. And you will have a big challenge coming against Unicorns of Love. We saw them playing earlier. So what do you think about the team and your chances against them?
I think that if we play as this game, it will be a good match. I feel like we can win as long as we do the same as today. And if we manage to like get a good draft and good comms, I think that we should be able to win and get to the best of 5.
Well, explosive game ahead for sure. But for now, I'm going to let you go. Thank you very much for the interview, Josecito, and good luck against your next opponents.
Thank you.
And back to you guys.
Awesome stuff. Yes, a team is all the more dangerous when they've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. Rainbow 7 making it clear that their intentions are just to not get stomped, in Jose Diodo's words. And I mean, it does seem like they've come to play. I mean, Yamato, it's not to be understated, the fact that even, I know it's hard for you to comprehend, but the experience as opposed to the final result, you know, like when you're working out of your region to come here and to see that your league hangs with the rest, that's an achievement in itself.
It's also that, you know, some of the wildcard regions have hung around for a longer period. The LATAM region was established a bit later than the Turkish region or the LCL region in terms of the Russian teams. Like the Russian teams have a lot of history with Moscow 5 and so forth. And with time, things get better, that experience mounts up.
It really does, yeah. And the LCL has had a multi-year plague of missing the group stage. But this year, UOL are determined to break this curse. And I'll tell you now, UOL have impressed. Some of the individuals have been stomping. They came up short in Game 5 versus Splice, if you rewind it. I mean...
That was against me, actually.
I was going to say, how's your memory? Maybe, Yamato, you're the best one for this one.
Well, it was
against you?
Well... It depends on how far you want to stretch back. Is this referring to last year or was it
the game versus Splice?
2016? Because we beat the Unicorns of Love as well to qualify to Worlds in a Game 5. So I guess it's never mind.
Familiar territory though. Clearly familiar territory. Amazing. This has been, you know, this has been the story of the region, the story of the UOL squad.
Yeah, it has been. And it's always one best of 5 or the last best of 5 before Worlds they lose out on, and suddenly they don't make it. And last year especially, it was really heartbreaking because of the fact how much creativity they brought through to the board, where they suddenly suppressed everyone with the AP bottom picks and the way that they approached the game, where they suddenly played completely different to everyone on the team. And I think that in itself is an accomplishment, but making it to Worlds is obviously what you want to have at the end of the day, not just memories.
That's the goal, yeah. Memories only get you so far, and they haven't qualified to groups since the addition of Playins, which is something that we have to keep in mind. But what do UOL need to maintain from yesterday to maintain or assume that top spot in the groups?
All of it. Just
everything.
Doing the same, the drafting, the play, the decisiveness. And even if things go wrong, it didn't really seem to shake them.
Yeah.
It seems like they were very aware of their win conditions. And I think the sky is the limit, honestly. They can just continue on the same path. And
And if you were like an
fine.
ignorant Counter-Strike host and you wanted a list of those win conditions, what would be on that list?
I mean, first of all, the draft has to be there. Like, so they need to retain their creativity. So maybe open up for the AP bottom picks, and obviously the counter picks in mid lane. That's even more important potentially. Then in terms of win conditions in the early game, obviously, like, just make sure that you're gonna make plays. Gonna keep it stable, and then mid to late game facilitate whatever mid and top bringing.
Yeah, mid and top eventually towards that mid game. We'll keep our eyes on that. And we will see who comes out on top as we return for Rainbow 7 versus Unicorns of Love after the break.
That was so confusing.
But
Because I was on Splice.
This group is completely wide open, Medic. It's a good one. And alone on his Orianna, it was those shockwaves, fight after fight after fight, that always landed.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the show. It's Worlds 2020. It's the play-in stage. And for the teams of this group, it is the last day of that group stage play. At the end of this one, somebody's going home. Coming up next in front of us, we got Rainbow 7 taking on the Unicorns of Love.
For Rainbow 7, they need to take some dubs.
Yes.
I think the team has been growing. They've been getting better. I've been seeing like more consistent team fights, but we already talked about this in their introduction, right? Like, this for me is the exam. Like, the entire domestic season, that's when they should be getting better, getting readied up for Worlds when they actually qualified. I would have really wanted to see the vision play for them getting more consistent, but it hasn't been. And so going up against Unicorns of Love, you heard it from in the interview, we need to see something surprising, something shocking, because Unicorns of Love are the favorites here, and I think that it's for good reasons.
Regular season is when you study. Try not to skip your homework. Try not to play hooky too much. Once you qualify and you go to the boot camp, that's a cram session in the library with 17 different energy drinks for 23 hours in a row. And now's time to take the exam, my friends. Pass or fail. If you fail, you got to repeat the class next year. Nobody wants to do that. So we'll see if Rainbow 7 can come out on top, going up against Unicorns of Love, who looked pretty damn good in their first couple of games here. Like I said during our previous game, their matchup against V3 was very convincing, but it got a little wacky towards the end. And their win versus PSG Talon was a very close game all the way through. But remember how PSG Talon really took everybody by surprise with how good they were?
Yes.
So Unicorns of Love being able to take them down is a really good sign. This team is looking strong. Let's see how they contend with Rainbow 7 here, as Orianna, Shen, and Nidalee will all be banned away.
Yeah, it starts with the draft, because Unicorns of Love's wins are really based around their team fights, and consistently, conceptually, I feel like they've had the better compositions. The Swain bot lane, there's a reason why Orianna is banned. It's because it's flexible to Gadget and Nomads. So the fact that Gadget is pulling bans here, Orianna is one pick that he had, the Swain was the other, and in solo queue, by the way, he's been spamming Karthus, just putting that out there. And he's already known for Heimerdinger, so you can't really ban him out.
Well, we'll see how they decide to go about doing it here. The Ashe that we got to see in the previous game, and we've seen in so much competitive League of Legends recently, is banned away this game. So no Ashe this time around. Feels like she's often picked when she's available, but hey, bans can solve a whole lot of problems. And speaking of problems,
get that champion out of here.
Razzleplasm. What kind of a champion can assassinate a lane bully one-on-one at like level 7, then scale into a team-fighting monster that can't die 1v3 and also gives all of his teammates 1,000 free gold? The kind of champion I don't want in my game. Ornn is out of there, not allowed in this game, and neither is Renekton.
He's a real GOAT. That's the problem. Greatest of all time. Get this champion out of here. It's disgusting in team fights, and you definitely don't want the team-fighting team Unicorns of Love having it, so... that's an instant pick on the Camille.
Ooh, confident in the ability in the top lane there with the Camille. And Camille, I always like when we see her drafted into the top lane, because usually it ends up being a pretty fun matchup up there. A lot of times you get more exciting contests in the top lane when Camille is present, as opposed to just meatball versus meatball, who can get tankier type of a contest. So Camille versus Wukong could be very exciting, my friend.
Usually, this is a pretty great indicator on how Rainbow 7 wants to play the game, because you would usually want the Camille versus Ornn pick if you're trying to play sides. But if you're trying to team fight, you definitely want the champion in there. And honestly, Camille can play both sides. I think this is probably a good hint that Rainbow 7 wants to go for a Camille Galio comp. If you go Camille Galio, yeah, Orin is a real problem. And so I think it's a good look here if they can nail it down for them. It's really simple, straightforward, and you're going up against a team that at times can be a little bit. Even in chaotic team fights, I feel like they all understand their roles individually incredibly well.
Yep.
So they need to find something that they can rally behind.
Well, Senna's locked in for the side of Unicorns of Love. So you got two pretty big, powerful team fighting ultimates there with Wukong and Senna working together. And oh, baby, Evelyn for the side of Rainbow 7. This is such a heaven or hell champion. She's either the invisible champ who's actually invisible in the game and has no presence whatsoever, or she's all over the map, always somehow on the proper flank, and just destroys everybody in half of a second, and you don't even understand how she's allowed to exist in the game. I love that sort of juxtaposition of which Evelyn you're going to get, and Jose Dioto's got the confidence. He can be the kind to rule this game. Lucian also locked in here for Rainbow 7. You were talking last game, Raz, about how you still really like this pick.
Yeah. Whenever you see an AP jungle picked pretty early on, especially Evelyn, I think Evelyn and Lucian are a really damn good mid-game combo because you'd want to put Lucian on side lane and then just have the Evelyn just hover the champion. Because who's going to actually match him? Even if you're in a 50-50 matchup, well, Evelyn's going to solve that right quick, right?
Yeah.
So, it's pretty damn good from Rainbow 7 to say, hey, we already drafted the Camille. Now we're showing both sides of the top lane, the top side of the map, that we're just going to outright play side lane. I didn't initially buy into that fact. I thought that they could just go straight into a teamfight composition with this one and go for a Camille Galio. But the fact that they're now going towards what is a really lane dominant Lucian pick, and then now wanting to play heavily towards Alone and Ase, I think if executed, a really strong thing to do.
That means what we're looking at for the bottom lane of Rainbow 7 is a couple champions that can hang back, play safe, not get themselves killed while the team is split pushing and trying to facilitate moves elsewhere. And we'll see how the draft shapes up for that. Rainbow 7 has decided to ban away the Graves themselves, looking towards those jungle bans. And I like the Ziggs ban here from Unicorns of Love. I'm talking about how the bottom lane needs to have wave clear, about how the bottom lane needs to be able to play it safe. Well, Ziggs fits that bill.
Yeah, and also even though the damage spread is okay from Rainbow 7's side, they can do whatever they want. They can have a legitimate AD carry. They could have the Caitlyn is a good example of it, or they can just go straight AP. Wave clear right now is, I think, what Rainbow 7 needs.
Yes.
If they're going to play a 1-3-1, their 3 mid lane needs to be able to hold a team fight or just a straight push from Unicorns of Love's side.
Lily is the last ban of the draft. That champion, honestly, still expecting to see her banned or picked every single game, so blue side taking care of it this time around. What will the pick be here? Nautilus locked in. So Nautilus and Senna, a lot of CC potential there. Either one of them manages to hit something, the other can follow up very, very easily, and also gives the team some additional engage potential besides just having Wukong.
In the end, even though I still want to see where Unicorns of Love are putting some of these pieces, I'm expecting it to be a Senna Nautilus bot lane with a Cassio mid, Wukong top lane, and by all means, just it would feel as though Unicorns of Love are just holding their jungle pick to see the full composition. Maybe it could mean a Nocturne, just to see if, by all means, if the composition doesn't have too much CC elements, then you can run a Nocturne in teamfights and match Evelyn on those side lanes. So that's something that would come to mind for me. But in the end of the day, Unicorns of Love has a great front-to-back team fight with the Cassio Miasma, allowing Senna to do damage. So we'll have to see how it plays out. Alistar could throw a wrench into that.
Yeah. Alistar, a strong champion for both engage and disengage. Ezreal picked up there for Leza. This champion is, if we're talking about staying alive, not getting caught out while 2 of your solo laners are split pushing the entire time, Ezreal's got a built-in flash on one of his basic abilities. Very easy to avoid some of the things that would kill a different champion. Yeah, baby! There we go! Now that's something that you can use to pick off enemies when you have a numbers advantage, my friend. If you want to catch an Ezreal, you can do a Skarner.
And if you want to catch that Evelyn in teamfights, make her life living hell, snatch
It's
him.
so strong. It's
Blow
so
him
strong.
up.
I will tell you this right now. Evelyn also has no ability to contest Skarner in neutral territory without teammates nearby as long as Skarner has the Spire. You can just run up to her, beat her up over and over again. As an assassin, her stat profile is incredibly low.
Yes.
And as a Juggernaut, Skarner's is the opposite of that. Skarner is in a spot where he'll be able to take over those neutral areas. Remember, the champion was changed recently, so his E no longer slows down when passing through units, gives him extra playmaking potential, especially early on in the game. Before Skarner has the ulti, the only CC is on the E, and now that you can fire that fracture through the minion wave and make it hit the enemy champion so much more reliably, you do have better early pressure on the chip. I'm just so happy we get Skarner res.
We're getting it, Cap.
I'm so happy we get the Skarner.
This is for you, Cap.
I'm so happy we get the Skarner here. This should be a very fun game. Hope we get to see some playmaking out of him. But looking at both the teams and how the compositions stack up.
Don't spill that coffee.
I know. I'm being very careful. I'm animated. You know me, but I'm making sure that both of my drink, I got my energy drink, I got my water. They're both on the side of the desk, outside of yeet range. Nothing bad is going to happen to them. We're good. And looking at these two compositions, looking at these two teams, for Rainbow 7, they really want to find a win here. This team is 1-2. This is the last game they're playing in the group stage. If they get a win here, they bring themselves up to even. They put themselves in a good spot to not be the team that just gets kicked out, right? You try to avoid some of those lower tiebreakers. But man, if this team loses here and goes to 1-3, that is a scary proposition.
Yeah, tiebreaker situations are real here. Especially you talked about Rainbow 7. It's insane. This is what you built your entire year for. We always talk about getting to Worlds. There was the initial worry about, is Worlds even going to happen because of the pandemic? All of these concerns came through, but people had faith. That's what they were playing scrim after scrim, day after day for. And then you get to this position, you have to make it work. This is what it's all for.
Always.
And so for Rainbow 7, they've, put in some lessons, studied a little bit from the previous games, going up against Unicorns of Love. They recognize what comp they're dealing with, and they just have to make it work. And even though, looking at Unicorns of Love's side, I think in terms of a straight 5v5, I love that comp. That's why I'm kind of interested in what Keystone, this Skarner's going to take. Predator. There we go. Just because I don't know how Rainbow 7 are going to take an outright teamfight 5v5. They need to actually get these side lanes rolling. And they've been a team that struggled on playing through side lanes throughout the tournament. So this is where it has to come down to. Rainbow 7, you got to make it work.
Rainbow 7 trying to run this split push composition and do so correctly. Look at the teleports on this team. 3 of them, both solo lanes as well as the AD carry using the teleport this game. If you look across the board, the same story is not told. It is only Boss with that global presence. So as this game goes forward, as we get later into the match, there's definite macro outplay potential for Rainbow 7 to properly utilize those TPs and play the map. But if we're talking about this historically, Raz, when we look at how teams play, particularly from emerging regions, when they get to international competition like this, some teams, not all teams are created equal when it comes to being able to play non-team fight styles.
That's why Unicorns of Love, they were built in that. In the CIS region, it's just constant team fights. And ultimately, Unicorns of Love has been the team that stood a head and shoulders above the rest in that regard. And we got to see them when they went up against PSG, how damn good they were at that. And the compositions always made sense. I always talk about the swing comp, but it was really well constructed. And so, I have a lot of faith in that regard. I do think Rainbow 7 has, nice ward being placed there. Get that man! What the hell?
He tried. He went for the dredge line and he missed. So Rainbow 7 won't be too much worse for wear there. Both supports just take about 100 damage. Oh, but he's right back in! The Aftershock setting him up, but a nice disengage from Shadow means that it's Rainbow 7 who actually wins out in the bottom lane trade.
There we go. Love that Shadow went for the headbutt first. Just so there's no opportunity to trade back towards Rainbow onto Leza. So we're in the pretty good lane state right now for Rainbow 7's bottom lane.
Looking at both junglers, they're starting on opposite ends of the map, but they are both going for a full clear. Now, Alone is going in there to try to mess with the Nanasek here just a little bit, but Skarner can easily pull the chicken into the brush there. You can't see, there's some sort of spectator visual error on the Spire where it's not showing up, but Skarner is able to walk into that brush and take the chickens while still being under the effect of his Spire. Yeah. So For those who aren't aware, Skarner's Spire gives him unlimited mana regeneration. It gives him an incredible amount of flat move speed and also a ton of attack speed. 43% attack speed at level 1 up to 120 at level 18. So the champion gets an incredible amount of steroids as long as he's present on that buff. Very important to secure those if you're trying to do any sort of counter invades or just picks in general.
That's the thing. That's another element I didn't get to talk about that I really love the Skarner pick into Evelyn is because you can actually just straight up clear for free. You're not going to be concerned about an invade. Even when Alone had a ward on top of Skarner, who are you actually going with, right?
Yeah.
There's no way you're going to be contesting Raptors on Skarner. So Skarner's going to be able to get a free level 6. And then compositionally, we already kind of harped on it, but Jose Diodo is going to have real struggles in teamfights, so we should never get to that part. I will say, though, just as an asterisk, because I know there's a lot of positives with the Skarner, the negative is that there's a lot of ways to kite him out.
Oh, yeah.
There are too many ways.
Skarner versus Ezreal and Lucian is, you end up being a lobster kebab half the time. They just kite you away, shoot you full of holes. It feels really bad. But the Evelyn in melee range will be an opportunity there, particularly for a Nanasik in these team fights. It could be a viable option to wait for the divers to come to you.
Yeah.
Skarner is very, very effective in assassin and dive-based metas because champions that will be building for damage and getting close to you work out well. As mid lane Alone, really putting the hurt onto No Man's here. No summoner spells coming out just yet, but bottom side the 2v2 breaks out. Laser going to take some damage as Santos tries to get himself away. Stunned up now. Shadow doing a good job making sure they get a return trade. I like how aggressive both of these bot lane duos are being.
Yeah, it's really fun to usually like to watch a Phase Rush Alistar play the game. Because it's just an instant proc on Phase Rush when you go Headbutt Pulverizer into E, the trample. It just procs immediately, and it's pretty much a guaranteed lockdown if you can make it happen. So it's fun to see that. You know, the trade mid lane, I actually would have wanted to see Alone stay in the lane a little longer because I think the Cassiopeia was pretty locked. That was 2 waves actually going to be crashing into the Cassiopeia with a cannon minion, and she took an awful trade.
Yeah.
So I actually expected Alone to stay in there to punish a little bit more. But at the end of the day, I mean, he took a base, TP'd back, and she's still locked down. She needs jungle help here.
Ooh, Nanasik shows up. He does manage to land the Fracture onto the Lucian, but now Evelyn has joined the fight as well. Alone down to 200 HP, but thanks to Jose Diodo's presence, he won't be in any danger of actually dying. Nanasik using his flash. So Skarner not having that once he hits level 6 means you don't really have the freebie kill that can exist if that summoner spell is prepared. Both junglers are level 5 right now. Both of them incredibly powerful once they get that ultimate up and running. Huge game changer for both Evelyn and Skarner. Nanasik without a flash, though.
Yeah, here we go.
He'll be walking back into his own jungle. Jose Diodo finding a little bit of damage there with the charm. The follow-up won't complete as Nanasik tries to head back into his jungle, but Jose Diodo maintains control on the way towards the Spire and just tries to keep him away.
Cap, this is the funniest thing about this. The whole purpose of Nanasik coming mid was to relieve Cassiopeia of her duties, to send her back to base. And so hovering over what Elise Evelyn ended up doing was really well done to make it so she literally cannot go back to base without losing 2 sets of waves. So this is getting really annoying if you're looking at Unicorn's Love's perspective.
Unicorns of Love. Wow, Shadow took quite a lot of damage there. But it looks like they may try to set up a kill onto this Nautilus. It's a 3v1 dive. It's going to be a 4v1 dive. The teleport comes in. Santos could be in some trouble, but he's doing a good job with the CC here so far. Senna showing up, looking to keep him alive, able to provide the lockdown. Ase's there in the front. Santos going to be taken down. First blood over to the side of Rainbow 7 with the 4-man play in the bottom lane.
You can just tell they were communicating that as the dive was coming through. Ase recognizing that he's not going to be punished too heavily. It's not as though he had a huge wave on towards the enemy top lane turret, so it wasn't a free play. He was going to lose something for it, but he was already in a pretty huge advantage. Take a look at the top lane CS while it was happening. 57 to 36, so he already had a huge advantage. He's willing to let the rest of the map kind of pay it forward.
And before that play, before that setup, the rest of Rainbow 7 facilitating Jose Diodo's position in the enemy jungle to farm up the Wolf and the Gromp camp Jose Diodo's level 6. Anonisic is still only level 5 because of the fact that his stuff got stolen, and the enemy jungler got some EXP from a kill in the bottom lane too. So Evelynn having that advantage right now means a lot. Level 6 is so huge for this champion, moving around the map undetected. Being able to find the flanks that really define her play style will help him a ton.
Yeah.
Anonisic still not quite at level 6, even after grabbing a camp there in the bottom lane. Should have it here after the red buff.
And Cap, all of this, if you do it, like, you know, team going to be doing a VOD review of this, of course, after the game. It all stems from the mid lane matchup. And how Rainbow 7 was unrelenting in making it so Cassiopeia wasn't going to get a free base off. And they got so much for it. You know, going into the bot side camps, both the Wolves and Gromp happened because Alone is just going to be far stronger than No Man's was, who didn't have mana to his name as well. So it just bled from mid to jungle, then to bot.
I like how No Man's has gone for the Seeker's Arm Guard here at the beginning. Very effective itemization for any AP champion into an AD opponent, particularly one as strong in lane as Lucian is. But the nice part for Rainbow 7 is their jungler isn't affected by that in the same way. No Man's really going aggressive there, seeing if maybe he could get the Petrifying Gaze onto Alone, but Alone decides to hightail it out in time and does not fall victim to that one. Goes back in for a trade to farm up a little bit, but still loses about half his HP. Meanwhile, Rainbow 7 with Jose Diodo in the top lane are able to secure that Rift Herald for themselves with Camille's lane priority. You're talking about mid lane priority. Man, top lane has just been in control from start to finish. The 20 CS lead from earlier shrunk down to 15 because of the fact that Ase did roam bottom to help get that kill. But Boss is in a pretty bad spot.
Okay.
Yeah, he's in a pretty rough one. Especially since like, I actually expected him to do decently and match up and farm in the matchup. Hasn't been happening, and of course so much action has been happening through mid and bot side that we didn't get the kind of full perspective there. So he needs a little bit of help. And it sucks because Anonisic came into this game expecting these lanes to be able to stand on their own so he could farm up to 6. Right. Basically, like, free of charge, and it hasn't been the case.
No, sir. And also, because he's a Predator jungler, means he needs to make sure he gets those level 1 boots nice and early, so it slightly delays his jungle item. Runic Echoes is already done for Jose Diodo. Anonisic still doesn't have the full Cinderhulk completed, so it's still advantage Evelynn in terms of power on the map. Anonisic will give over this blue to No Man's here, allow the Cassio to have some extra spam power there in the mid lane, passes that one off just fine. Still no involvement from the Skarner to find a kill. Does have Flash ready here in a very short amount of time. Should be about 15 seconds. That one will be back up. And Flash plus ulti should be a guaranteed kill as long as no opponents have a QSS. Jose Diodo in the top lane only finds damage onto the Wukong clone, but just applying pressure to Boss, who's already having a bad laning phase, can do wonders. Seeing the enemy jungler in the top side, Anonisic calls the boys over, and it's going to be a 3-man Drake take here on the other end of the map. 10.5 minutes into the game isn't a super fast early Drake by any means, but it's a neutral objective secured for the Unicorns of Love. And honestly, Raz, they needed to secure something. They had already lost First Blood, they had already lost the Rift Herald, and they're down 1,500 gold.
At this point in the game, when the enemy team has Rift Herald and you don't know where she is, just kind of playing through Fog of War, you don't want to commit to a full fight or a gank. Just because you lose far more in the opposite side of the map if she is there, right? So I love the fact that when they saw Evelynn topside, they just went for Dragon, because they still had the time to kind of move top lane if they tried to press their advantage even further. But take a look at Anonisic. Finds 3 members bot here.
Here we go. Predator is ready to go. Jose Diodo's also here in the fight. He's going to blow up Gadget if he's not careful. Nice execution from the last Caress. As Santos goes too deep onto the enemy turret. Now Jose Diodo's trying to get himself away. Anonisic coming around. They can't find anything. Big mistake. Unicorns of Love. You guys are about to be in a whole world of hurt. No Man's going to be shot to pieces by Lucian. It's 3-0 in the bottom lane, and Rainbow 7 are about to get even more. Rift Herald summoned up. They'll already have the turret down to just about 2 plates by the time she gets her charge off. This should actually be the complete first turret for the side of Rainbow 7 over Unicorns of Love, and they are destroying their opponent.
That's a full level up from Rainbow 7 throughout the tournament. They look so much better now. Around Jose Diodo, their MVP jungler.
Yeah.
Insane. I have to correct myself, by the way. I said they thought they were going into 3 members. They didn't even see Jose Diodo.
No.
They thought they had 2 members clean, and they got humongously punished. Just take a look at this. They thought it was going to be a nice roundup on towards Leza, but Jose Diodo rounds up and gets the assassination on Gadget. Really well done.
That, strictly from a Skarner perspective, that was such a bad flash from Anonisic. When you're up against a champion like Ezreal, you can't just go for a flash pull with Alistar right there. The kill potential it's actually 0.
Yeah.
You might as well have just never used the ultimate. The rest of the team can follow up so easily. Jose Diodo, such good positioning there to get the kill onto Gadget. If you're ever trying to make a play with a Skarner onto an Ezreal, you must prime him with your E first to make sure you can stun him as soon as the ulti ends. Otherwise, he's getting away. He's Ezreal. His flash is on his E. You must be prepared to commit more than just a single ulti. And that mistake, combined with underestimating and disrespecting the Evelynn, honestly puts Unicorns of Love in the worst position we've seen them so far in this tournament.
And it's only going to get worse. Because while we did say how good this Skarner was going to be into the Evelynn, now you're going to be consistently invaded upon. The experience advantage is only going to get larger, and you don't have many options in fights.
Right. Oh, Gadget. Not a chance in the world. Jose Diodo on this Evelynn. Back to what I said in the draft. Evelynn's either invisible because she has no presence, or she's invisible because she's lurking on the flank, killing everybody in your team. And Jose Diodo is putting on a wonderful showing of this champion here in this game.
All right, even Ase recognizing that their play was bot side, doesn't want to be too greedy top lane. So the team is playing smart. This is actually the smartest we've seen Rainbow 7 play in the tournament, and this means a lot for the group implications. Because Rainbow 7 were in danger of being in a tiebreaker state with an LGD or a V3, but if they show this level of strength throughout the day, that changes instantly.
LGD is currently 1-2.
Yep.
V3 is 1-2. UOL is 2-0. If Rainbow 7 wins this game, we could see a massive amount of tiebreakers just across the board, my friend. It could be a real crazy show. As Boss gets away from the Evelynn. Good use of the clone there. Even though he gets marked with the charm, remember it does take a small amount of time before it becomes fully armed and she gets the hard CC. So pretty easy for Wukong to get away from that one. As Rainbow 7 have 3 players in the mid lane. 14 minutes and 45 seconds in means plates are gone.
Goodbye.
Means turret is gone. Means more money in the pockets of Rainbow 7 and Unicorns of Love just struggling to find a real foothold in this game at all. 8 turret plates compared to 2 really tells the story of the difference in how well the early games have gone for both of these teams so far. Honestly, just really impressed with Rainbow 7 in this early game.
And they're just taking everything. Because Ocean Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds, but Rainbow 7 feels so comfortable that they can take both mid turret without the jungler's hover, and he can go topside to cover for Ase. Take Rift Herald. They could even use Rift Herald mid and then take the dragon straight afterwards. Like, that's literally everything on the map, and Unicorns of Love don't have anything to facilitate like a defense.
Look at the total gold chart on the side of your screen right now. The 4th richest dude on Rainbow 7 has more money than the richest dude. Okay, well, now I'm lying. They're trading back and forth a little bit. But either way, the money disparity absolutely massive. Between these two teams, 5,500 gold, 15 minutes into the game. That's a solo queue gold lead, Raz.
It's pretty wild.
That's crazy stuff going on so far here. As we have the next Drake alive. Remember, first one did go over to Unicorns of Love, but Rainbow 7 seemed to not be taking any more of that. Look at the health just evaporate off of the thing, man. That Drake's going over. No contest. Anonisic walks up, but honestly, the man's got no business even being there. Shadow did some goofy stuff over the wall, tried to go in, but Anonisic's running himself away. Shadow coming in from the side. Hextech ultimatum down, looking to maybe lock these guys down. Alone grab the kill onto the Skarner. Now where the rest of the fight's going to go. Boss trying to find the kill onto Alone, but now he's just going to be spinning around. The Wukong copter not going to find the kill. Instead, he's in some trouble on his own. Here comes Cassiopeia. No man's flashing over the wall. Jose Diodo on a killing spree, trying to get himself away. Is going to be killed in return. No man's goes down. Look at that. An ace for Rainbow 7.
And they could only take one member. They thought they could outplay, but they just got squashed by Rainbow 7.
That's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, man. 7,000 gold lead. A team fight ace at 16 minutes. You lost Evelynn, but she died for the cause. Set her body aflame to the heartless sea and send her to Valhalla. She did her job. Let's take another look at the fight.
I just loved what I saw from Shadow and the rest of the team, honestly, because, like, when Alone goes in, confident that he can take down the Skarner, the rest of the team just follow. There's not a single member that, didn't get that cue. And so while it can be a little scrappy from this point, Jose Diodo recognizing that the Casio is coming into the flank and then immediately changing team aggro on towards the Casio was really smart. Because if she's a part of the fight and isn't targeted effectively, then there's an opportunity where Rainbow's Unicorns of Love can turn the fight. But at this point, seems long gone.
And oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. No. If you're a Skarner player, this is worse than Freddy Krueger, Tira Nightmare. Camille, QSS. Lucian, QSS. Ezreal, QSS. Eve, she knows this game's a jungle diff. She's not even going to buy one. She doesn't have enough respect for this Skarner to need one. She knows that would stop her from buying her headwear. And that is just unacceptable. 3-1-5 for Jose Diodo. Playing this Eve so well this game. Going to take down yet another Scuttle Crab. The entirety of the map owned by Rainbow 7, constantly posing this threat. I mean, Unicorns of Love, what are you going to do? Any brush that you walk into could have somebody waiting. Anywhere you go that isn't control warded, Jose Diodo could just be lying there ready for that flank.
And he's just scouting ahead. Yep, I found him.
He knows.
Team, I've scouted an enemy.
And we can't see the vision range, but I guarantee you he's hanging out right outside the vision range of the plant there. Boss gets away. This is such a scary situation for Unicorns of Love. The Eve is just creating an impossible play state for them. As Rift Herald summoned up in the bottom lane, it's just going to kill this turret instantly.
The funny thing about an Evelynn, I mean, you basically have already said it, which is like, they didn't even fully clear out that blue side jungle, but it doesn't matter. Like, you are pushing them so far back into their own base, just based off that pressure. The only saving grace is the turrets, the tier 2 turrets here. So they need to find a way to at least push them back. What they were doing initially was a good idea, which is just literally stacking in a bush and hoping that someone walks in, but the Scryer's Bloom was picked out and just saw them completely. And it's good that Rainbow 7, when they're moving as a squad for these objectives.
Here we go. Anonystic tries to move in and contest the red buff, but now he's going to just get shot down by the culling. The bullets over the wall just do it all. Alone picks up the kill. Alone takes the red buff. Did everything but give him the thumbs up emoji as Ase tries to just pass through the mid lane here. Look at that. Look at the beautiful blue mountains of Goldgraphia on the bottom side of your screen. Rainbow 7 in charge from start to finish. You can see that big jump there right around the 11-12 minute mark, and it hasn't stopped maintaining that momentum since. Rainbow 7 going after the Baron here. 4 players alive on the enemy team. No jungler around. Damage coming through. Senna ulti shows up. Nice engage by Alistar onto 3. The call is made. Secure the Baron. Now is the team fight going to happen? Yes, it is. Ase into the back line. Looking for no man's. Voss spinning around. Able to find a kill into Ase. Voss wants to get himself away. Able to find the second knock-up now into Jose Diodo, who gets a kill onto Santis. Rainbow 7, they lose their top laner, but they trade him away for a kill onto the enemy support. 1 for 1, and you take the Baron at 20 minutes. Raz, I will take that trade any day of the week.
Only thing you can get here, no, they can't even. I was about to say Dragon, but it's 20 seconds. That's easily contestable. So Unicorns of Love recognize that. They're going to get them on transition.
Oh, this is so cheeky. Nobody would expect them to be waiting here in this brush right beside the base.
All right, guys.
Oh.
We didn't need him anyways. We don't want the
We don't want that guy. We want this guy that's worth more. Okay, he's looking for the Ezreal. There you go. Nice follow-up. They're able to put the ground on the ground. It's Miasma on the ground. It's not the ground on the ground. It's the ground in effect on the ground. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore, but UOL has at least found themselves a kill. They're looking for maybe more, but now they're all trapped behind enemy lines. I don't think anybody's coming to save them. Shadow goes over the wall. They find the kill onto the Skarner. They find the kill onto everybody now as No Man's tries to get away, but Ase needs a little bit of revenge. Flashing out. Boss joins the other solo laner of the Unicorns of Love, alone, kiting back, keeping himself alive. Shadow shows up, throws him underneath the turret. They went all the way back there. They stuck around, they set the trap, they killed the Ezreal, and the Unicorns of Love lose 4 men for it. Everything they're doing this game is falling apart.
It's sad. And honestly, Unicorns of Love, they knew it wasn't going to be pretty if they were going to win this one. So sitting in that bush, good idea. The problem is, it's Season 10, and there's Cryer Blooms everywhere.
Oh, no. Nautilus, you just had a gameplay experience, brother. That's a Fed Eve. there's nothing else I can say about that. That was a gameplay experience. Let's take another look at what happened to Laser here. Now, this is very important. This is what you do with Skarner. You make sure you prime with the E. That way, as soon as they cleanse the ulti, you can immediately re-stun. the grounded effect, not the ground effect. Everybody makes mistakes sometimes. Then locks him in place and he can't get away. But afterwards, this kind of just looks like a party pack. Raz, they just get a whole bunch for not a whole lot. Jose Diodo going on a killing spree, taking down a Nanasik here yet again. 0-4-1. The Skarner so far behind the curve this game. Everybody having QSS, he just has no relevance.
This game is getting a little wild, and for Unicorns of Love, as I said, it kind of has to. It looks bad, but at this point, they have to try a Hail Mary to get something back. And the fact that it's a Cloud Soul means that, or at least potentially a Cloud Soul that they're playing for, they can't even use Drake as a win condition. So try any way you can to get a pick, and it has to be on Skarner. So find that next bush. That's literally what it's all about at this point. And I thought that was a really creative play because they knew that Rainbow 7 was on a late base if they wanted to contest for next Dragon. So things like that is what you have to do if you're UOL. It's just way too far behind. And at this point, we were talking about how gassed up Jose Diodo is. She has the Holy Book, 23 stacks.
Oh, man. 2 pages left before he gets to the other cover. Jose Diodo so strong on this Evelyn. If he finds anybody, he'll just blow him up. Nanasik clearing out some Krugs. Oh, no.
I found another enemy.
Oh, no, Mr. Scorpion. You are about to get got, my friend. He goes after the pole, but there's your last caress. See you on the other side, man. There is no way out of that. That is an Evelyn with a death cap. 25 stacks on the Magi's now. The Runic Echoes. Shadow might be in a bad spot. Petrifying Gaze coming out. There's the follow-up CC from Nautilus. They should be able to lock down this kill onto the enemy support, but Shadow, he's actually getting away. Good lord, man. The Alistar just said nope. He walked out to the right.
He was cosplaying Usain Bolt on that one.
He just walked away. He said, no thank you, sir. Maybe next time. And left. And now, Ase's setting up shop in the bottom lane. The tier 3 turret is under pressure. There was 2 minion waves colliding with it. He sees the chance to find a little bit of damage and walk away. And the rest of the team, they're still hanging out up here next to the tier 2 in the top lane. Should be able to secure this one pretty easy. Alone is there. He has Leza and Shadow shadowing him. Easy turret.
And this is all the things that we can see. I think a lot of people would be focusing too much on why aren't UL there to defend it. It's not simply about the pressure that Rainbow 7 are pelting topside. It's the Camille. Camille has a huge threat bot side of the map. The entire game, she's been dominating boss in the matchup.
Yeah.
So it isn't pretty. It isn't pretty at all. And Rainbow 7 can continue to split them. Should never have to fight them. Every time the Evelyn ultimate is up, she's just going to use it on anybody. There's no real frontline that can take it.
And you mentioned earlier how this game is such a level up for Rainbow 7 over the course of the play that we've seen from them so far at this tournament. And I really want to go back to that because they're 1-2. Both of their losses were bad. Their one win was a comeback, and now they are just absolutely thrashing the Unicorns of Love. Boss going back in onto Jose Diodo, nearly gets himself killed, but now the last caress is gone. That's a shutdown. Jose Diodo making his first big misplay of the game, giving that money over, and with him off the board, that's going to be Rainbow 7 at least having to ease off that pressure for 45 seconds or so.
Yeah, we finally got him. Finally.
It took a lot.
It took a lot, and it also required Jose Diodo to lose a few cells, brain cells, before they could finally pick up the Evelyn.
He was just feeling it, man. He was limit testing. Don't worry about it.
Baron is up now.
Baron's
That's
up.
16 seconds on Jose Diodo for his mistake.
You got to go for it. You were talking earlier about how you have to go for these Hail Marys. Well, tell your receivers to all go deep. It's a Baron or bust for the Unicorns of Love. Rainbow 7 moving in, looking to stop him. Boss has no ulti, keep it in mind. Shadow's able to find the 3-man knock-up. Rainbow 7 going in, looking for the engage, looking for the kills, looking for the team fight. Able to find one on DeSantis. A Nanasik going in, a Nanasik going out. No way to close the distance on that one. The Unicorns of Love, baby! Unicorns might be real, but they're an endangered species! Double kill for the Lucian, and teleports are coming in to cut off the escape for No Man's. It's No Man's Land indeed, and No Man's Land is right back at the spawn platform now. Ace for Rainbow 7!
They have a huge top lane wave tier 2. They can just end the game off this one. Rainbow 7, you heard it in the interview, it felt like it was going to be impossible for the team with how they played this tournament out, that they could take down Unicorns of Love, who were undefeated. But man, they look strong right now.
The best game of play-in so far by Rainbow 7, Jose Diodo. Summing up the entire game with 1 kill at the very end. Rainbow 7 take down Unicorns of Love, and damn do they look good doing it.
2-2 now. And we have a surprisingly long day ahead. It may just be 2 games.
Oh, yeah.
But then you talk about the tiebreakers that feel it's going to happen, right?
Oh, yeah. The stage is set, man. What? I am so impressed with Rainbow 7. I've got to sing their praises more. This is the team. I was worried for this team coming into today.
Yeah.
Like I said, their 2 losses did not look like good losses. They did not look like redeemable losses. The win was one they had to work really hard for and also depended upon some pretty big mistakes from their opponent. And then to come into today, the last day of group play for this group, and just smack Unicorns of Love in the mouth like that. Absolutely incredible from Rainbow 7. I think this looks so good for this team as this day is about to close out. And let's go ahead, let's check out Rainbow 7's Mercedes drive to victory, the bot lane turnaround that started this snowball.
I wouldn't mind being a passenger in this one. Yeah, Jose Diodo, it had to be. Just being able to be here, cover for the play. He was holding on to that Rift Herald for so long. He knew he eventually wanted to be bot side. He read the play from Unicorns of Love to be coming there, and he just saw the AD carry and took the kill.
So good.
Intellect is what it was for Jose Diodo. I thought that was a really smart play in a really smart game. So when we were talking about this team, what we heard from Rainbow 7 was that mental resilience was the key point for this team.
Yeah.
Skin, their coach, constantly kind of, it felt like guiding this team. The players themselves have been in these positions before. Like in the finals, it felt like they should have been 3-0'd. Like it was that close up against All Night, their regional rivals. But then they hunkered down, played better.
What you got to do.
Felt like they were smart. They were developing during a best of 5 and then got there. And it feels like they're developing throughout the stage of the tournament. So it really doesn't, you don't know how the rest of the group is going to turn out.
And as Rainbow 7 take over the Rift, you can be sure to check out the World's Anthem Takeover on the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify. You can stream the song, watch the full behind-the-scenes video on the making of the Takeover music video as well. And remember, you can't get this anywhere, man. This can't just occur anywhere on Summoner's Rift. This is available only on Spotify. Now, we're going to take a break, but once we return, we've got Game 3 of the day, where PSG from the PCS challenges the LJL's V3 Esports. Don't y'all go anywhere.
That PSG result, that's 2-0. We had a perfect display of both individual brilliance and some team play.
In this group, I am really now looking forward to seeing V3 face off against PSG.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, and it did take a rainbow for the benevolent Unicorns to bleed their silver blood. The undefeated streak has turned Group B on its head, with R7 ending all of that. I've got Yamato and Amazing just to get those reactions, boys. It was not necessarily what we expected, but Rainbow 7 did show the Unicorns of Love can falter.
Yeah, and especially in the fashion that they falter too, because there was so much early aggression from R7, like that Unicorns is actually able to deal with usually, but this game they fell apart.
Yeah, for sure. I think just the quality of the draft, I really like the top side, and then the Ezreal, Alistar, everything kind of pieced together. And the moment you're ahead with Evelyn, as they pushed for, the game just looked kind of over.
But we saw UOL, I mean, you were talking about them toning down that overconfidence, for lack of a better summary. But we're seeing Skarna's pulled out. They pulled out a Cassiopeia. I mean, was this is a different look, or is this more UOL goodness?
I think on paper it kind of makes sense. The Cassio into Lucian is a very old counter, but with the adaptation to the matchup, Lucian can dash forward, Lucian can win, and also on top of that, the Skarna is just a lower quality champion. It all comes down to how the early game pans out. Evelyn's ahead, game is over. Yeah,
and of course, we have to crown an Oppo player of the game, and in this one, it is none other than Jose Diodo. If he has one fan, it is I. We can see, of course, all of the highlights of what he was up to this game. Big impact from this guy.
Yeah, definitely, especially in the early game when he destroyed the enemy center in the bottom lane, hid in the bush, and suddenly made that play happen. He was really confident, and that's what I like to see from someone that has to make plays for his team to work.
He was also so active on the map the moment he got that advantage, because Evelyn, the moment she gets her blue jungle item, she just farms up to that death cap very quickly. And the tricky thing about Evelyn when she's ahead is she just covers the entire map. You need to respect her, and it's hard to make any place to come back because she becomes like a sixth member almost.
Yeah, omnipresent.
She's just omnipresent.
Omnipresent. I absolutely love it. But for more on this game, why don't we go ahead and head over to Law, who's managed to grab UOL's mid laner.
And welcome back to day 3 of Playins here. The rainbows are stronger than the unicorn, but I mean, Nomans, you're still in a good spot here to reach group stage. So can you explain what went wrong here? And was it only due to Evelyn pumping off?
Yeah, kind of. Evelyn. I mean, I still don't understand. Feels a bit frustrating. I don't know why we lose yet. But yeah, I think we should pick different champions on some of our positions. So yeah, it would be an easier game.
All right. Yeah, I mean, you can still make adjustments, and you've been very creative with the drafts that you've been using on stage so far. So I know you can't reveal too much, but do you have still some tricks up your sleeves for the next game?
Next game is LGD, right?
Yeah, correct.
Well, I don't know. I think we against LGD will just draft like good team fight comp, strong early, good team fights, and yeah, we'll see who will win.
Yeah, it's a good thing that you mentioned team fight comes here, because we've seen that LGD has an issue when it comes to approaching team fights and also objective control. So through these weaknesses, is there something that you can focus on to beat them in the game 4?
Before this game, we were watching R7 LGD game, and seems like Peanut trolling a bit. So yeah, maybe that's their weakness that we can abuse. And besides that, I don't know, like just team fight. Okay. Win team fights, win game.
Just team fight, win games. Thank you very much, Nomans, for the interview, and I wish you the best of luck against LGD later.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a break, and we'll come back in a few minutes for PSG Talon versus V3 Esports. Stay tuned.
Yeah, thank you very much, Law. I love that. I mean, it's just win the team fight, win lane, win games, practically calling Peanut a trolling legume. Madness. But either way, let's move into our next game. PSG Talon taking on V3. And a reminder that the representatives from the PCS have been impressing under unenviable circumstances. So here I go. I'm just going to fill my lungs with air. So let me explain them. Now, due to travel restrictions of visa requirements, River, Tank and Unified were not able to kick off PSG's Worlds run. In order to accommodate this, Riot offered a limited loan program, which gave PSG the mid-jungle duo from AHQ, Uniboy and Kong Yue. Plus D, as a free agent, he brought him in, taking a year hiatus from the game and then stepping back onto the Rift for Worlds. And despite all of that, PSG are still 2-1, which is testament to the strength of the PCS on this Worlds stage. But he's back, boys, Unified. First game of Worlds, only took a couple of extra days.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. Like, it should bring in more synergy in the bot lane. They should be able to play more champions, increase their champion pool, and honestly increase their options.
Is there any particular options that are at the tip of your tongue with the return of Unified?
I'm just stuck at how aptly named he is, because they are unified again.
Certainly.
But I think just
I
think just the carry champions, maybe a Twitch, maybe anything that requires a higher mechanical skill. Some of the things that require more synergy in the bot lane, maybe Braum combinations.
There's a Thresh mix as well.
Maybe Thresh mix. There was a Kalista Thresh. I don't know how relevant it is in the current meta, but it just showcases the fact that these two players can work together super well. And I think that was one of the weaknesses that were showcased against UOL when they had to pick Jhin in that situation when it's not the best pick.
Now, I'm afraid it's a nice open-ended question for you here, which is, is the damage done? Is the return of Unified a little too late? What do you think?
No, I don't think it's too late. I think they already look good. They already look pretty unified in the team fights, especially. I think now that extra bot lane strength should actually be able to make them get to that late game stage really early.
So now looking at the roster, it does still read pretty damn good, Yamato. I mean, you've already had a success with 3 stand-ins. I assume success continues with 2.
I think they should be super happy that Unicorns of Loss just lost their match against Rainbow 7, because that puts them in a position where they could potentially get a rematch, and that's going to be so big, because the last time around the draft was in such a poor condition because they drafted 3 melee champions into first pick Renekton. That's something that you can remedy, and then we might have a real game at our hands where we really test the strength of these two teams.
Fingers crossed. I'm down for that. Yeah, a little left-right good night action to round out our day, but we're not there yet. We'll be right back with Quickshot and Kadril taking to the caster desk for PSG Talon versus V3. We'll see you in a sec.
2020. You're taking a look at shots of Shanghai, China, where the play-ins group stage continues with day 3. My name is Quickshot, and I am joined at the caster desk, the World Championship caster desk by Kajal. It is a pleasure and an honor to have you here.
It's seriously an honor to be here. From finishing the season on such a low note to be at Worlds, casting, EU Masters, all these things, and bringing XL to Worlds.
It's the first time, right? I really appreciate it. Kajal, we're going to be doing the next 2 games, and if we have any tiebreakers, a couple of those as well. Quick updates for the fans and viewers at home. The 5-way tie is still alive. PSG versus V3 is up next, and if V3 wins, the 5-way tie is alive.
Oh boy.
A PSG win will secure them at least a tiebreaker game for first, and it will kill that 5-way scenario. Finally, a win for UOL over LGD in Game 4 will secure them at least a tiebreaker game for first. To summarize really quickly, half of the remaining scenarios have tiebreaker games, and half of them do not. 0, 2, or 4. I know you and I want tiebreaker games.
Oh, I want some tiebreakers. Give me some tiebreakers.
Absolutely. Now, let's turn our attention to the game at hand. PSG versus V3. Many days ago, you put some faith in V3, talking about expectations. Let's talk about how they've performed, because we've covered PSG a lot. So I want to start with the team that's really coming up against the sort of favorites in the game.
Yeah, I think V3, they've been slumping a bit. They did get the first win of the Worlds 2020 for themselves, but they've been losing the last 2 games. I think the consistent factor they've had is Archer. I think his positioning and his team fight's been really good. Just their mid-jungle's kind of been falling apart a bit. I mean, Boogie himself in the finals was playing so much Lilia. Lilia's been banned most of the games throughout the tournament, especially against him, so he's not been able to pop off as much. So the Galio did come out here and there as well, which was a really good champion, but it just feels like the synergy's not there. They've lost a couple of games, but if they win this game, oof, we're back on track.
Absolutely the case. We're on track, and that 5-way tie is still alive, which is very, very exciting. Let's turn our attention then, of course, to PSG. Now, they've got their AD carry, their starting ADC back. D is no longer playing and competing, so it's Unified. With him now back in the bot lane, and I know you and I talked a lot about what impact this is going to have. What can fans expect at home?
Well, Unified and Kaiwing have been a duo together for the last 3 years. 2017, ever since they started playing together. So Kaiwing was thrown D in it's sort of a curveball for him. I don't think D was underperforming in their victories or their losses. I think D was performing pretty well, considering he hadn't played League for over a year after retiring as a pro. So Unified's come in. It's definitely going to boost some morale. Unified was definitely a good player for their team before D came in. So now Kaiwing has his boy back. Hopefully they can pop off.
Now, what level of impact do you think it will have in terms of like comms and synergy? Of course, for Unified, this is now the first game on stage. The other 4 players have already played a couple days on stage. I imagine scrim schedule as well would have been a contentious topic, right? We've known Unified would be starting today, so you would assume and presume Unified will be backstage, playing from the hotel room, at least aware of what's going on. But this is a disruption to the team. Even though it's like getting the band back together, it's changing the formula that's worked for PSG.
I mean, the whole thing for them is the meta right now for AD carry is more sort of support-centric, Jhin, Ashe, stuff like this, the Senna. So it won't impact their gameplay too much having D or having Unified back. Obviously, Unified's more experienced. He knows the roster a lot more, so he can bring more to the table, whether it's engages or just shot calling in general. I'm sure he's been backstage watching the games, watching D, giving Kaiwing criticism here and there, because he can get like an outside perspective, right? So if D's been playing with Kaiwing, he can watch his support, give him more criticism from a third-person perspective. So maybe it's helped him improve a little bit. We never know.
I actually really appreciate that idea that when you're watching how the rest of the team plays, you can not only impact your own performance, but the rest of the team. Just a brief update for everyone watching at home. There is a small delay on stage with starting picks and bans. So while the referees and the QA team work through that one, we'll be able to listen to the lovely tones of Mark Kedrell Lamont.
And Trevor.
No one likes listening to me. I would like to take a look at the standings, though, once we finish taking a look at the players. I do think I just want to remind everybody again of these stakes. You take a look in Group B, 2-1-2-1, 2-2, 1-2-1-2. There is a scenario where all 5 teams will be tied at 2 wins and 2 losses. And it is fairly complex, but the TLDR is that we will play 4 games to determine the seeding and round out who advances to the group stage, who makes it to the bracket stage. And that means we are potentially in for a lot of extra League of Legends today.
A lot of extra League of Legends. And those games will be important, right? If you can be the first one out of your group, straight to the group stage at Worlds, then you have nothing to worry. Or even though you don't have to replay the best of 5s, you're straight in there and you get your group. So, and on the other side of the hand, if you lose the best of 5, the best of 1 on the bottom side of the bracket, you're just knocked out. So both of them are a lot of pressure, especially knowing it's best of 1. I mean, the 2nd and 3rd place teams and the 4th place teams getting the extra best of 5s could help them going into group stage, into the main event if they do make it themselves. So it's lots of factors to consider. There's definitely advantages and disadvantages to both, so we'll see what happens.
Kedrell, do you think LGD will make it to group stage. It is the big topic in this group. Obviously, LPL's 4th seed, they picked up a win earlier today. Will be casting their game immediately after this one. But that result, I think, will dominate the headlines, will dominate social media for a little bit, just because of how big of a result it would be.
If LGD get knocked out, man, 4th seed from China, I'm mind blown, honestly. I mean, UOL looked a bit shaky in their game. They got a little bit stomped by Red side of Rainbow 7, so LGD definitely coming in with lots of confidence. They did pick up a win today. I don't think their win was so convincing. I think their draft was convincing. They definitely changed things up in the draft. They went for the Ornn, they went for more scaling, more teamfight-oriented picks. I think they had the game in the bag in the first 15-20 minutes. Just there was a lot of key mistakes in their fights, lots of bad decision-making. But they did pull out the win in the end, which is exactly what they needed. If they were sitting at 0-3, man, that would be a horror. So now they're 1-2. They definitely have a chance, but UOL's in their way.
I mean, UOL, also just lost the game very handily. And in terms of morale, motivation, confidence, being smashed that hard by Rainbow 7 with the 1-3-1 comp that they had. Yeah, they were. And especially when they were on the red side, picking that Skarner into the Camille, the Ezreal, the Lucian, it didn't work for them. So there's a lot on the line for that UOL LGD game after this.
I mean, yeah, it didn't work, honestly. I mean, the concept and idea behind it was good, but props to Rainbow 7, right? You lost a couple of games, you did beat LGD yesterday, but you come in with so much confidence and you just bust out the Lucian, Camille, Evelyn comp, a 1-3-1 comp when it's like a teamfight Ornn meta. That's crazy.
During the interview with Law during Countdown, they were also talking about how the pressure, being down like one game away from elimination, actually helped Rainbow 7 focus, helped them really get in the mindset to be able to play. So let's see. I mean, the pressure is not going to be higher for everyone else playing at the moment. Rainbow 7, they finished their group stage 2 wins, 2 losses, and they are awaiting the results of these next 2 matches before we find out about tiebreakers. And as you can see on stage just a moment ago, there were a number of tech and QA staff behind the V3 members, so they're still working through the issues. While we've got PSG on screen, I do want to bring us back to Unified. I do have some stats, I believe, through their summer season, and want to just put a bigger highlight on maybe Unified's champion pool, some of the expectations. I know he played a lot of Aphelios, towards the end of summer. That's obviously not as prevalent now, but I heard a discussion on the analyst test during Countdown as well around how the synergy with Kaiwing and the unlocked or wider champion pool is really going to diversify and open up options for PSG.
Yeah, he has the Ashe, he has the Kalista on his belt, so they definitely have a lot more flexibility. D came in, he played a bit of Jhin, a bit of Senna. But Unified, I think the whole key thing for Unified now being back with Kaiwing is it gives Kaiwing more confidence, right? He knows his AD carries limits. It's not like with D where he's unsure what he's going to do or if he's going to be safe on the weak side or if he's able to roam. Now he knows Unified well. Now he knows when I can roam, when I can push, when I can go for these all-ins because Unified's going to be right behind me. So I'm expecting this bot lane to be much more of a pressure point for the side of PSG. Maybe something you can play through if Hanabi is defaulting to the champs like the Ornn. But yeah, this mid jungle of PSG I think is the key. They really need to step up. They're subbed in from HQ. The set, the Echo did work for them. They did find some success on the Orianna as well, but they need to get good champions and they need to play well.
I mean, that set in Echo was just insane.
Yeah.
And if you are a PSG fan and you've got on board the PSG talent hype train, if they win this game, they will either take the first seed and advance to groups if LGD win against UOL.
Yep.
And if UOL beat LGD, then it will be a tiebreaker game between PSG and UOL for first, for that automatic berth into the group stage. And at the worst case scenario, second seed, and therefore being able to watch at least your opponents play that BO5 in the knockout stage that takes place in the next 2 days.
That's crazy. We have so many tiebreakers that could happen. So many different possibilities. I mean, PSG, if they do get the first seed and they make it out of groups, and then imagine like PSG makes it out and LGD doesn't, for example, you're like, what's going on? So, I mean, there's so many crazy things happening at the start of Worlds 2020. There's so many different things happening.
What I'd love to say as well is this is, of course, Kadril and my first cast on camera live together. And of course, we have the technical pause.
That's all right. More time with you. I love it.
The benefit is we've spoken so much about these teams and about these players. We do get to share some of those things with everybody at home. I do have some more assets, though. Our production team is feeding us some more clips and highlights. I believe we have some Kaiwing footage that we're going to pull up in just a moment. And again, obviously, because of the fact Unified is back today and playing with Kaiwing, I mean, he has pretty much smurfed the last couple of games.
Dude, this play was crazy. The fact that he managed just to live this 2v2, and just throughout this entire game, he was hitting so many bottles. You can see in this play, D just gets the heal in on the last
insane.
He just about lives. It's crazy.
It's so insane. And this like started the hype because we talked about how, I remember in the pregame for this, you and I were actually on the analyst desk with Machine, and we were saying how if Kongyue and Uniboy can push their duo strengths to the other lanes, that can be what unlocks. So I didn't think it was going to happen, but it did.
Look at that team fight synergy. Uniboy 3-man ult, Kaiwing instantly reacts, jumps on the backline, and they take down LGD. The team fight comp that they ran, the Graves, Oriana, Rakan, the Bard was going well for Kaiwing as well, and PSG, they're looking good, but on the other hand, I think V3 needs to step it up a little bit. I've seen some signs of hope from them, but something that they were known for is their aggression, the level 1s, just going in deep, looking for the crazy plays. I mean, Boogie in playoffs had 27% damage dealt to jungler, and if you're a jungler and you have 20% damage dealt, that's mind-blowing. I don't get it.
Yeah, it really, really is. And like you said, for V3, let's see what Boogie can do. His Lilia has found itself banned a huge amount. And this is also a team that when you look at the LJL, they were much more snowbally, much more stompy during the course of the regular season, and that kind of slowed down or tapered off in playoffs. It's actually a trend that we've seen with a lot of teams here in, play-ins, that playoffs, a few stumbles, a few changes to the meta started to impact the team.
Exactly. I think the biggest thing for me, the meta change, was people thought Renekton Nidalee was the strongest thing, and then people came in with the answer of Ornn and stuff like Shen. So things kind of got spicy in the jungle. There was like Graves, Lilia, Nidalee, Evelynn, Hecarim. People are still trying to figure out what the best scaling junglers are. We haven't seen any set jungle yet, not a single game, when even in LEC playoffs, Jankos was just first picking it every single time it was open. So there's been lots of meta shifts. I'm definitely favoring the Ornn side of things. I feel like when one team has Ornn, they're just in such a good spot because you can dive the Ornn, you can stop him getting his Ruby Crystals, but he's still going to press R.
So let's zoom out a little bit. How much has the meta surprised you? Because one of the things, again, on day one, we had Kadril's meta picks, right?
Oh, yeah.
And you definitely went with a safe option, but every single brave option that you talked about came true, right? And, has there been anything else that surprised you?
I feel like the AD carry meta hasn't changed. We'll start with AD carry. I think AD carry hasn't changed too much. We're seeing some Ashe Jinx, and I think the only sort of curveball we've seen is UOL, the Swain, stuff like the Ziggs, the Oriana bot, things like this are the only kind of mages we've seen. I think that's something that could pop up in the main event, because if you do pick something like the Senna, you can pick a mage, get the push. The Pantheon supports has been a little bit prevalent. I think the melee supports are kind of taking over right now, apart from Rakan and Thresh. Those are the main ones, but across the top side, it's still, do I play carry top? Do I play carry jungle? Do I play Lucian mid? Do I play a mage? Do I play Galio? And we've seen some Lulus. What do they want to play? I don't know.
So it hasn't stabilized yet.
Yeah, okay. It's all over the place right now.
What I would love to see is when we get to the group stage, what the teams waiting in groups will take away from it. Obviously, what's happening in the scrim schedule, we're not too sure, but there will be an impact. I do have an update for everyone at home. As teams were completing ready checks, V3 reported peripheral issues to the league officials, and after investigating the issue, it has been resolved. We are preparing for picks and bans very shortly, and as I can see, the tech crew still on stage. Let's carry on talking about the meta here a little bit, and maybe let's focus in. Do you see any priority picks or anything particular that could impact this matchup?
Another sort of surprise I've seen is the Caitlyn prio. I think Caitlyn did get the base AD nerf. She did get a little bit of a move speed nerf as well the patch before, and I think that the champ itself was such a first pick, first ban across the entire world. But as soon as we come to Worlds, I feel like perhaps the scrim results, all these teams kind of scrimming each other internationally and stuff like this, maybe the Caitlyn prio has fallen off. I mean, Ashe and Jhin are good answers to it. And
do you think it's too extreme a change? Because Caitlyn's almost non-existent, right? We were expecting or anticipating a little bit more.
No, I think the reason Caitlyn isn't being played too much, my theory behind it is the fact that you play through solo lane so much in the early game that you get your mid ahead to get the push to move the sides, or you get your top ahead if you're playing something like the Renekton Nidalee. So when you have Caitlyn, if you have to play a weak side Caitlyn, the game's already lost, right? You need to play strong side Caitlyn, you need to play strong side bot, and to get that, you need something like an Ornn or a Shen. So it depends on how flexible your top side is to pull out the Caitlyn. You need to keep the bot push, you need to get a good counter pick support. So if you do first pick the Caitlyn, for example, and the enemy team responds with an Ashe, and it's really hard to just blind something like the Morgana, they can go Karma, it's really hard to actually get the counter pick on support. So the only real value is Caitlyn on red side, but even then, you could still go for something like the Jhin, just play weak side and just play towards your top and get Herald.
I just love the fact that it does feel like there's a lot of options.
Yeah.
At the time being, we're still seeing so many different really champions across the board from top through support. And maybe like the themes are the same, like we're saying melee supports, for example. We're seeing a bunch of like AP junglers for the time being. So I am very interested to see and hope that trend will continue. Let's touch on very briefly the UOL bot lane. You talked a lot about, obviously, Caitlyn. We've seen Senna. We've seen Ashe. What about the Oriana? What about the Swain? I think Machine and Amazing and Yamato were talking about on Countdown, but do you think this is just because of the players, just because of Gadget and UOL? Or do you think there is a meta reason that maybe we'll see more?
I think Gadget is very, very good at these mages. Swain, Ziggs, we've seen so many different mages from Heimerdinger, we've seen in the LCL and stuff. So, I mean, if you look at the draft, they kind of, if you remember the game against, I think it was V3, they went for an early rotation Oriana. So they first won to the Oriana, and it's on red side. So you have an Oriana flex, which it's not a flex, it's not happening.
And then they picked, UOL it is.
Yeah, and then they picked Galio Cartus, and No Man's Much just said, man, hey Gadget, if you play that Orianna bot and just clear waves and play weak side, lock me my Cassie and I'll carry, and then, well, he did it. So props to him. So, man, I think the Ziggs is a mage which lots of AD carries can play, but when it comes to like Swain, Orianna, stuff like this, I mean, we even saw sometimes in new masters there was Hjarnan playing Galio AD, he was playing Jhin mid and his mid lane was playing Galio AD Knight, so people really want to spice up the meta, and I think it all comes down to draft. If you have the last pick and you have a really crazy counter pick, then you can maybe pull it off.
What I love about this, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, is if we see a Jhin mid and a Galio bot, you heard it here first, okay? It happened in EU Masters. Hjarnan, with the Heimerdinger, he is going to claim dibs on that in terms of the impact. Kadril said it on air, so that will be the world first. Of course, we need to go all the way down the rabbit hole. And once again, just an apology to everybody who is at home waiting for the game. So are we. There was that peripheral issue that was reported by V3, and I think I can see a lot of the tech stuff sort of making their way off stage. So I don't have any concrete updates for you as of yet, but the moment we do, we will be jumping into picks and bans. And for PSG, this game is crucial. A win will at minimum guarantee a tiebreaker game for the first seed. At minimum, guarantee a shot at groups.
Here we go.
And that is it. We are into draft for game 3 of day 3 of Playins stage. Straight out the gate, Nidalee finds herself in the ban.
Yeah, I'm expecting a Lilia ban too, perhaps even an Ashe ban from the side of PSG. Lilia is one of the most strongest champs for Boogie, so they ban Nidalee, they ban Evelynn. Is it going to be a third jungle ban? Perhaps. And I'm expecting V3 to respond with maybe an Echo ban or a Graves ban, something to shut down Kongyue, because these are the most successful champions.
What do you make of blue side Lilia bans? Because for the most part, I've seen a red side, but just infrequently every now and again, some teams are banning it blue.
Yeah, Kongyue hasn't shown us any Lilia yet, so if he does feel comfortable in the champ, I would expect it to be first picked. I expect it to be banned away, and then V3 respond with something like an Echo or a set ban. Look for something like the Ashe first pick. So the set ban does come in, but they're the ones banning it themselves.
How much of a gamble is it if you do not ban Lilia now on V3 side to give that to Kongyue, seeing what impact Kongyue and Uniboy have had on this game?
It's an Ashe or a Lilia ban, I think. Or you can trade them both, right? It depends on which one you prioritize the most. So it could be a Lucian ban as well, so you could just go for the 1-1 trade.
There's so many picks.
But I'm just surprised that PSG ban away the set. That's something that they were playing, right? The set, the Echo, so it's a bit of a different storyline there, so we'll have to see. They do ban the Lilia, so I'm expecting something like the Ashe, the Lucian, these kind of champions coming out. Even Ornn has been such a prevalent champion. I think first picking Ornn is not a bad idea.
Okay, let's see what PSG decide to go with. Gonna be, of course, we'll be locking in the first champion for the squad. And with so many picks that are sort of high priority, it will indicate just the direction this team wants to go. Also remember that Unified is back in the roster, and very good call. Ornn is locked in.
Now Archer has been, for me, one of the best Ashes in playing so far, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go for the 1-2 Ashe. Renekton's still open. You don't have many AP junglers open. When you do play Renekton, you do want to play an AP jungler. You don't want to play something like Renekton Lee Sin. I think it just doesn't work together as well. So they could respond with top here. They could go for an early mid pick as well, something like a Mage or a Galio or something like this. So they are going to go for the Ashe. So I'm expecting something like a top pick here as well. Just counter the top, leave third pick for a counter pick when they do choose something on the 2-3.
What I like about this so far, though, is, Kadril, you've got your finger on the pulse of the world's meta. You talked about Ashe, you talked about Ornn, how they are very, very important, especially in the context of the bans. So there is the Ashe locked in. Now, Unified, as he's back with Kai Wing, I do want to ideate, what would you like to kind of see running into this Ashe? You know, what options are available?
Well, we've seen the Kalista from the side of Unified, but I don't think that's so good. So they do pick the Renekton to the Ornn. Pretty smart choice, I think, there. The Senna's still open, the Jhin, so I would expect one of those to be picked away, because if they don't get picked now, I think it's going to be banned out, unless he has something like the Ezreal up his sleeve, or even a Mage. Maybe he's been hiding a Mage from us, but I doubt it. So the Senna comes through, as to be expected. Now, Uniboy, he can pick up a mid laner here, or they can look for a jungler. I think picking support now is a bit risky, unless it's something like the Nautilus or the Thresh. I think it could get counters, because they do have the 3 pick for the support on the side of V3, but an expected draft so far, I'd say.
Okay, not too surprising. You can see both Senna and Ornn, by the way, 100% win-loss throughout the course of play-ins. I know that Ornn, 4 games picked, 4 victories secured. There's only been 13 games played, and if this Kindred does get locked in, it will be the second time for today. It's one of those champions that does have a number of sort of counters into it, and we were talking backstage, especially with Amazing, around how you can shut that pick down.
Now, will he go Elise again? He has shown us an Elise game. They could go for the Renekton Elise. I think it is really strong. I mean, their only win is with the Elise, so I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that. So that looks like they're hovering Galio. I mean, if they do pick Galio, I'm expecting mid bans, and then look for a last pick support, 4-pick jungle. Something like this would be good. But the normal counters to Kindred, are the Kazakhs. AP junglers normally are kind of banned out, so you can't really go for those. So they are going to go for the Galio. So I'm expecting 2 mid bans here against Boy.
Okay, 2 mid bans, and then I'm just going to throw it out there. Galio could maybe go support.
He could.
I'm expecting it. I'm expecting it mid,
but Ace has been a really good Galio player. It's been one of his best champions so far in the PCS. So.
Yeah, exactly. Ace from the LJL, of course, from V3.
Yeah,
but I've got it in my head that because of how crazy some of these drafts have been, anything that could be flex, I'm keeping it in mind.
Fun fact: Ace was 5-0 on Galio in the LJL,
so he's going to be getting
it. By him. So yeah, the mid bans come out. There's the Orianna. You could see something like a Syndra as well, just to make sure Galio has the best matchup possible. And the side of PSG have some jungle bans here to free up the Kindred.
Also, how safe are both of these drafts thus far? You've got some team fight, you've got some sort of long range, non-committal engage in the Asher or the Ornn ultimate. You can go team fight. There's also some pick. Like they're looking well rounded thus far. How do you want to see the teams sort of closing out with Orion and Karthus finding themselves?
I think we're going to see a double team fight here, comp here. The Galio can play over side, but if they were to put the Galio support and pick something maybe like a Camille mid, you could play 1-3-1. I don't expect really anything like that, anything sort of pulled out like that. So I'm definitely expecting teamfight comps here. Nautilus, Leona, melee supports, perhaps a Rakan or a Thresh for the side of PSG. The Bard ban does come out, so I'm expecting... Is that going to be a Brown pick? Because they have got the Ornn. They could look for the Ash Brown comp.
I love the Kaiwing Bard ban. I'm seeing the impact that he's had thus far. And like I said, I mean, Braum into that bottom lane, very good. Into the Ornn, help a lot. Karthus was the other option. And we need to see what Archer will be running in the jungle coming up. Correction, Boogie will be running in the jungle. They're up against Conjurer.
So they do ban away the Elise, which I expect to pick on 3. Renekton Elise. It's not very good in this meta, but a couple years ago it was a very strong dive comp. Last year,
I remember well.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, Elise Renekton is as old as time. And if the Leona gets locked in, it won't be quite as sort of defensive as the Braum, obviously. But that support counter pick.
Is that Sylas top? Or is that Sylas jungle?
Sylas mid, Galio support.
It could be Sylas jungle as well. I mean, there's almost 5, there's sort of like 5 AP junglers banned out here.
Do you like Sylas jungle on this patch?
No, it's horrible. You can't clear your camps. It's horrible, especially into Kindred. So I'm expecting that to be a Sylas top. Keep the Galio flex alive, so they are going to go for the Rakan, as expected. Really good engage. Not a bad lane phase, so...
If that's Sylas top, Renekton mid, Galio support, but like this is the problem I have with V3's comp. There's too many options. The professional response, ladies and gentlemen, from Cadril is bruh.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. They have 2 flexes here. I mean, Renekton mid could happen. It depends on what PSG pick. If they pick up something like the Syndra, which I expect to be banned away alongside the Orianna, then I doubt the Renekton's going mid. I'm expecting Galio to go mid here now, and then the Sylas going top into Ornn. They're going to last pick jungle, but what? No, it's going to be Sylas jungle, please.
Okay, so tell me why you don't like Sylas jungle. You talked a little bit about how he can't clear effectively, and we will get a few seconds to find this out in a moment.
I think it's Sylas jungle. The problem with Sylas jungle is you need a heavy leash. If you get invaded level 1, you are... Yeah, you're going to be really far behind. I mean, Sylas jungle really spikes on his Runic Echo spike. I think when he has that item, he is a good jungler. When he has the Runic Echoes, he's really strong.
Okay.
But we are looking at a Sylas jungle here. The only problem with Sylas is the early clear is not very good. Neutral objectives are very hard. And it is a Sylas jungle.
All right.
Damn, I'm excited, honestly. I love Sylas jungle. Last year, I loved it. I always liked to 1-2 it when it was strong, but nowadays the clear is very, very poor. So, I mean, it gives a lot for PSG to play with. They have so much early game pressure now, just based on the fact that the Sylas' clear is not going to be as fast as Kindred.
Put this then into perspective. Of course, you've got the wave clear from the Galio, you've got the lane pressure of the Renekton that's going up against the Syndra and the Ornn. So if Boogie on the sides needs to be protected early, it feels like the V3 comp has that capability if they execute well.
Yeah, I mean, they have the Ashara for engage. They're going to have the Ornn ult from the side of Sylas as well. I don't think there's any other hugely good ults apart from perhaps the Kindred or the Senna. The Rakan ult can help if you do get stuck in there, but the Ornn is basically what the Sylas is targeted at. I think it helps with the engage, it helps with the Ashara. They have the Galio ult for the Renekton over side lane, so I think regardless of the side lane push, this is going to be a teamfight comp. I'm expecting Ashara or Leona ults to come out, just instantly engage onto their front line, and wow.
You would call that a meatball comp, as it were. Like, everybody with the exception of Ash wants to be running into the faces of PSG from V3. Now, turn our attention to V3. They've got that Syndra in the mid lane. They've got the Ornn, the Kindred, the Senna. There is some time that needs to come in, maybe for every lane, maybe accept that Syndra, you know, get some items up, farm up some stacks on the Senna. How do you expect PSG to play the game out, and what are their win conditions?
Well, they have got good early mid push into the Galio. They have a winning jungle matchup early as well. The bot push is contested, I'd say, but they have Ornn into Renekton, so you can either have two choices here. You play through mid, so the Syndra Kindred shut down the Galio as much as possible, because I think their 2v2 mid jungle is definitely favored to the side of PSG, and you can use that pressure to sides. Do you want to go use your mid jungle prio to top to defend the Ornn to make sure you can get the push, or do you want to use it to bot to maybe look for some threat and some dives, make the Ashe do some CS? So PSG have a lot to play with, whereas the side of V3, I think your mid lane might be getting pushed in. You have to play for the Renekton early to get him ahead so that the mid game fights he can pop off, but if you have a losing mid jungle matchup, it's going to be a bit difficult, so they have to pull something out, I think.
Well, let's see execution. What I really like is you've got slightly different focuses on both sides of the rift.
What I would love to see is Reyna on the Leona just like push out 3-wave spot and just base and run top or something. Just something crazy like this is what they need to do, I think, to unlock the game to top. Otherwise, stall games out, drop a couple neutral objectives, get Sylas to 6, take the Ornn to look for some Herald fights perhaps.
Oh man, okay, let's see what happens in terms of the opening minutes of gameplay. Just a reminder, if you want that 5-team tie and 4 tiebreaker games, you are a fan of V3 right now. And if you want to see PSG one step closer to the group stage, a PSG win will guarantee them at a minimum a tiebreaker game for first.
Now, Trevor, I've done some research here, and Boogie has played one game of Sylas jungle.
How did it go?
He had a KD of 24 and he won. So
that's pretty exceptional.
I can see the reasoning behind it. There was 5 AP jungle bans. You know, you had like Lilia, Nidalee, Elise, Karthus. All these champs were banned out. So he went for the Sylas. It is an AP jungle. You do need an AP jungle with Renekton. I think that's rule number 1 of Renekton. You're breaking the law if you pick Renekton Lee Sin. We saw it earlier today. I didn't like it at all. So the AP jungle does come out eventually. It was kind of the last one he had, apart from something like a Gragas perhaps. But if it's his comfort, respect. He should go for it.
And I also think when you look at the options for ultimates that he can hijack, you know, Ornn ultimate, Kindred ultimate, Syndra, I mean, even Rakan, you could argue that the Dawning Shadow is maybe the least exciting, but even that, in the context of a team fight comp where if you have the rest of your squad going forward, there are a lot of tools that he can play with if he can get that hijack in the right place at the right time.
And the Senna ult helps for sides, right? You have the Galio, Renekton goes all in, the Galio ult comes out, Sylas is just doing Herald or something, just pops his Senna ult across the map, so I'm excited to see how he uses it. I mean, I will give some warnings here. Sylas jungle clear is, I think it is one of the slowest junglers in the meta to actually clear camps. He gets very, very low. Sometimes you need he's definitely going to need a big leash, so they're going to know where he starts as well, so let's see how Kongyue plays around it.
So once we get into the game, let's focus very heavily on this matchup in the jungle. The Kindred versus the Sylas. Let's take a look at what Kongyue on that Kindred can do, because it has been him and, in my eyes, Uniboy, who have had such a heavy hand in the victories that PSG have been able to string together. But their composition with that Kindred jungle, Syndra mid, that can be what can be pushing into the Galio early, get pushed into the jungle if they can get past that Windsor.
Yeah, they need to play with each other like properly here. They've got the Syndra, they've got the Kindred. They have been on AHQ together, so they are very strong mid jungle. They've been together for a while, so what they need to do, what I want to see is maybe gank mid early, try and get Ace's flash, push him in as far as possible, and then go into the jungle, try to find Boogie, shut him down. Use the Syndra as well. It's sort of like your tool to shut him down as well, and then just keep giving each other favors, right? Kindred ganks mid, Syndra goes and helps you shut down Boogie, so we'll have to see how they play it, but that's exactly what they need to do.
Well, thank you so much for waiting with us, and apologies about that delay earlier before picks and bans. We are finally onto the Rift with PSG Talent taking on V3 Esports. I'm going to quickly look down the summoner spells, and I can see 2 teleports apiece. Not seeing anything too crazy.
Predator Galio.
Thus far, and that is what caught my eye. Predator Galio, what does it tell you about his expectations?
Oh, he wants to drop waves and run sides. I think you're expecting, I mean, you could expect Ace to drop a mid wave or 2. Just make sure when he got his boots early, just run top, run bot, look for these dives. So he will have push in top. I expect them to have push in bot as well with this Ashe Leona. So their mid lane's definitely where PSG needs to play through. I think it's their only real reliable source of sort of prio. So Ace, if he can free himself up, maybe look for a TP bot, level 6 ult bot, or just try to get an early roam, then he can definitely... The way Ace wants to play it basically is make sure one of his sides is winning so hard enough, perhaps even V3 gets early first blood, then Reyna can move to mid on cooldown basically, so Kai being stuck under his tower, so then Ace can push the wave. So it's all like a buddy system essentially. So V3, they need to play to help Ace this game, I'd say.
You make it sound so easy.
Well,
But that does come down to then execution, and you did mention the very heavy leash. So if you see Boogie on the map, he currently has some support from Paz, the Renekton, in that northern quadrant. It does look like it's matched by Kongyue and Hanabi. They're starting blue buff, and it does look like Boogie's going to get that very heavy leash.
Yeah, he needs a very, very heavy leash in this jungle. Sylas clear, not the best. So normally what Sylas do is they go red Golems Raptors or red Raptors into bot side to get that early level 3. So I'm expecting Boogie to just kind of clear his camps as much as possible early here. Try to take as little damage as possible as well, so he can sustain as much as he can. But I'm expecting early base from Boogie, buy the machete, and then carry on. As we see Ace's runes there, the Predator.
Exactly. I love the fact that the production team are showing us the runes. And now we need to judge how effective it works out, right? Keep an eye on when he pops that Predator, eventually what impact it does have. And if he can get either Paz or Archer so far ahead that they can then start to unlock the rest. Because one of the things you did mention was Reyna, push the waves out, early back, and then just go gank a lane with that Zenith Blade.
That's what I'd love to see, the LPL special, you know, have a level 1 fight around mid, why not? So, yeah, V3 having the bot push, I think they have the top push too. And Boogie, he does go Red Raptors Wolf, so he won't get level 3 from this camp, so he does need to do one more. So Kongyue could punish that, but Archer will spot him out.
When will be the first time that you expect Kongyue and Boogie to maybe interact with one another?
Well, Kongyue could run into his jungle now, but the problem is Ace actually did get the mid push. He is looking for a mid gank. This is exactly what I wanted to see. So he is looking in. They have no vision, but Ace looks kind of safe.
Justice Punch backwards. We'll get a couple of autos here from Kongyue. The Dance of Arrows as well. That's another one. Manages to chuck out Wolf, and Ace escapes. No flash blind.
Playing through mid, exactly what I like to see. He didn't go for the invade on Boogie because of the bot push. Reyna can instantly move, and a level 2 Leona is quite deadly. So Boogie is looking here. He's pinging on the way. Maybe Reyna moves up. He can fight him here.
All right, Boogie's going to get some damage down using those chains. Drops Kongyue to 300 HP, but backs away. Uniboy had the first move, so was no support coming from the mid lane for V3.
V3's bot lane's moving though, and this is the stack for the side of Kongyue. So Reyna, that's the bot push coming out here. They're going to have first power on this crab, and Uniboy needs to push in mid. Ace can always respond in base and TP if there is a fight, so good play from the side of V3, using that bot push into mid to make sure they secure the early crab. And now Boogie, does he want to go through mid and take the other crab as well? He could do that, or he can move into the bot side and look for like a 4-man dive if Ace wants to TP down.
Let's take a look at the time being. Boogie's going to make his way over the wall, jumping in towards the Krugs. Kongyue is going to use that Dance of Arrows. This is now going to turn into an exchange. Smite has already been chucked out. Boogie starts to back away. Double buffs for Boogie. He's going to flash defensively, and he gets pushed out of the jungle.
I think Boogie's thought process was Kongyue losing the crab. He expected him to go towards the topside crab. You can see he's pinging it now. So he thought Kongyue went topside to get the opposite crab. But so he thought he could take his golems, maybe look for a 4-man bot play. But now the double TPs from the side of the mid laners coming in here. They're going to push the mid wave in.
Damage. Very good push back there from Uniboy, sort of expecting it or aware of it. So Ace cannot connect with the taunt, and Uniboy backs out without taking any damage.
Good response from Boogie here. Instantly reacts from Kongyue being bot side. Goes for the top crab. Ace TPs in to help him out. So this will be Kindred's other stack. You see if one crab dies and it's Kindred stack and the other one lives, then the stack will eventually go to the other crab if it stays alive. So Kongyue losing another stack here, and Boogie's doing pretty well overall. Kongyue hasn't been able to punish him because of the pushing lanes and bot, and Boogie is going to get his jungle item for free here. He's not going to get punished.
Okay, so you're getting a little bit more excited about the Syndra, the Sylas rather, from the jungle. I mean, was that early game or was the early clear that you were nervous about? There is still a flash here for Ace.
Yep.
No support from Boogie. Managed to get the Justice Punch off once again. Flash blown. That's the chase forward and taken down. First blood PSG.
Good play from the side of Kongyue. He's identified how to unlock this game. Both sides are pushing in, go through mid, try to get the mid push. Ace didn't have to flash earlier. He had to flash now, and he died. He doesn't have TP either, so he's going to lose a huge wave. So PSG needs to use this mid jungle prior to sides. Try and get the push there and then look for these early objectives.
And this is exactly what you were setting up during the draft, Kadril. Kongyue and Uniboy combo together the Kindred Syndra, punish the Gallia.
Paz TP'd in.
Now Paz TP'd into the mid lane. There's no flash for Kongyue. He's going to try to get run down. Ruthless Predator will connect with a stun. Boogie needs to find the chains, will not be able to do so. And Kongyue is able to escape. Paz may have lost a few CS there in that top lane, as it looked like the wave was crashing into his tower.
Yeah, he lost the wave there. He thought he could catch Kongyue, no flash, greeting for those Raptors, but now PSG is in such a good spot. They've got a 1,000 gold lead. They got the first blood inside of Kongyue. I'm not sure if that was his stack or not, but Habani has TP advantage now, so Hanabi can look for these early TPs bot. If V3 push too far into bot side, like they have been doing for the first couple levels, if PSG can get a ward behind them and a TP comes in, I'm expecting there to be a couple kills down there, so V3 needs to be very aware of the TP advantage, and Paz needs to keep the push up. Maybe he can cancel him here and there.
Okay, let's keep an eye then on how this plays out. Ace, as you mentioned, is now back in that mid lane, moved his way down, pushed a couple of wards, very deep vision here for V3. There's that control ward just outside the red pit of PSG's southern jungle, and immediately Boogie's making his way back, and here's this replay of that mid lane gang.
Yeah, you can see Kongyue dashes forward, gets the E on him, so he's slowed, and then flashes flash forward. Kindred damage in the early game is really, really high, and it's good that they both committed their flash there to make sure they got the first blood. So now, how can they use that? Kongyue's got double longsword, Boogie still hasn't based, so his tempo meter is it's kind of in the pavement here. I think Kongyue is going to give over the blue buff, make sure he can keep up the mid push, so... Can they look for these early dragons? They have TP advantage, that's definitely something they can look for, or do they want to look for an early swap and try and get the Herald? So Kongyue is looking topside now.
There may not be the most optimistic Flash and Dominus for Paz's Renekton. Not exactly the most diveable of champions.
Is he looking for an invade here?
Although to be fair, with a Hanabi with access to that Call the Fort card.
Boogie expects this.
Level 5 be level 5. Boogie's going to step forward. Wolf is once again fired out as Kongyue starting off the Brambleback. Look at the minimap. Both top laners going to be fighting inside the Tribush. Boogie level 5 against Kongyue's level 5. Hanabi takes a lot of damage from Paz's Renekton, and the Blast Cone over the wall pushes Boogie to safety. That's a reset on the Brambleback. Look at the minimap. Again, PSG, the ones pushing forward because of the Syndra early power.
Yeah, I don't think they can win this 3v3 early. I think Boogie's not that strong. I mean, the double longsword on Kongyue means his damage is so high, and Syndra pulling over the red buff for Kongyue here. He's going to get the next crab as well, so he's going to deny the stack. He's going to get the stack, sorry, the stack just spawned, so Kongyue is picking up a stack here, so he's in a good spot. So now, Drake's still up, Herald's coming up now as well. There's only a TP for the side of PSG, so how do they want to play the map? V3, they have huge bot push. Do they want to use it? Do they want to look for an early Drake, trade it for the Herald? Do they want to push in this bot wave base and go towards top side, be first on the objective? But PSG still playing through mid here, I like it.
And Ace currently has no flash available. Does have that ultimate, and Boogie was relatively nearby. But 500 gold difference, that's that big advantage that PSG picked up thanks to the first blood. Has not ballooned just yet, but take a look at the mid lane. Uniboy's up 20 CS over Ace's Galio. Repeated ganks, repeated pressure from Kongyue, invades from Uniboy into the jungle of V3. This is how PSG have won their games previously. That duo, mid duo, moving the pressure elsewhere. And if you look at the minimap again, by the way, Ace just about to get solo. Uniboy dunks Ace.
Man, that's gotta hurt. Whew. No flash, he gets stunned up, and the Scout of the Week comes out and he just gets popped. So Uniboy is playing so well around this. Do they want to use this mid push into Drake now? I think they have a really good window for it. They have TP as well, so V3 basing here. I think Archer's gonna have to go back and catch the wave. I don't think he can go towards Herald just yet. And I like the vision control from PSG. They've got really good ping setup.
Beautiful, beautiful play here from PSG. The solo kill onto Galio, no less. Merc treads were just picked up, and we're actually getting a picture-in-picture replay. I mean, this is just like get hit by skill shots, die.
He's playing dodgeball with him under the tower. He hit 2, then he goes for the third one, I believe. Gets the stun as well, and just pops his full combo on him. And Ace not respecting the damage dealt there. He does use the W to try and reduce the damage coming in, but well played from Uniboy. He's using the matchup really well. He got the punish from the side of Kongyue as well, and he's playing it so well, but they're looking at a top dive here. Ace has ult, so it's going to be a 3v1. There's no TPs on Uniboy.
Hero's entrance, hijack as well. Boogie's going to look for the hijack. Call the Forge Guard is available. We might see double. Well, there comes the Hero's entrance. That's a great knock-up from Hanabi.
Boogie has Tara girl.
Boogie's going to go down. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and it should not have gone down that way.
Oh, it's a horror 1-for-1 against the Ornn. No, it's a disaster. I mean, Ace does pick up the kill, so it's going to help him out in the lane phase, but he's going to lose mid waves, and the fact that V3 used all their tempo topside means that they're going to lose Herald as well. Mid's pushed in. Kaiwing's coming up, so they've lost Drake, they've lost Herald, they went 1-for-1 against the Ornn, so that's not what you want, and Boogie still hasn't picked up his Runic Echoes, and they're losing plates in mid as well.
This is terrifying. Nearly 10 minutes into the game, nearly 1,000 gold advantage. There is still the Rift Herald that can push even faster, will help with even more plates, that'll give you even more gold on the side of PSG. But we did say that both of these comps were kind of looking to do some team fights, and like, wow, Kongyue and Uniboy really just want to take over this game. Rift Herald summoned. That'll get at least a plate and a half.
You didn't see that there. All ultimates were used in bot side there. PSG and V3, all of the ultimates were blown. No combat summoners apart from Reyna's flash. So there was a fight down there. It looked like PSG was favored, but PSG pick up this mid tower. It's going to crash on the second one as well. So Uniboy is unleashed. Oh, he just got it on the altar. Did you see that?
Very good, very good. Preventing that damage onto that inner turret. But Ace is down 25 CS, lost his mid tower already. That Predator Galio unlock to play around side lanes, that gameplay now changes drastically because you don't have control of your mid lane.
And it goes back to the drafts, right? They third picked the Galio, they banned the Orianna. We discussed the Syndra ban as well, but they decided to go for the Bard, but it's kind of biting them in the butt now, right? The Syndra's taking over, he's got mid tower, he's a kill up, 20 CS like you said, so Uniboy picked up the Luna's Echo now, so he can just push in the waves and moves to sides wherever he wants, so Where's going to be the next objective for PSG? Is it going to be bot side? Is it going to be top side? I mean, playing into bot side is pretty good. You have the Rakan ult. Kongyue and the Uniboy can always move first, but Ace has TP, Paz has TP coming up as well, so it is a bit risky.
Put your head, into the minds of V3. This is potentially their last game at the World Championship. Potentially. If they lose this game, they are going to be looking at LGD and UOL to try and help them out. If they lose this game, and then LGD lose their game, it will end up being a tiebreaker for elimination. We could be in a V3 versus LGD tiebreaker for 4th and 5th.
That's scary.
That is one of the possibilities. It's terrifying.
Yeah.
But V3, they still have themselves like a shot. Yes, it's a 2,000 goal deficit, and yes, they are clearly behind the game this time around. But you can't deny the engaged power of Ash, Leona, Galio, with Silas as well. So there is 1 or 2 fights potentially where they can look for some opportunities, but they cannot make any more mistakes.
Yeah, they can definitely pull the trigger here. We can see Kongyue has decided to go towards the top side. Kaiwing does have a lot of move potential, so there is going to be a 3-man stack on top. Boogie gets engaged on. He does have the flash.
So much damage. Mounting Dread, Wolf Frenzy,
Yes, the flash.
as well as another solo kill. That's actually going to help out. I think Boogie managed to hijack the Kindred ultimate, gets 1 heal, gets
Paz
a
has
second
flash.
heal, right back into the fight. Here comes Paz, Slice, Dice, dominating Slice, and that's so much damage onto Hanabi. All of a sudden, 2 quick kills, and remember, Kongyue chased that. Kongyue pushed into Boogie, and he hijacked the Lamb's Respite.
Kongyue had so much damage on the side of Boogie, but I guess he didn't consider the fact that he could just take his ult and ult himself and just keep himself alive, and then Kongyue was way too far forwards. Paz came in with the TP, and he was around the side and just managed to pick up the kill, so that's a double kill for the Renekton, and he's going to get loads of plates, so a win condition achieved for the side of V3. Play to the Renekton. They have some kind of win condition now.
Unbelievable. Kongyue, it looked so good. I think for half a second, I expected Paz to just go down after the Dance of Arrows, but he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, they have really good mid push here. You can see them moving together. Kongyue waits for Uniboy. He steps forward. He just about sees Boogie and then lands the E, lands the Red Smite. He has got Warrior in this engage, so he has so much damage. And then you can see Paz's TP on the minimap on that pink on the red buff. Boogie takes the Kindred ult, pops it himself. Kongyue has helped himself. Looks like a pair of eyes. And then Paz comes in from the side, takes out Kongyue, and then Hanabi is stuck on his own. It's a kind of like a 1v3. Ace around the side with the TP as well. He's looking to get into the fight, so double kill for the side of Paz, but double TP used. So that means PSG's bot lane could get something out of that.
All right, 3 assists for Boogie, 2 kills for Paz. He's already got the Blade of the Rune King completed. He's got a marginal CS advantage, but Ace on that Galio is currently sitting 30 CS down. Ace is still dead. I didn't see how he died during the course of that replay. I assume we may get an action
Looks like Uniboy picked him up somewhere.
Or maybe our observers can just give us a brief update on how Ace died. And this is now the second dragon. PSG already in position, but it does look like V3 want to contend.
You can see Paz is dropping. He's dropped 2 top waves already and a plate just so he can be on time for this dragon.
That's the engage. Archer's forced to flash. He gets away with his life for now. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is dropped, and now PSG in full retreat. Reyna looking for the Zenith Blade and the Shield of Daybreak, and that's the flash cleanse from Unified. Teleport advantage for PSG means they've got the numbers for now. This is a 5-on-3. Another Zenith Blade re-engage. Here comes the Hero's entrance. Massive slam. Hero's Justice Punch backwards as now Ace is running for his life. The Winter Ward simply didn't do enough. There's not enough damage. There's not enough follow-up. Here comes Paz. 1, 2. Ruthless Predator looking for a third. Won't just find it. Now Paz is in the retreat. Once again, the winds are spat out, but the scatter, the weed will kill the Meek. Ace runs for his life, and that's a knock up into the air for Archer. He's in trouble. The volley, as well as the Rangers focus. He gets another. 1, 2, 3 for 4 in a crazy fight in the bottom lane.
It's a 3 for 4 for the side of PSG. They had to invest double TP, and you could see Paz was dropping top waves to make sure he came in time, and he just got in the back end of the fight, flashed into the back line, managed to pick up 2 himself, and Trevor, that was a crazy fight.
This is, it's ridiculous, but it ends up being a 3,000 gold lead for PSG. During the course of that fight, I found out from the production team that it was a solo kill again, Uniboy taking out Ace onto Galio. That is what put him inside the fountain. He was able to run down and use that hero's entrance from the jungle in just a moment.
You can see Kaiwing tries to catch out Arch there. He does react in time with the flash, but then Reyna once more. He knows Ace is in range. I think Ace is communicating here. I have Galio, just make sure you get in the backline. So the double TP comes in. It looks like they're backing off, but then Reyna instantly turns, gets into the backline onto Unified. The Galio ult comes out. It lands onto almost 3 people. They get so much damage in the backline. The Q follow-up. But look at Hanabi in the backline. He's tanking so much, CCing them up. Basically 3v1ing them in the backline, but then Paz comes in as well, does the same thing, goes 1v4, takes out 2 himself, and then it's just a 3v3 from here onwards. I mean, Paz, he does get Syndra ult, it does get taken down, and Ace with that E just about dodges.
You can feel the lack of damage and the lack of itemization there from Ace. He jumped into the fight, and the Winds of War did absolutely nothing. There was such a small amount of chip damage. And without Paz being there early on, it just meant V3 were in too big of a deficit. So that's the flash engage. Zenith Blade as well, followed by Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Ace gets knocked by, scattered by the weak. Then he chucks up the Winds of War. Archer manages to survive the high skill check press off from Uniboy. V3 get the dive, they get the kill. Blast Cone over the wall from Boogie, but now he's in trouble from Hanabi. He's caught out, knocked out, got Call of Forge, got available. Gets a heal thanks to Kingslayer. Here comes Reyna holding on to the Zenith Blade. 15 kills, 16 minutes, and these teams aren't done yet.
Yeah, V3's bot lane definitely stepping up here. They instantly pulled the trigger on Uniboy when he stepped up from mid-wave there. He had no flash, gets punished, and V3, although they did get the kill, they're not going to be able to get the Herald. It seems PSG have way too much tempo on the map. Unified and Kaiwing have come up, they've denied the Herald, and they're going to start it themselves. They should pick this up, and I'm expecting this tower to be used for tier 2s. This Herald to use for tier 2, sorry.
As we step out of this Herald pickup, 3-1-2, Kongyue on his Kindred, 3-1-4.
Is he going Infinity Edge?
For Uniboy. And if Kongyue is going I-Edge on this Kindred, tell me what you think of the build, Kadril.
Well, that's a new one. He's definitely going crit build. I'm expecting something like an IE, a Rapid Fire, or a Runans. He's going full crit. I mean, you don't have a crit Senna, so why not be the crit yourself? I mean, respect. I mean, I was expecting something like a Black Cleaver, perhaps, but he has got double AP solo laners. The Senna will pick crit up eventually through her passive, so he's just going max damage. He's going full Glass Cannon. Yep, it's definitely an IE.
Unbelievable. Infinity Edge Kindred, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else for Kongyue.
I mean, they don't have much base armor, so it kind of makes sense. I like it.
Okay, so theory crafting, then what will be the cost here? I mean, if he uses the Lamb's Respite well, that can buy some time, and we've seen from these team fights, like, they are drawn out. There's a lot of people involved, and Hanabi will respect the potential dive. He's a level down to Paz. He will lose his tower. This is the first tower secured for V3. But we've seen again how these fights have played out. V3 down 2k gold, and whatever Ornn items which will be coming in soon, it will begin to balloon just how much of an advantage PSG has.
Yeah, V3 was able to do that play just because of the mid push. They have Archer, they have Reyna in mid, and I think PSG's lane assignment isn't the best. They have Uniboy in mid, but he has no flash, so he can get caught out by an engage, but it does look like he's shifting into bot here. It looks like they're going to use the Herald to the tier 1 bot, but I'd like to see Unified and Kaiwing go into mid, try and contest the push from Archer, make sure they can't do these side lane plays, but PSG, good response, they do trade towers.
Alright, trading towers means that PSG maintain the lead, maintain the advantage, maintain control. How do V3 bring themselves back into this game, Kadril? We've seen from the scrappy picks, we've seen they have the ability to blow someone up, but the follow-up from PSG has also been there to stop them as they continue to push.
Well, looks like they're going for a 1-3-1 setup here with Paz and Ace. PSG do have double TP coming up soon as well, so they can respond quite well over side lane plays, but I'd like to see V3 try and get the mid push, maybe punish any step-ups from Unified or Uniboy if they're catching the mid waves, try and punish them by getting their cleanses or their flashes and then re-engage on them with the second use of the ults. Or Ace can look to push out these bot waves, run with Paz towards topside and try and get Hanabi.
As we're nearly 20 minutes in, this Predator Galio, if you were to give it a scorecard, if you were to review it, not worth?
0.
Yeah. It's one of those things where I really applaud the concept or the idea, but then when you get bullied so hard and you get beaten up in the middle, and again, all credit, Kongyue ganked multiple times, right? It's not like Ace just got completely dumpstered alone. There was multiple repeated attempts from PSG onto his lane.
I can see the idea of the Predator, making sure he can move to sides faster. It definitely makes sense. There are a few other options, perhaps like a Spellbook or an Aftershock if you're into a melee matchup, but looking at the game state now, PSG have 2 dragons. It's going to be a Mountain Soul, and they have an Ornn on their team, so that's definitely going to make him a raid boss if they do get this Mountain Soul, but Hanabi pushing the top wave is moving down. Ace is going to do the opposite. He's going to push in the bot wave and move up, so it's going to be a contested mid wave here. If PSG can get it in, then they're going to have the setup, which they do. So now V3 has to look to face check somehow.
10 seconds for that dragon. Hanabi waiting. His teleport available. Call the Forge God available. Paz will get himself rooted down. Paz picked up that Black Cleaver just a couple moments ago, and there is a potential pincer move here.
Don't think that V3 can start it. They're a bit split up. Ace has the ult to rejoin, but they need to look for an engage.
They're down 3,000 gold. That looks like the engage coming out. Solar Flare will connect with one hero's entrance into no man's land. As the volley goes back with flash away from Archer, and the Dawning Shadow is fired on both sides as Boogie was able to steal that one. Mountain Drake is started, and Hanabi will go in for the knockup once again. volley and ranged poke being fired out from V3. They're sticking onto the dragon, and this may not be the best call.
Yeah, V3 has no ultimates. They blew all the ultimates to disengage or try and get a pick, but the pushback from Uniboy was great. They still have 2 ultimates themselves. They have the Lamb's Respite, they have the Syndrome, so I'm definitely favoring PSG's positioning here.
This is very, very scary. Hex Flash over the wall coming up from Reina. That's already a kill into Paz, the most fed member of V3. They're trying to chase forward through the Lamb's Respite, but the heal's going to get every single person and the dragon. Defensive flashes from PSG, and over the wall they continue to hammer down. Reina gets taken out, and Kaiwing once again re-engages. V3 trying to make the last-ditch effort as it's a double kill for Kong Yue, and make that another for Hanabi, the ace for PSG.
That's a 5-0 for PSG. They can move towards the Baron. I think V3 just used way too many ultimates in the first side of the engage, but when it came to the stare down on the dragon, V3 didn't have any go buttons. I mean, Reina dived on the backline, but they're all stacked up on the dragon. The Lamb's Respite just bought way too much time, and then PSG re-engaged onto the dragon pit. TP's coming in. I think that's a Baron and the 3rd dragon for the side of PSG.
PSG are poised to win the group. I will say that again. PSG are poised to win the group. If they close this game out, they either outright win the group if LGD take down UOL, or they face UOL for a first-second tiebreaker game if UOL beat LGD.
Who would have thought? And then
with substitutes.
That is crazy. Looking at this fight, Paz gets popped instantly. Archer is free hitting really nicely, and you think here, well, with the Lamb's Respite coming off, Archer can just free hit on the backline. But you look at Uniboy, hits 2 Qs. He's going to hit the stun as well. Picks up Unified there, and Archer, sorry. And then the fight's just kind of so scattered. Hanabi doesn't die from all the spells they blow on him. He lives on kind of 1 HP. Kaiwing escapes as well. Unified's also really low, and I just think that Lamb's Respite bought just way too much time. V3 had no ults to respond. They didn't have any re-engaged stuns. They didn't have any targets they could select, and it just looked a bit too messy.
Absolutely love the Flash Wolves ping there on the emote. Just reminding everyone of history along by. I mean, Kong Yue and Uniboy, of course, they come from AHQ. They were substitutes. And frankly, from what I'm hearing, from what I'm seeing, these 2 individual players, stronger than the starters for PSG.
Oh, yeah.
And the performance that we've seen in groups, it will be a very interesting challenge and perspective to see how the groups play out, because those guys won't be able to play. And just so you know, Infinity Edge completed by Kong Yue and upgraded by Ornn to the Molten Edge.
Yeah, if PSG do make it out of this, then I think River and Tankerine step up. Kong Yue and Uniboy are playing so well this game, through mid and everything, and they're in a 4-1 setup here. Uniboy has TP. They're looking for a flank. The Ash Arrow does come down.
All right, here comes Ace. Hero's Entrance is available. There's the Call of the Forge God. A lot of damage being put down, but V3 inside the Lamb's Respite will buy some time. They get themselves the kill onto Unified. Now they turn their attention to Hanabi, who's still mostly untouched. Kaiwing looking for an engage as Reina now get taken out on the backside. Paz running for his life, and so is the rest of V3. Remember, they started the engage. Great damage onto Kong Yue, but he's blown up by the Dark Sphere. Uniboy finds his 6th,
Triple.
finds his 7th. That's the 8th. Now turning his attention to Boogie as well as Paz. Can he find himself the pentakill? It's not going to be the easiest, as he's got to chase down Boogie and just get a small heal. There's the engage, the dash away. Continues the chase, and Paz will be able to complete the recall. So the pentakill's not on the cards, but the quadra kill will be in just a moment or 2. Hijack available. And finally, Boogie goes down. It's Kong Yue that steals it. What a scumbag denying the quad.
Wow, I mean, Uniboy and Kong Yue are playing so good this game, especially in the fights. You could see PSG had a 4-1 setup there. Uniboy in towards the bot side, pushing in, waiting for his team to rotate down. But V3 just pulled the trigger. The Ash Arrow came in, and it looked like they kind of had the fight. I mean, the TP did come in from Ace from behind. They had a really good place to fight. They had really good area on the blue side, but I just felt like there wasn't enough. I mean, Uniboy popped Archer. He was killing everyone. Triple kill, almost a quadra kill.
Yeah, definitely. Looked like it should have been a quadra kill.
Yeah.
And PSG, the 2nd seed from the PCS, now all the tools they need to close this game out. For V3, champions from the LGL from Japan. And China Crystal Arrow, let's see if he finds his man. No flash available for Uniboy. It wasn't it was too risky chasing into the dark.
Yeah.
For V3, this could be the last game, depending on the results of our next match, and I'll get to that in a moment or 2.
The Ash Arrow comes out, the Ornn Horn from the side of Boogie there. Looks like they caught out Kong Yue, but the QSS as he pops to Lamb's Respite again, and look at Ace on the backline. He tries to pick up Unified himself, but Unified runs around, buys loads of time. Uniboy comes in, and now Unified's dead. You think, well, maybe V3 can win this game. But look at Hanabi, dude. He's just sitting there 1v4, taking all the damage he wants, and Archer's really low. He's kind of out the fight. He can't really hit anyone. He tries to turn it a little bit with Ace here, but Uniboy comes around the corner, gets 1, gets 2. And then he chases down the 4th.
It was so good. I actually missed on my first call. That was Scat of the Week over the wall to tag Archer's Ash and take him out. 9,000 gold. I mean,
Dragon Soul in 40 seconds.
Dude, if you are Unicorns of Love, even if you take down LGD, you then have a tiebreaker game with PSG. And that is a unenviable task, seeing how this game is playing out and the confidence that PSG are playing with.
Yeah, definitely loads of confidence, especially from their mid-jungle. I mean, look at Kongyue, he's 2 levels up, 3 items Kindred. Man, he does so much damage right now.
Rapid fire cannon, high edge.
Yeah, it's a stopwatch as well to buy some time. Mikhail's for the stuns from the Ash Leona, and the Dragon Soul is spawning, so V3 kind of needs to pull the trigger because I don't think they're going to be able to contest by Vision.
It doesn't feel that way. V3 have shown a willingness to fight. Mountain Drake is spawning 8 seconds. You can see Vision superiority for PSG as Kongyue is going to step forward. Lamb's Respite is available to him. And the flash engage from Kai Wing. He finds himself too cool. The Forge God helps set up the assassination onto Boogie. Reina will fall next. Ace running for his life. And this should allow PSG to turn towards V3's base. That should just be it.
I'm not sure if they can end. They can try, definitely. There's going to be 25 seconds on Reina and Boogie. Paz is going to be ace, and he has Archer to help him out there. So I think an Inhib and a Dragon is a safe option. They could go for the end. They still have the Syndra ult on the side of Uniboy, so if anyone steps forward, they can get popped. But Kongyue flashes in.
Look at that engage. Flash chase forward. Still got the ultimate available. That's tower diving past the inhibitor.
It's over.
Archer's down. Paz follows. And the sad B for V3 as PSG will pick up their 3rd win. They are moments, milliseconds. They are so close to advancing to groups, and right now it just means taking out the final Nexus. Lamb's Respite comes out from Boogie as well as from Kongyue. Boogie goes golden for a couple seconds longer, and the 5-man stack of PSG continue the pressure. Now they turn their attention to Ace and to Reina. 30 seconds left before Paz. Correction, Boogie spawns. Paz up in 10. Archer up in 7. The dive is taking longer than expected. 2-man knockup. Reina's going to drop, and so does Ace for the ace. Nexus turret will fall. Nexus will be the focus. And PSG, the PCS's 2nd seed, take down V3.
And look at the mid-jungle of PSG. 10-1, 9-1. These are the substitutes, Trevor.
Unbelievable. By the way, the win moment flares, everybody flashing LGD. If LGD win against UOL in our next game, PSG top the group and guarantee them spots in the main group stage.
Who would have thought? PSG.
Nobody.
Almost, they're on the cusp of finishing first in their group, going straight through to group stage. This substitute mid-jungle, man, I've spoken about them a lot, but man, they are playing so good. From the Echo set to now the Syndra Kindred to the Graves Orianna, they're so flexible, they're playing so well around the map. They identified their win condition so well, play to mid, and that's exactly what they did. Ace didn't have any impact in this game.
River and Tank are going to have very big shoes to fill, because now the 5-way tie is officially dead. We only have 2 scenarios remaining. If UOL defeat LGD, we will have 2 tiebreaker games. UOL versus PSG for 1st, 2nd seed, and V3 versus LGD for 4th, 5th seed. If, however, LGD win, then we will have 0 tiebreaker games. But either way, this also locks in Rainbow 7 into the knockouts. They will guarantee themselves a best of 5.
That's crazy. I can't believe what's happening in this group. Mind blown.
I mean, literally, we're at a loss for words at the moment. I think all congratulations to PSG for the win. Now we turn our attention to LGD UOL. That's going to be the game that's coming up in a moment. And literally either 2 or 0 tiebreakers on the cards. So hopefully we get some games. I know you and I want them.
Yeah, and if LGD loses, they're in a tiebreaker to be knocked out of Worlds.
Yes, with the LJL, with V3, who just got really smashed by PSG.
Everyone thought LGD would finish first. If they finish last, what's happening? The script. Someone show me the script. I don't believe it.
I cannot wait to see what the Weibo reactions are going to be, but we need to see what happens with that. We are busy getting just a replay or something ready, so we'll have a moment to carry on breaking this one down. But now UOL, they also have to bounce back. Their draft earlier sucked. They got smashed by Rainbow 7. The 1-3-1 that was set up was huge. So now they're coming into a very important game, and they need to adjust their strategy.
Yeah, I would expect them to go back to comfort. I mean, LGD have looked shaky. Their win was kind of shaky too. They didn't close it so well. So UOL, with the Mage's bot, they might catch LGD off guard because I don't think anyone in China was really busting out the Swain bot and stuff. So UOL definitely have the element of surprise on their hand. But they definitely need to close it out. And LGD on paper, they still look strong. But just in the games that they've played, they look so bad.
Yeah, they really, really do. And of course, depending on the result of that one, in this group stage, because it is only single round robin best of 1, the team that won the head-to-head will have side selection in those tiebreaker games if we get to them. So we're definitely hoping for them. And just waiting to find out exactly what's happening. Well, I love Kedril. First game, smashed it. And of course, all of the delays, all of the pauses happen with the newest caster to the caster desk, so right into the thick of things.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a good game as well. That was a banger.
It absolutely was. All right, we are currently struggling with a little bit of technical problems, so I do apologize. And of course, producers will give me updates in just a moment or two. But I mean, what I love about this again, and I am going to be quite frank about it, is the discussion around PSG and the fact that Kongyue and Uniboy really have stolen the show. Nobody will deny the fact that I think on an individual level, they look like they're stronger than River and Tank. And as a duo, they've had a very big impact. But we've never been in this scenario. There's never been a pandemic around the World Championships. So it's such a difficult story. You're not going to have any time to chat because you've had enough already. We'll be right back as the Analyst Desk look ahead towards Unicorns of Love versus LGD.
Another banger.
Another banger.
The look that they are having is very similar to how I would judge like a G2. It's like they're almost playing disrespectful, they're drafting disrespectful, but then they bring out victories out of nowhere. And the big question is, can they solve some of these issues against better competition? Because in the LCL, they dominated big time.
This one was supposed to be the game where LGD asserted their dominance on the Playins. However, in typical LGD at Worlds fashion, things did not go to plan.
Is this a one-game mistake out of LGD, or is this actually the level that they're going to bring?
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. We just saw PSG take down V3 with Unified back in the bot lane, and they've secured at least a spot in the Play-ins knockout stage. Rainbow 7 the same. What do we think of PSG's performance, Yamato and Amazing?
Honestly, it started off in the draft. With all the junglers banned, it was just, what kind of champion pools are they going to showcase? We saw the blind pick Kindred, and what V3 did was they just made this Kindred the most valuable one ever with the third pick Galio, and they just kept drafting into the Kindred.
So what do you, in your dream scenario, if you could rewind time, I'm sure there's other things you'd be doing, but if you were doing it and heading to the draft, what would be that third slot instead of Galio? What makes more sense?
We were discussing just a jungle pick, like
jungle
just
something.
Ragas or Sejuani, just lock it in there, which could combine with Renekton that you picked in 1-2, but that's also a discussion if it's valuable to do against the Ornn. I like the Maokai and the Malphite, just lock it in.
Just boring, tanky
Boring
trees.
tank.
Yeah, okay, thumbs up for boring tanks, and quite the opposite of that. Amazing. What's your take?
No, I'm with him. I think especially after the first pick on, you kind of have to understand the circumstances you put yourself in, right? You give the first pick on to Hanabi, and suddenly you have to put you have to match the scaling to a certain extent, and I think that's what they didn't do. Like the Galio pick put them on a timer, especially against mixed match damage in the mid-jungler's position, and suddenly you find yourself in a whole world of trouble, so they didn't do a very good job of answering that.
Yeah, Kadril and Vedius were both very passionate about what to expect from the LGL representatives, but perhaps it's not time to give up hope yet. Regardless, we do have your Oppo player of the game. It's down to Kongyue, and I'm wondering if you can guess which one this was. Oh, you get the pretty camera angles as well.
He tried it earlier already, to get a gank on the mid lane, and now he actually executes perfectly. Double flash in. They sacrifice that in order to get the game laid on, which is basically pushing the mid lane continuously, and having that play happen against the Galio, which is such an early game champion, is so crucial.
It's also the fact that it just showcases, in the past, always when Galio was meta, Kindred always kept creeping in because at every point in the game, she does so well into him. You have the ultimate to deny any combos that you want to pull off with Galio, and at the same time, the mid ganks are super, super good because you can dodge around the abilities, and in this case, he scaled super, super well, got the stacks together with the Syndra and mid. The AHQ synergy is showcasing, the level right
perfectly,
here.
Yeah.
But boys, we do have to reflect a little bit on what this means for PSG. I mean, they are potentially top of the group, right?
Yeah.
That means you're straight to Worlds groups, but that's going to be with 2 new players. I mean, River, Tank. I think the last kind of sentiment from Kadril and Quickshot is they've got huge shoes to fill now if PSG follow through with this. How much do you believe that the standards have attributed to PSG's success?
Honestly, a lot.
Yeah.
Super much. I think the AD carry role is not the position that gets to dictate super much in the game.
Yeah.
I think with mid jungle 2v2 right now is super important in the meta. Yeah. And I think they've showcased a greater champion pool proficiency than the guys that are sitting over in quarantine. So I think with this in mind, it is going to be super tricky. Super tricky. It's a very weird situation.
Is that what you're saying? No, but
that's what you're saying now. Huh?
Yeah, words in his mouth there, amazing.
No, but I kind of agree with you. I'm happy that they actually had a mid-jungle like situation coming in, because if you separate mid and jungle, it's kind of like really hard to get synergy going. If you plug in and play, like you have to do it as a duo. So mid and jungle coming in, replacing like the ex-mid and jungle, kind of made the synergy progression a lot easier, because suddenly you had those combinations come in. You know which mid jungles work for you. You know which kind of champions you can pick. You know how to approach those ganks. And I think that actually bode well for them.
Yeah, it certainly did. And for UOL, a win here in this next game, UOL taking on LGD is our final game of the planned games. It is going to be an interesting one. And why don't we start turning attention to that pre-match? Let's get ourselves equipped and ready for UOL LGD. So just to reiterate, make sure I'm saying this correctly, Yamato. If we see LGD take this, we're done and dusted. If UOL take it, they can still take a shot at the #1 spot.
We will get the rematch against PSG, and then, of course, LGD would have the rematch against the 1-3v3. So we have 2 tiebreakers or none, because of the head-to-head, of course, between the triple tie that would happen with the 2-2-2-2-2-2-2-2. The machine gun tiebreaker.
Yeah.
But coming into this match, I think we always talk about Unicorns of Love's draft.
Well, but would you look at this?
No. I mean,
this is what you want. This is not what you want.
Okay.
It's just,
you know,
outdated champions, right?
I'm actually not that sure about it. Like, I actually like Unicorn's draft. It looks clean, to be fair. Like, there's clear objectives in the draft. I just think that throughout the early game and mid game, they just didn't find anything. Like, that kind of pick never came to fruition, you know?
Dumb question. The Wukong. It seems like UOL are the only team that are bringing the monkey out to play. Is there a particular reason and purpose for that Wukong showing up in the draft last?
I guess with all the bans that happened, with Renekton being out, Ornn being out, they thought the Wukong would be the counter into the Camille, but I think this is a matchup that has progressed into a position where Camille is going to do better. And with the Scar and jungle, I think for the 2v2 top, Evelyn is just going to be so much stronger, and I think that puts the game in a trickier position.
So Unicorns of Love, are we expecting a return to the same style of draft that's been working for them up until the Rainbow 7 game?
Yeah, potentially, but it's like, I think the only thing that they actually have to change up is probably the mid-jungle duo. I would say the rest of the draft is actually kind of clean.
Okay. So
mid-jungle maybe slightly more aggressive, because this is a passive scaling kind of pick, right? You know that at some point you're going to outscale and you're going to be fine in team fights, but he never got to that point, so...
Well, what better conversation than outscaling than that mid lane? We saw what Kassadin can look like when he gets big and beefy, and no man's no better to guide them to victory with something like that.
Do we know the side selection? Because I don't know the side selection. Who's playing on which side? Maybe someone can tell us.
Absolutely.
I would say that Unicorns is blue, no? Like, he's on the left side, but we'll see about that. Like, the amount of plays he can make with Kassadin, and just the team fight execution that UL has been like famous for, at least in the group phase so far. It's that the confidence has to come in. I think given something more mobile in the mid lane, maybe even a LeBlanc, maybe some kind of champion like that would bode better for them, because that's just the playstyle.
I think with the idea of beating LGD, I think on blue side you just have to look for that first pick Ornn, honestly. And LGD haven't gotten a win with anything but with an Ornn, because that just compensates for all of their weaknesses. You pick Ornn and you outscale and you win team fights, and that's such a band-aid solution for many of the teams here in the play-ins. And I think that is going to, be the big question mark, because I think whoever team fights better composition-wise is going to have an edge based on what we've seen so far, but in the end it's best of one, so anything can happen.
This whole year I have spent at desks doing League of Legends. It always comes down to, well, whoever gets Ornn's got a pretty good chance, so we'll keep our eyes on that big fat goat man. But for now, it's time to see if Unicorns of Love can force a tiebreaker game for first place as they face off against LGD. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to World 2020. I'm Quickshot, joined by Kadril for the second game of our cast, potentially the last of the day. Depending on the result, if Unicorns of Love win this game, they'll have 2 more tiebreaker matches If LGD win, we are donezo. As we are jumping into draft momentarily, I will focus on the draft for now, and I will catch all of our viewers up on what the results are so far and who is locked in for at least the next stage. Unicorns of Love are on the blue side, LGD are on the red side, and I was going to say Ornn and Evelyn are the two champions that I wanted to talk about and focus in on. Ornn has been huge throughout the play-ins, has not lost a game as of yet. And then, of course, over on the other side, Renekton banned away.
So they want to ban the TF. You want to take away CSTF. So, yeah, the TF ban does come in. So now you're looking at junglers and AD carries. You're looking at Nidalee. I think UL banning Nidalee could help. Or first picking it away from Peanut is definitely what you want to go on the route. Because Nidalee, good into Kindred. If you take away something like the Graves and just go for like Nidalee, pull out the Kindred, you can shut jungle down. So they can look at that, or they can look at something like the Ashe Senna trade.
What about the Lilia as well? Still available and
Lilia
open.
too.
Is it something they want to play? Graves will find himself banned away on the blue side in Lucian. So Lilia is open and available. Whether or not Ananasik wants to lock that in right now or leave it open and have some crazy reply. What do you make of this? Do you reckon Peanut would want to run it?
Definitely take the Nidalee away. I think it's probably more comfort Ananasik, and taking away from Peanut is key, but I think Peanut's always going to default back to Lilia, so this is just going to be a jungle trade. I'm expecting it to be something like a jungle AD from the side of LGD, and then you're welcome respond through that with if you want to go for the mages, because you can also go for the AP jungle, AP bot. That's really good synergy. So LGD, they looks like they are going to respond with something like the Lilia. The Camille is up as well. Renekton is down if you want to pair that with Lilia, but I think something like an Ashe could help them a lot, something like an AD carry. Just comfort, I think, is what these teams need to look for.
We are seeing so many Ashe picks on the red side as the Ornn, the jungle picks have kind of risen in priority on blue side first draft. And there is that Lilia locked in for Peanut. It will be the Ezreal instead of the Ashe.
It's surprising to blind pick Ezreal because it has a couple counts in lane phase. We've seen something like the Kai'Sa. You don't really have to go for the Ashe now if you're well, so something like a mage could help.
Is this something potentially as well to reduce the risk that Gadget's going to play something crazy in the bottom lane? Like, Ezreal's one of the safest bot laners you can play.
We've seen so many crazy picks, whether it's mages, whether it's Twitch. We see the Ezreal blind pick, so that can be punished, but well, they can decide to go full bot lane here. They can also pick up a solo laner, and the Camille is what they're looking at. Renekton's down, Ornn is down, so Camille, not a bad champion unless they want to counter with something like the Fiora Jax. Something we've seen tried and tested throughout the LPL, but it's not that good to go for 1-3-1 comps. The Caitlyn's also open if they want to go for that, but Twitch.
Okay,
Please pick Twitch.
Let's see. Why do you like Twitch in this context?
Because the whole idea about Twitch into Ashe, you can get punished in lane, especially if they're red side and they want to Ashe, then they can counter support. Then I think LGD's bot lane is going to always have the push, but if they blind pick something like the Ezreal, I think something like the Twitch is not too bad, right? The Ezreal can't really punish you in lane. You can scale, I won't say for free, because they will still get the counter pick on support, but not as much as if you're against an Ashe just getting pushed into tower non-stop. And are they going to go Volibear? I think this is going to be the Volibear top here for the side of Longshi into the Camille of Boss. So banning away supports now. The Rakan Twitch is a combo we've seen played throughout the plane. So the Rakan ban does come in. I'm expecting something like a double support ban here.
Get that away from Santas.
Lots of support bans,
options that he can play. One of the things as well, whenever I see an Ezreal locked in, I do like those kind of engaged supports that you could run. Ezreal's such a self-sufficient champion in lane. Unlock something that can maybe combo with Peanuts, Lilia, move around the map. So Leona's one of those options gone. Rakan finds himself in the ban list. What else would you like to see with the Twitch? I believe, and I'm going to stand to be correct on this, so I apologize, Vedius, if I am wrong, but I think Vedius in Picks to Watch said the Twitch Yumi combo was something that could be a possibility. Do you think it'd be crazy?
Yeah, it would. I mean, there's a couple supports open that kind of are really going to Twitch. You have Ezreal Braum, you have Ezreal Bard, things that can block away the Twitch, instantly ult him when he pops out of stealth.
Okay.
Even things like the Alistar could be fine, so I think the Yumi could be a bit risky for the side of UOL. I think we're looking at things like Alistar, Bard, Braum here, if Nautilus does get banned out as well. Perhaps even a Thresh, but I think Ezreal Thresh, Twitch Thresh, not good champs, so the Nautilus ban comes out. I think Thresh is off the table as well. So we're looking at things like the Bard, Braum, and Alistar now. If they do pick the Bard, you can't really punish it with the side of UOL. You don't really have a hook champ. I think Twitch Thresh could work, but it wouldn't be as good as you'd want it. I think melee champs in general are just so good when you have champs like Camille and Nidalee.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And is that Bard that's risen in priority with 4 support bans?
Well, they pick support now for UOL. I think it's a bit difficult, actually. I think LG is going to have a lot of bot push that they can move towards mid, and if you have Nidalee, Camille, you need something that can dive in as well, so you have to sacrifice the lane hit phase here a bit. I don't think there's anything you can pick that can win the lane. Something like a Karma wouldn't really fit really well, I think.
Such a difficult situation to be in, and of course, Unicorns, if they win this game, they will have that tiebreaker for first. If they lose, PSG will have it in. So the Alistar is going to be locked in. That is that dive in that you talked about. moment ago, Camille, Twitch, Alistair.
Syndra. It's a good
The
choice.
last pick option will be Syndra. So what will Xie want to run into this if it gets locked in? It's still flashing, it's still a possibility.
They have a lot of AP damage. I mean, Jace could be fine if you want to play an AD mid, but if you do go for an AP mid, you're playing really heavy AP comp. Almost 4 AP champs if you take into account Volibear, who will be more towards AD if he just goes for the Triforce and stuff like that. So if they do go for an AP champ here, I mean, they have things like the Alistar, the Camille. Sylas would be a good pick. They're hovering it now, and they do lock it in, so Sia on this Sylas can take away the Alistar rules from the side of Santas, jump in the fight, and you just can't kill him, so I like that pickup. I think the lane phase might be a bit rough for him, but they do have the bot push to sort of facilitate it really well.
Oh, okay. So a very different look here. One of the things that we talked a lot about from LGD as far as a team, and especially after the back of their 2 losses, this morning we wanted to see the more team-fight-oriented comps. Have they made adjustments to the draft? Is it moving more towards that direction? Do you like the changes?
Yeah, well, both these comps look like 4-1 into teamfight comps. There's not going to be much split pushing going on here unless Boss gets a huge lead on the Camille. I think he will win both versus both the side laners on 2-3 items because Volibear and Sylas probably will lose to Camille over side, so they will have good push with the Syndra. They'll have Twitch for the invis on the teamfight engages. They have the Alistar as well, so UOL have definitely busted something out here. We expected some kind of throw balls and curve balls, different kind of champions, not so much mages that they busted out here, but they've gone for the Nidalee, taken away from Peanut, and they've opted for the Twitch as well, so they need to play this very well.
How difficult is the execution factor when looking at the Unicorns of Love draft?
Well, they have the Camille Nidalee. The Syndra is quite easy to execute. The Nidalee-Syndra combo is not that strong. It's double AP, so the Sylas can build up lots of magic resist, but I think over side lane is where they need to focus most of their attention. I think in the early game, focusing towards top side, Nidalee Camille, it's not the best setup compared to something like a Renekton, but it's definitely set up, and you need to look to shut down the Volibear perhaps, because I think you can't really play for this Twitch Alistar lane. You need to cover it. I think that's how you use it. You either use your mid jungle prior to cover, or you play to use it aggressively, and I think you need to cover this Twitch so that you can get the mid game sort of even or a little bit behind.
Ooh, that'll be interesting then. Let's see the decision making in game and how the execution plays out. We've got a moment or two before we load onto the Rift. If you are just joining us, you do not want spoilers, block your ears for the next 30 seconds. Unicorns of Love, Rainbow 7 and PSG have secured a slot in the next phase of play. If Unicorns of Love win this game, they will face off against PSG for the first, second seed in a tiebreaker. That will also mean V3 and LGD will be tied, meaning they will have a tiebreaker game as well, but for their tournament lives.
Yeah, and looking at this game itself, they have Lilia, they have Bard. They could run into the bot side jungle of UOL and look for some kind of cheesy level 1 here. I think Twitch Alistar level 1 is pretty much useless unless you face check them. They don't have anything like the Halo Blaze or anything kind of burst level 1. Alistar level 1 is really, really weak, so LGD will definitely get the push, but it looks like Peanut's probably just going to drop a ward, base for Sweeper, get back to his jungle. I think both junglers are probably going to do full clear in this early game.
Alright, not a big surprise on it, Lilia, as far as I'm concerned. And we'll see where Ananasik wants to get involved. As Frostgurn called him a few years ago, pineapple. Big fan of that. Ananas is the German word for pineapple, for anyone who's not aware of that one. And it is one of the fun things about these international events. Take a look at this. Peanut getting a little bit of support here from Mark and from Kramer. Bard Ezreal duo sitting on that back line. And one of the things, again, we mentioned right at the beginning when the Ezreal gets locked in, if you have a support that can roam and can engage, Ezreal is very self-sufficient. Good exchange here as Noman's threatens some damage with that Dark Sphere, takes a lot of minion damage as well, and technically comes away worse in that trade.
Not a good trade. He was standing way too far forward on the minion, and CA punished him really well there. Nana6 starting top side, Peanut starting bot side. I think they'll both do similar clear. They're both going to clear to opposite sides of the map, so I'm expecting a Scuttle Crab trade unless some kind of heavy action on one of the lanes happens, but LGD did have to leave, so perhaps UOL can contest this bot push, but I think Peanut is definitely playing towards the win condition, going towards the top side, making sure Boss can get Langx can get the push, sorry. As Santanas does start the W, procs Aftershock, does get traded on a bit, and that's the problem with Alistar level 1. We've seen it before in the playing stage. Level 1, you kind of have to hug your tower. Luckily, LGD leashed, so it wasn't as bad, but contesting CS, you can see Gadgets, just one CS, it's really difficult for them.
Yeah, really difficult situation to be in, and not too surprising. No Man's shoving this way forward, scatter the weak.
Good trade.
Onto Xia. Good damage back, though. Xia fighting into the minion wave, sidesteps the Dark Sphere as well, so just on the mechanical front, Xie showing in a 1v1 at equal level, and now with an advantage, she is going in. He's still got the flash available, below 100 HP. Solo kills available into the tower. Xie pops No Man.
No Man's trades, the whole lane phase were just bad. He was overstepping his boundaries, going way past the mini wave, and CA just kept punishing it, and we saw it again. This is the third time it happened, and it turned into a solo kill, so Xie just playing it so well this laning phase. Every single one of his chains kind of landed and he got really good trades onto Nomans, and then Nomans trying to contest the wave, gets punished for it, and that's big when you have a Syndra into Sylas. The fact that Sylas dies this early when Syndra normally has the push and she has no flash now.
Yes, and you can feel like the idea is good from Nomans, but either he's not expecting Xie to play so aggressively, or he's just frankly
he needs to flash the chain.
Surprise, yeah,
Have to flash the chain, but he underestimated the damage coming out from Xie, and Nomans does fall.
So 400 gold advantage in a losing matchup.
I'm going to tell you a little story here, Trevor. Sylas is Nomans' kryptonite. We saw it in the finals as well against Gambit. He picked Tristana into Sylas, and he also got solo killed level 5 by the Sylas. So Sylas is Nomans' kryptonite, I'm convinced.
Well, definitely seems to be the case for now. Unicorns of Love need to win this game if they want that shot at the automatic berth into the group stage. Boss will use that hook shot, jumps onto Lang Xing, smacks him in the face with the precision protocol, and now Lang Xing is going to be clearing out this wave, dropping some thunder from the sky. He had a small CS advantage from the opening levels and still maintains that. So a wave and a half ahead for Lang Xing in the top lane. And as we catch a glimpse down in the bottom lane, Santos and the Alistair stood right on top of Ward. So Kramer and Mark fully aware of any taxi combos that could come from their headbutt pulverize.
Yeah, Peanut looking towards the top side here is Mark. He's kind of engaged on. I think you can just pull him out here. He should be fine.
They just take a lot of damage, though, from that Contaminate Expunge combo.
Yeah, and if you look across the LPL in general, Volibear top has been a thing in the LPL. Whether it's Renekton, Camille, they always like to counterpick it with a Volibear because you can use your passive, shove in the lanes, keep them under tower when they want to push, and in the trades, you're just so aggressive. You can see Boss does go back in. He's looking for the trade, but Volibear with his W is just going to keep healing up.
And also huge minion wave. Boss doesn't want to fight into that wave at all. Needs to use their tactical sweep to back off the cannon wave. And now he's backed away. There's a dive threat available to him.
What?
He's dead already! Lang Xing just flashes in and eats him alive. LGD are not done yet.
Whoa, what did I just see? Of course you're going to die. You can just press Q flash and you're dead. You can't react to a stun that's a point and click. Boss TP's back in. He's going to pick up a couple of those creeps, but top's over.
Rainbow 7, when the pressure was turned up to 11, bounced back and found 2 wins to get themselves a shot in the playoffs, to get themselves a shot at groups. Unicorns of Love, now the pressure has turned up, are now being a little outclassed.
And that's 2 solo kills for the LGD side. Both solo laners popping off. Nomans is going to find Peanut here. He's a bit behind enemy lines. He should be able to get out. He has to flash, and he does have Mark moving up. But looking at the solo laners, I mean, UOL did blind pick both the solo laners, so you could argue LGD did have counters on both of them, but to solo kill both of them and have this kind of CS lead?
By like 5 minutes in game, it equates to 1,000 gold lead. 11 CS with a wave pushing into Lang Xing, so that's going to expand even further.
Exactly, look at this wave. Can Boss really even step up as Gadget's coming towards mid? Xie has no flash, so he could look to pop him, but he's on level 4.
Time to ambush. Scatter the Weak is available, doesn't find the stun. Gadget will step out of range. Here comes Ananasik as well. Yeah. She is aware of it. Like, you can see, immediately starts to back away. He can feel something's fishy, and I think there were pings as well from LGD's bottom lane. There's the engage. As soon as the bottom lane shows, Xie has managed to, put a lot of damage down. Did not hijack the ultimate. Kramer, Mark, and Peanut. There's some backup coming from Xie north of the river. Despite a very good javelin toss onto Kramer, Nanasik's Nidalee has not found any real impact just yet.
That was bad timing from Gadget there. Xie had the sweeper on. He was clearing a ward, ran back to mid, and he just caught the glimpse of the edge of Gadget's outline, so he instantly backed up. So Gadget didn't lose too much for it. He had loads of bot push, so runs mid, but I'm just worried for the solo laners right now. If the waves are bouncing into the side of LGD, then how does UOL push them out? If Peanut just matches Ananasik wherever, I think they're just in an advantage. He goes in again.
Yes, he does. Xie looking for a lot of burst damage there, throwing out the Kingslayer and getting burst down. I'm waiting for the hijack. The moment Xie lands the hijack, that's when he's looking for the kill.
Yeah, and he has Merc Treads as well, so if Ananasik does show up, if the spear misses, he's gonna be like a toddler. You can't really do anything to him. These Merc Treads, magic resist runes, he's just so strong right now. So Xie is playing really aggressive, and Peanut needs to facilitate this aggression. Look for early dragons, look for heralds, maybe even some dives, force their flashes again so they can keep the push, but he's moving towards bot side as Santanas goes in.
Absolutely does. There's a flash available for Santas, that's used already. There comes Peanut, looming blows, throws out the swirl seeds, split between the uprights, manages to get the sleep thanks to the ultimate, but there's not enough follow-up damage.
I think Peanut's flash there was a bit too much. I think he thought he would get 6 instantly as he flashed in. Q's hits the creep and then ults him, so he had a lot of factors in consideration in his mind there. Not all of them fell into place, so it looked like he kind of griefed in and just flashed for no reason, but there was a lot of thought process behind that. I respect the play, but it didn't turn out so well, as Ananasik's going to take his top side here. Kind of like a cross-map jungle here. Yeah, but Herald's spawning in 10, so I think they need to move top side.
Well, let's see if LGD want to contest this one. UOL and fighting over Rift Heralds. Name a more iconic duo, right? It's something they've done a lot. I think during yesterday's cast even, as those fights were breaking out, had some jokes with that setup, and for the time being...
Nanasix being really sneaky here. He skipped the red and now he's going to show, so now Longxing knows exactly where he is. And they are going to move into topside here, so Sia having the prio, Longxing having the prio as well. It's just kind of shutting down Nanasix. He didn't get the red buff, but Peanut didn't get the Krugs either.
So Kedril, let's talk about this for a second, as Nanasix will get caught out here by Shia, forced to flash. The Swirl Seed won't find its target. And Nanasix is doing a pretty good job in this middle lane, at least farming up. He's now lost his blue buff. But unfortunately, solo laners are in trouble. Shia, with that Unbreakable Will be so beefy if a fight were to break out. It doesn't. LGD still have a 1,000 gold lead. And since those first solo kills, look at this, Longxing 25 CS up. It's even in the mid lane, but for Shia, this is a huge win. He should have been behind. And what does this mean for Unicorns of Love as we push forward? And it looks like they're setting up another attempt. We'll get a moment to think about that. Scat of the week will slow him down. Unbreakable will remember. Stolen Alistair ultimate. He easily walks away.
I wonder what happened to LGD's tempo here. Mark moved towards mid, but Kramer was stuck on bot side. So when they were on the Herald, they did get some good vision. They couldn't start it because Gadget was missing. So Gadget, he hasn't shown the map. He will show now. But UOL are going to get this Herald, even though I think LGD had a really good setup for it. So Kramer is going to look for some plates. I think they should dive Gadget if he shows here. He's all alone. They don't know where Santas is, but they should look to kind of force him off this wave if he shows.
Venom cast thrown out there. Gadget, no, not yet. Ambush timing is not available. Flashing heal still available to him. TP coming down here, as it looks like No Man's will arrive. Scat of the week, stuns up Kramer, defensive flash.
No Man's has flash too.
Heal's still available for him. No Man's holding onto it with the TP down, pushing away LGD. Do Unicorns stop the dragon as well?
Yeah, they definitely do. They've got so much tempo on the map now, but the play from LGD was correct, I think. Gadget showing, you don't know where they are, they just took Herald, so Santas is expected to be topside. You play the game based on probability, right? So they do TP in, they get the TP, but they did get chunked out too much. Kramer had to flash, Mark had to flash, and they are going to lose the dragon, so LGD, 2 solo kills on their solo laners, but they lose both neutral objectives, which is a little bit illegal, but I'll let it slide.
A little bit illegal. Let's see what UOL can do with that Rift Herald. I mean, it's still sitting in an Nanasix inventory. The team is still down 1,200 gold, right?
Yep.
And Volibear is continuing to pull ahead.
30
now,
yes.
This is good for Volibear because, Kedril, you mentioned during draft that in the later stages of the game, this Camille will become almost unstoppable. And the sidestep, No Man's feeling a little more confident. Gets the stun as well, but I think he's going to get dunked down. Press Shia going to hold on to it for now. Looks for the style, and No Man's flashes away to safety. Not enough AP yet for that to really matter.
Yeah, the Syndrels relies on the balls a lot, so wait,
No Man's...
What are you doing?
What was that? That is
Gadget!
Unacceptable. Now the bait will allow Gadget to pick up a kill. Tempered Fate connects. Gadget
wait,
at
Peanut
least
died?
replies. How did that happen?
What is going on, Trevor? There's so much illegal gameplay. How does No Man's just recall in CA's face and just not respect it? They must have gone for a top dive, but they did trade 1-for-1 in the end, so...
Okay, so trade for 1-for-1 in the top lane.
Trade 1-for-1 in mid too.
No Man's baiting in
So
mid ends up punishing him.
So he flashes in, does get the tower aggro, drops it, then he ults to restore the tower, but Peanut has aggro even though the tower is disabled, so 1 hit, 2 hit comes out, Peanut dies, 2 shots from the tower because the tower damage ramps up the more hits it does. And even if it's disabled, it still ramps up. So you could see Peanut took so much damage when that tower was reactivated. But Longxing does have a Triforce now.
That's terrifying. And of course, when you're locked inside that baby cage, the Hextech ultimatum, that means Peanut did go down. But look, this gold is ballooning. It's now nearly 2,000 gold. Important to note, Gadget did get that kill in the mid lane, and he is going to be crucially important throughout the course of the mid to late game team fights. But they cannot let this Longxing Xie combo continue to get further ahead. All 4 kills secured between those 2 players.
Yeah, Gadget's going to scale to infinity. If he just keeps ramping up and up and up and keeps picking up these items, he will be their late game insurance. So for now, he doesn't have too much impact, only seeing on the Cutlass. But Nanasix heralding here, they don't have mid prio, and Peanut's moving down, so they don't have the bottles either, so they're for a fight here.
Lifting Lullaby. Peanut's going to step forward with his blooming blows.
They'll just pick up the plates on.
Okay, so the plates will go down, but the gold is wasted. No one nearby to pick that one up. And that's not going to make a very happy UOL. They're still playing from a deficit. 2.5 minutes until the next Ocean Drake, as Xie will find himself in Nanasix. Tempered Fate will buy some time. Another pounce away to safety. Gets a heal up. That's the engage from Santas. Unbreakable will get him some time to escape. Gadget is going to be able to open up with that spray and pray. Starts to step backwards. The Swirl Seed connects. Nomad's now looking for Xie. Throws out the breakable, and that's another kill to Gadget. LGD overdive, overcommit, and get punished.
Yeah, they're biting off way more than they can chew. I mean, Xie did have the ult from the Alistar. He went too far forwards, it fell off, and then he was stuck between sort of 3 players from the side of UOL. But looking on this top side, Longxing going in again for another aggressive trade. He did have TP. Both top laners have TP. They didn't commit, so... I mean, UOL and Anasik did get the goals from their Herald crashing. They did get a kill as well, so not too bad. They're only down 1,000 gold now. They do have the first dragon as well. The second dragon will be up in 2 minutes, but Xie just using his mid-prow aggressively there, but it kind of punished him, so he's lost a lot of creeps now. He is down 10 CS, and he died and lost his lead, so the only thing he really has is the level advantage now.
And one of the things is the versatility that Xie will bring when you've got Camille ulti, Syndra ulti, Alistar ulti. Like, Xie can play these fights sort of however he would want to, ending the hijack. He's got himself that Super Soaker to allow himself to stick to whoever he wants to. And now Boss, this time around under even more pressure. He managed to pick up a 1-for-1 trade with Peanut on the previous dive, but there's a lot of support from the Unicorns. They managed to get there before the dive takes place. The plates have just fallen off as well, and it is still a 1,000 gold lead, but I can't take my eyes off this gigantic advantage for Volibear. Plus 40 CS. Triforce completed versus just components, and he still hasn't gone back to Bison's bullying and beating up this lane even more.
Yeah, top lane Kingdom for the side of LGD, and Gadget on the switch did pick up the Blade of the Ruin King, so he's kind of going under the radar here. He has 2 kills, he's down around 15 CS, but he is scaling for free. And you know what happens when Twitches scale for free. They pick up the 3 items, they unleash in the team fights, and they just kill everyone. So LGD definitely need to shut down the Twitch in fights. They have the Bard ult. Longxing is quite strong, so he can definitely look to flash on him with the side of Xie. They have so much dive potential. I mean, they do have 3 range champs on the jungle bot, but the 2 melee solo laners are what we're going to look at in the fights. They can dive onto the side of Gadget. Gadget does have to blow his flash in one of the fights, and he has to play kind of far back, which is not really what you want to do as Twitch. As Twitch, you want to be so far forward, ulting in their face, and then when they do flash on you, can flash to the side and keep hitting us. Gadget?
This is bold. He gets it! Straight up solo kill! This is what you talked about. If Twitch can get free farm, can get fed, he's insurance. Xie did not anticipate that level of damage.
Xie didn't have flash, he has full MR build, and Gadget's looking again. He has double buffs, so Kramer has to heal. He might have to flash though.
Flash and heal, step forward, the Venom cast was chucked out. The Contaminate may just be enough damage. The burn, it's done! Gadget with another solo kill. Go, go, Gadget Twitch rat.
Twitch is unleashed. I don't know. Wait, Peanut?
How did that happen? Anasik, with the help of Nomads and the ultimate, unleashed power, Unicorns of Love have strung together 3 kills. Kadril is face-palming on the caster desk as UOL have turned it around and closed this goal gap.
How do you go from having 2 hard-winning solo lanes, just giving up so many kills and dropping all the objectives? No man's... Xie's in trouble now.
Fate is flashed away from. Xie may be in trouble. Headbutt Pulverize will not be able to find its target. And Xie's got the hijacked Unbreakable Will. Nomad's lost his flash for that. Ocean Drake is up, and Kadril, it's been started by UOL.
It's been started by UOL. They should be able to pick this one up. I don't think LGD has the answer to it. Peanut's too far away. They don't have any ults to engage, so that's 2 dragons for the side of UOL. Infernal Soul as well, when you've got this Twitch who's level 11. He's 2 levels up on Kramer as a Twitch at 16 minutes.
This is incredible.
And he's got 4 kills. He's probably sitting on around 1.5k gold as well.
Now on the same token, if LGD can assassinate Gadget in team fights, that entire advantage is gone. Xie, with the help of the rest of the squad, will be able to pick up another kill. 0-3-2 on the Syndra.
So many mistakes. It's like Grief City coming out of no man sometimes on these deaths. He's just mispositioning so badly, having to flash away on engages he shouldn't be on, and here we can see the replay of what happened to Peanut, and Peanut got chunked out by Nomans, it looks like, and then Anasik tosses the spear and hits Peanut. Peanut thought he could probably base in time before the spear hit him, or he didn't really pay attention. Maybe he was window shopping. But LGD starting up this Herald now. Kramer on the weak side. So UOL are going to pick up a bot tower as well for this Twitch. First tower of the game for the Twitch. 4 kills.
Unbelievable. Unicorns of Love in the lead for the first time in 17 minutes. They've got themselves 2 dragons. Remember, they picked up the first Rift Herald as well. So despite, giving up isolated deaths in both of their solo lanes, they got the objectives. LGD will respond with a tower of their own and keep this game even. And I just want to remind you, if Unicorns of Love are able to win this game, we will have 2 tiebreaker matches. UOL versus PSG for first, second, and LGD versus V3 for 5.
For a spot in the tournament.
Or die, a spot in the playoffs, best of 5s. Gadget looking for Kramer. Level advantage, Blade of the Rune King and Zeal in his back pockets.
Yeah, he's building towards that Renan's Hurricane as well. So when he gets Renan's and IE, that's when the Twitch is really, really scary. But for a Twitch to be scary at 17 minutes into the game, that's kind of unheard of. So Longxing really needs to use his lead. He has a 50 CS advantage. He did get top tower. He's a level up. He's 2-0 as well, so he's the one that needs to deal with Gadget in these fights. If Xie can get the Alistar ult and dive with him, try and pop him. If Gadget mispositions once and he dies, I think Nomans doesn't have the damage to carry the fights alongside Ananasik, and then UOL might lose the fight.
Okay, talk to me about this map now. The fact that it is an Infernal Rift, that there are less walls, and in my mind, more opportunities for Twitch to ambush people through the jungle.
Yeah.
At the same time, there's less bush, so Nidalee indirectly nerfed to a degree, quote unquote, right? What do you make of that, and of course the fact they're now playing for an Infernal Soul?
Well, the first thing I want to just touch on is Longxing building towards the Randuin's. I think that's a really good item purchase against Gadget, who's so fed. But looking at the map state, like you said, it's a 1-3-1 for both sides. You can see the Dragon is spawning around 230, so there's a little bit of vision contest going on here. I think LGD should have the top push, because I think Boss is a little bit too far behind, but Nomans needs to be careful when he pushes out this bot push. He needs to wait for his team to get mid control, get the vision back towards mid, and then he can push. So freezing bot here, playing safe around the waves is what he needs to do. Make sure he doesn't get caught by Mark and CA here.
Very nicely done. Push back on scatter.
And then he can start to push when they get the vision. So Gadget, once they get the vision, he can push in and move to sides. That means Xie has to be scared, so Nomans can push it in. Whereas alternatively, if LGD have the control, Mark can move down and shut down Nomans.
2 minutes until that Drake spawns. While we were setting up that storyline, K-Drill, you can see the gold difference and how UL fought their way back. I love the fact that Peanut was shadowing Kramer in the mid lane, sitting under the tower. The way that Gadget has played his Twitch for the last few minutes was stealth up, look for an objective, somebody to take out. And Peanut was kind of waiting. He's like, I feel like Kramer could be in trouble, could be under threat. And Kramer didn't step forward far enough for Gadget to open up with that spray and pray. He's now completed the Runon's Hurricane, by the way, in comparison to Kramer, who's still sitting on the Sheen and the Manamune. He's working towards that Frozen Fist, which I also think is a very good idea into both Camille and Twitch.
Definitely. Just looking at items across the board in general, you can see Boss building towards the Death Stand, so he's going for the team fight 1v1, which is a very good item on Camille, but Longxing with the Randuins, it's not going to be that useful versus the Camille, so I'm expecting 2 or 3 items, 10 more minutes or so. I think Boss will have the side advantage regardless of the lead right now, but Nomans keeps getting collapsed on. UL need to control mid more.
Talk to me about some scaling then, Kedrol, as we're moving into the second, third item phase. The game is as even as it's going to be. Do you see a preference on one side or the other?
I feel like Ananasik and Nomans, just based on the item purchases from the side of LGD, lots of magic resist, they won't be too impactful. Perhaps Nomans can pop Peanut in the fights, or Kramer if he gets on the backline, but I'm looking at Gadget for the side of UL, and I'm looking at Longxing and CA for the side of LGD. It's all going to be that 2v1. If Gadget can survive and Santas can peel enough, with Ananasik's heals, maybe if Gadget can live and just keep hitting and hitting and hitting, then they will probably have a good advantage and they'll scale really well, and if he gets something like the Mercurial or things like this, he'll be really safe. But LGD need to dive. They need to jump on the backline, get Gadget down, and then Kramer will take over the fight in the late game. But 20 seconds on this Dragon, third Dragon for UOL, it's a really important Dragon.
It is really important indeed. Tempered Fate catches out Nomans. Santos is trying to slow down the engage. The Pulverize buys some time. Unbreakable Will has been used, and Xie's gone very, very, very deep. Blast Cone gets him back to safety. And the Hextech Ultimatum is available.
That's 3 ultimates from LGD.
Now, can they win the following team fight? Rift Herald summoned randomly in the river. They may have just been timing out, unsure on that one. Is now UOL have some control of the river. True Shot Barrage will only tag Ananasik, and the Herald gets popped. Nobody touching Dragon, and mid Prio being pushed into LGD.
Yeah, make sure you get the mid Prio, make sure they have to answer, then you can retake the control. Make sure it's not a stare down, because LGD can't rush this down, so good identification for UOL there. But LGD is really smart as well. They're playing through both, but Boss can engage this.
They absolutely can. Hextech Ultimatum on the other side of the portal, locked behind the Magical Journey. Scatter the Weekend, a double ticket to LGD City. Unicorns of Love, 7 kills to 5. They've got the man advantage. Peanut, though, does have a Lifting Lullaby, does have the Swirl Seed, and now Longxing gets caught out. A long-range hook shot. And now all of a sudden the Contaminate and one more tick of Poison may just about do it. Chomp down will not be enough, but the shutdown gold is huge, and LGD starts to back away. Do they really stick away for this? Gadget's not done yet. He's going to chase Kramer and Xie away. Super Soaker Spray, and the Dragon should go to UOL.
They have to back off. LGD, if they go for this 3v5 and they die, then they're going to lose Nash as well. So that's going to be third Dragon for the side of UOL. Maybe LGD can respond with some mid damage, but UOL, as Xie gets engaged on, Santas, no!
So much damage. Xie continues to run. Nomans doesn't have enough mana just yet. Tactical Sweep will not find its target. And now all of a sudden over the wall, Kramer goes with the Arcane Shift. Boss continues to step back. Tempered Fate sidestepped away. The dodge, dip, duck, and dive combo of Yuwell. 3 dragons, 1,000 gold lead, 3 kills in the advantage. And UOL are looking strong coming into this mid game.
That was a very long fight. I think UOL just identified really well playing through mid, making sure they stayed together, and LGD were the ones who were split up. They were trying to play through bot with Mark and Peanut, but then Shia and Kramer were on the top side, so they just pulled the trigger on one side before getting collapsed on, and then they just got another pick after another pick. So really well played from UOL. You can see the identification here. Kramer and Shia towards mid, Longxing and Mark towards bot. Boss identifies it instantly, and Mark gets stuck over the wall here. All the skill shots hit him. He gets taken down, and then the same thing happens with Longxing about 10-20 seconds later. He tries to contest through bot. Kramer and Shia tries to contest through top side. UOL is a bull, so if they turn on one side, they're always going to win. So Longxing tries to get in here. Gadget identifies it. Again, the jump from Boss, the flash. Big props to Boss for landing that E-flash across the wall, and Longxing gets taken down. And then LGD, 3v5, you can't fight it. If you fight the Drake and you die, you're going to lose Baron too.
Unbelievable turnaround after they got solo killed in the laning phase.
Santas also could have picked up Shie, but he did flash into the wall.
Okay, I missed that one. Very good call out, Kadril.
So that was a bit of an unfortunate one, but we'll let him off for that one.
Well, look at it this way now. UOL 3.5 minutes away from an Infernal Soul. 5-0-1 on Gadget's Twitch. Working his way towards the Infinity Edge. And he's played the skirmishes and the team fights over the last 15 minutes flawlessly. Unicorns of Love still have a lot of pressure on them as Longxing is still ahead of Boss, but Boss is working his way towards
I think he has
the
Death Dance now.
And if he can pick that up on this recall, that will help significantly. Still sitting on those free-ass boots, so needs to upgrade those as quick as possible. And Shie prioritizing the Unbreakable Will. Every time we've seen him hijack, that's sort of the #1 target for him.
Yeah, Shie doesn't have the TP either, so if there was a fight in bot side and Boss and Longxing are having a 1v1, then I think that Nomans can always TP down there first, but it looks like UOL, they need to re-establish control top side. Boss is going to push in bot, so they're eventually going to have to respond, so UOL kind of have to play safe now, give up the vision for now, and when Boss pushes and moves and has the TP, they can turn into a 5v5.
Javelin toss lands on Mark. There's a lot of damage actually, already healed away though from that Caretaker Shrine. And look at the damage onto Peanut! Man, he just got chunked out. Javelin, scatter the weak. He's going to be forced back. Now Mark does have some level of sustain. Boss continues the push, but he may be at risk of being dove if he continues.
Yeah, I think Longxing identifies here that if he goes towards the bot side, he doesn't win the side lane. Gadget has no flash, he's just got caught.
This is such a problem, and Summit takes so much damage. Carter up against the wall, ends up being taken down. It's a 1-for-1 as Kramer's down as well. Santas with the ultimate, he stays alive long enough, and that's a pounce forward from Ananasik. He gets exhausted, goes golden. Here comes Boss with the help of Nomaz. They continue the trades. 1-for-1, jungler's down, but it's a 3 versus 2. Unicorns of Love can look to close this one out. Boss looks to shut down Longxing once again. A stun connects into Shie. He's not going to be able to find Santas just for now. Finally, one last auto, and Santas escapes with his life. Unicorns of Love lose 2, but they will get the ace.
Man, LGD got the perfect fight. They got Gadget. He had no flash. They just overcommitted. And as you see them overcommit, Boss comes around the side, and Ananasik picked up Kramer in the fight. Ananasik solo killed Kramer. And look at UOL. They're just laughing. They're so happy. I mean, they can't really do the Baron, but they're going to get the tier 1. LGD, they're in a really dire spot now. Their scaling's not so good. Kramer's still building towards that death stance, but Gadget almost has IE. He's so close.
The LCL are out team fighting the LPL. And this is after Gadget gets assassinated. But look at that javelin toss onto Kramer.
He pops Kramer, Nidalee takes down the Ezreal in the fight, and then it turned into a 1-for-1. Both ADs are down, but Nomans is really safe. Longxing gets chunked out, Peanut does too, and Boss, 2-item Camille comes in. The Zhonya's from Ananasik was great, and he just bought enough time for Boss to clean up the kills.
Ananasik finding and killing Kramer has to be the turning point of that fight.
Yeah, definitely.
If Ezreal can help kill Gadget and then continue to Mystic Shot and Arcane Shift around, that is so different. LGD are behind after picking up those solo kills. We're 26 minutes in, 30 seconds to Infernal, and the last few fights have gone UOL's way.
And look what Gadget just picked up. He's running out of base as fast as he can. He just picked up the IE, so that's a 3-item Twitch. Kramer still close to the death stance, but he won't have it for this fight, so LGD have to fight this soul. You could argue maybe they could trade for Baron, but it's just not worth it. They don't have the damage to burst it down. You will have double TP to answer, so do they want to go through bot here?
Super quick, remember that first pick Nidalee, the denial from Peanut was locked in by Unicorns of Love all the way back in draft, And Ananasik found the javelin toss to kill Kramer. Now the setup for the Dragon. Shea will be a little late because he'll be shoving in the bottom wave.
Yeah, they're playing through bots here. They can't play through mid. They identified they can't contest the mid wave, so they want to stay together. If they went through mid, they'd be split up, but now they're all together from bot side.
Okay, Dragon still being hammered away here from Kramer. He's got himself the Frozen Fist, the Muramana.
Gadget.
His way towards the Death Dance as well. Boss looking for Lang Xing. He's going to go in with the hook shot. A lot of damage. Now underneath the tower, that's the soul. Unicorns of Love have an infernal soul. Lang Xing is the target. Gadget's looking for him. That's going to be the golden volley bin. Not enough damage yet. Santa's buying a lot of time. Headbutt Boss over the wall. That was a multi-man stun coming out of no man's. Mark is going to take a magical journey right into Gadget's head. 1, 2, the spray and pray. Rat-a-tat-tat. LGD goes flat. The flash away. Go, Gadget Twitch Rat.
And that's Baron. That's a 5-0. The Twitch is online. Gadget played that fight so well. Boss maybe into the lane phase, but he played so well in these fights as well.
Unicorns of Love are on the precipice of advancing to the group stage. If they close this game out, they will have a tie-breaker rematch with PSG Talon immediately following this game. LGD will fight for their tournament lives against the LJL's representatives, V3. Infernal Soul picked up, Baron picked up 815. Gadget's Twitch is incredible.
And look how much gold's on the map for them as well. The tier 2 mid just fell. There's still a tier 1 top for them to get. Tier 2 top, tier 2 bot. So not only do they have this huge 7k gold lead in Infernal Soul Baron, but there's so much gold on the map waiting for them. And Gadget on this Twitch can start building defensive items now. He has the 3 core items he needs, so he can go for more PDs, GAs, stuff like this.
There's 2 Medjais on the side of Unicorns of Love with 10 stacks a piece. And here's a replay from Gadget's POV. Hopefully it follows all the way through to the end.
I mean, Gadget and Boss are carrying this fight. You can see the other 3 on UOL just trying to play safe, making sure they're there to answer if there's any peel necessary. And that Bard ult from Mark, it basically sealed the deal on Lang Xing. And then the stun across the wall into another stun from the side of Boss. It looks like they kind of got away, but look at Gadget on the pink. He just comes from the side, goes for the 1v3, opens up with the spray and pray. The Sonias comes out, but he manages to pull off the 1v3, and that's the Twitch scaling we talked about.
I love the fact he flashes that Mystic shot as well. Gadget going huge. He can't believe it. What a fantastic performance, and Sheepy backstage.
The fist bump.
For UOL, last year, Unicorns of Love were so close, and yesterday Medic did the intro. Unicorns of Love as a team have always been 1 BO5 away from making it to the group stage. Literally like every single year. And they may be able to auto-qualify, but it will require another win against PSG. And also, frankly, they need to close this game out first. So I'm getting a little ahead of myself. With Baron buff, with Infernal Soul, it will be made easier.
Yeah, not only is it gold, not only is it's not only gold, but look at the levels as well. Boss is up a level, Ananasik's up 2 levels, No Man's up 2 levels, Gadget's up 2 levels, so you have so much team fighting prowess if it ever does come to it. So LGD, they need to look for some kind of pick. They need to use Mark's Bard Ultimate to try and get someone locked down. Long, she needs to look for a TP behind perhaps, but I think UOL have identified it well. They're playing 4-1, they're staying together. Boss has TP if they look for the engage, but LGD have to engage somehow or they're going to lose all their inhibitors eventually.
It's so difficult on the side of LGD, and frankly their team fights and their skirmishes have been sketchy at best over the 4 games that we've seen here in Playins groups. That's a very good stun there onto Kramer. He was able to queue up the Mystic shot and escape to safety. Santos has flash available, and while this is going on, the 4-1 split. Boss with the BF Sword, Tiamat, stopwatch as well. He's already winning these trades against Lang Xing's volley bait. He's got a level advantage, and LGD are under siege. The Baron Empowered Cannon minion doing all the work for them because Gadget is just waiting. He's waiting to open up.
This is the pick we talked about. They're going to go on Boss. They have a 4-1, so they can push in top as well. If Boss lives here, it's big.
Let's see what happens. The top lane isn't being pressured just yet. That's a Hextech ultimatum thrown down. Lang Xing is in some trouble. The Hourglass will buy a couple extra seconds. The rest of Unicorns are pushing in the mid lane. They've opened up the base. They've taken 2 towers. They may be able to get 2 inhibitors.
Lang Xing needs a TP now. He needs a TP behind them and fight. It's a 4v5. Boss is dead. He's going to be dead for 40 seconds, so they need to fight. This is their chance.
They need to kill Gadget. The Swirl Seed, I think, just tagged Santos. Here's the TP, Cadril. You called it, but a gigantic javelin into Mark. That's going to reduce his effective fighting power.
It's all on Gadget.
Dark
Gadget needs to pop
comes
off.
out, Force of Will as well. Shia avoids the Scatter the Weak. Another Dark Sphere. Ambush times out. Santos is the man on the front line. That's a fantastic Tempered Fate. There needs to be damage under Gadget. He goes golden with the Hourglass. Buys some time. Sidestep, shoots. Gadget's not done yet. He stays alive with 1,000 HP. Peanut goes golden with the Hourglass, and that's already No Man's dead. Gadget's the target and killed. They got 2 inhibitors, but they will lose the fight. Ananasik's running for his life, but 4 Unicorns are down.
He does take out Shia though. Is he going to get away? Kramer does have flash coming up. They use the bar portal. Mark has flash coming up as well. And Anasik, no flash, but Peanuts on the side.
This is unbelievable. What can he do? Blast cone over the wall. He needs to get another javelin toss. Anasik is buying so much time. The pounce and the takedown manages to pick up the kill. Finally dropped by Kramer. But despite the advantage, Boss is done. He's inside the Nexus. He's got himself one. Precision Protocol onto the second. Can he finish this game out? Mark's just arrived. That's the dash away. The Nexus turret has fallen. There's a GA here.
15 seconds.
Boss and Kramer is back in the fight. I don't think he can finish it yet. But super minions pouring into the base. The Nexus exposed.
You know for this as well?
Boss isn't done yet. Precision Protocol with Tiamat, GA, Death Dance is just melting through towers. And that is crazy. UOL are playing for the win.
Trevor, so much just happened in those last couple of minutes. You see they got to pick on bot, so now it's a 4v4 on top side. Shia has the ultimates from Alistar. Longxing just about lives, but this bot ultimate was crucial. It landed on both of their carries. So Longxing dives onto the backline with Shia. They try to take on Gadget. He has a double stopwatch, and you can see him ulting and just hitting as much as he can. And Kramer also in the backline doing as much damage as he can. And now it looks like they're only going to lose one in this fight. They're 4 man alive. There's only one left, so it would be a 5-for-1 in the end, but Anasik plays this so well, turns onto Sia with the Q.
I actually stopped play-by-play because I was convinced he was going to die. And when Anasik picked up that kill, we both were just like, what? And again, reminder, first pick Nidalee.
But they have a ward in their base. No Man's has TP. There's a ward sitting right next to the Nexus, and there's a wave top pushing in. So, if LGD go for this dragon, and they go 5-man to contest it, they could lose the game.
Oh man, Syndra inside the base. Not going to be the fastest take at. Gadget looks like he's going to be able to just solo this one, actually.
Yep.
Javelin toss from Nidalee, not going to find a target. 7,000 gold lead and Elder secured, uncontested.
They can just run it down mid now. They can just engage. They have the Elder.
They absolutely do. Boss steps forward. Hextech ultimatum was dodged away from, and that's already a kill into Peanut. It's Santos that picks it up. Boss, but once again, hook shot over. Takes a magical journey through, chasing down Mark, and here comes Gadget. She is going to be the next one taken out. And despite the tempered fate, it's a 5 versus 3 siege. 1 inhibitor remaining, 1 Nexus remaining, and 1 game left to play. Unicorns push into the base to take down LGD and forcing Mark and the rest of the team back. Unicorns! Tiebreaker for first against PSG.
Wow. Just so well played from Unicorns. They brought so many different styles to the stage here at World's Playins, and LGD are tied for last place in the group.
I completely lost track of my thoughts towards the end. And what a phenomenal performance thus far, dropping 1 game earlier today to Rainbow 7, who, by the way, are guaranteed 3rd seed in the group. Rainbow 7 finished with 2 wins, 2 losses. So the LLA will advance to the knockouts round, where we are sat. PSG versus UOL for 1st, 2nd seed. And LGD versus V3 for elimination and life at the tournament.
Life at the tournament. LGD is on match point, essentially, to be knocked out of Worlds in the play-ins.
Yes. And Rainbow 7 will be watching that game because a reminder of the next stage, 3rd seed versus 4th seed in a BO5, which means Rainbow 7 versus either LGD or V3. And the winner will then face the 2nd seed from tomorrow's group. Congratulations to UOL. I honestly thought the game was done. When Longxing and Xie both got solo kills in their lanes, I was sad. I'm like, that's it, it's over. They're going to get stomped. And UOL just said, no, shut up, we've got this.
That's the thing, right? They got the double solo kills, and LGD had the bot push from the Ezreal bot in the early game. So you'd expect that Peanut can just run around the map, take all the objectives he wants, snowball the lanes, move around with Mark, and just control the map. But UOL, Gadget, you saw him running mid all the time, trying to get those picks, and eventually it worked for him. He was 4-0 in 15 minutes.
I know I've said it so many times, but the draft, the first pick Nidalee when Lilia was open, you said it so many times, the denial from Peanut, how important that was. Then the Twitch gets locked in. We're like, what's it going to pair support? What's going to work there? Santos on the Alistar. Literally all of those picks from that first rotation had such a huge impact because, frankly, the Camille and the Syndra, they didn't do it in the early game, but man, they delivered late.
Yeah, you would expect the losing part for UOL to be the bot side, the Twitch Alistar into Ezreal Bard. They should not win this lane. They should not go even. They should get perma pushed in. But LGD didn't punish it. They punished the solo lanes, which you expect UOL to be winning.
Yes.
So it kind of turned its head, and then Gadget just carried the games.
Something I think Amazing said earlier today was you have to readjust your expectations. The LPL's 4th seed LGD comes into this tournament with like a 55 or 60% win ratio over the course of the entire year. Unicorns dropped 2 games. They dropped their 3rd of 2020 earlier today. And if they maybe don't drop another, they'll take top in the group. Anyways, let's take a look at UOL's Mercedes drive to victory with my favorite, Rat-a-tat-tat, in the 1v3. It's such a cool name. It's better than Spray and Pray, I'm telling you.
It is better. I mean, you can. This is actually a different play here. This is where Gadget does get taken out, so we'll give it to Boss on this side where he looks for the flank.
Yes.
We're going to swap it up a bit here. Anana6, the player of the game in this one. My MVP, pops Kramer, takes him out, buys time with the stopwatch, and Boss on the side, absolute carries from the top jungle in this fight.
Look at this professional shoutcaster here. You are 100% right. It's not exactly the replay we were hoping for, but nevertheless, I mean, great play, and Ananasik was the one that saved it for me, his javelin toss onto Kramer,
yeah.
And then as you mentioned, follow up.
This is the one we're talking
this
about.
Is
Gadget.
The drive to victory.
He used his first stealth to get some chunk onto Longxing. Longxing does eventually die. He tries to ult in to survive. Mark uses Bartle, but focus on Gadget. Look at Boss. Jumps over the wall, goes onto Mark. Mark uses the portal out, flashes, but look at Gadget. He's on a pink ward. No one knows he's there. LGD think they're safe, and he opens up on them.
It's absolutely fantastic. Real confidence here, and I'm going to take a look at the HP. Do you think if he got caught by the Mystic Shot, it would have killed him? I don't think so, but the flash to dodge, it still looked good.
Well, I think he would have.
Do you think so?
Yeah, he probably would have died, I think.
Oh, man, that is amazing. The
Really
Unicorns
well
of Love will be facing off now. I believe the next game will be UOL versus PSG. Producers, thank you so much for that one. There's a lot going on today. It has not been the easiest of shows, but UOL versus PSG, they don't get any time to rest.
Yeah.
They've got confidence running high, of course, but then so do PSG. So
yeah, both coming off a win.
like, how do you possibly... And of course, side selection goes to whoever won the first time round. And if memory serves correctly, it was PSG that took down... No, UOL took down PSG. So they get side selection in this game.
I'm expecting blue side probably. I think blue side is the favorable side throughout playoffs across the world. World's Playins, I think blue side is kind of favored. The Caitlyn Prow falling off makes it a little weaker, but I think it is strongest in general.
How on earth do we expect the mid lane matchup to play out? Because Xie just, dumpstered.
Yeah.
And it is, of course, Uniboy and Konyue on the side of PSG that have just been, hard carrying.
Yeah. And the thing is, when you look at PSG, you think that the Echo set picked up the first win, and when they got banned out, they lost the game. So you think, oh, well, we've kind of found the kryptonite to them. It's the ban phase. But then they bust out the Graves Oriana. They bust out all these different picks, and they keep winning. So, yeah, No Man's did make a mistake. Boss made a mistake as well in the solo lanes. If they don't get punished, they're going to be really good.
We have some time. Caitlyn and I will be back for the first tiebreaker game. It's PSG Talent taking on Unicorns for first place and a spot at groups.
Oh, boy.
That was insane.
Welcome back to Worlds 2020 and the epic fight in Group B. It is our first tiebreaker game in Unicorns of Love versus PSG Talent Esports, and the stakes are higher than ever before. Whoever wins this game moves to the Worlds group stage. That's right, a single best of one for groups at Worlds. I mean, especially considering that PSG are part of this story, it is kind of absurd. Introductions, of course, are in order. Yamato Cannon beside me and amazing on the end there. Saving the best till last, of course, Maurice. But Yamato, let's get this one started. The story of PSG, it's gone from day one, 3 stand-ins laughing out loud, to 3 stand-ins, holy moly, they could get groups. 2 stand-ins, thank you. Nitpicking German, no surprises there.
No, it's been absolutely crazy. I don't think anyone knew what to expect. I think everyone assumed the team with substitutes is not going to do as well as PSG did. They came out swinging and showcased play that requires a lot of coordination. And considering we've seen so much lack of coordination from teams that we expected more of, like LGD or even Mad Lions in the other group, it just impresses me even more what Paris Saint-Germain has accomplished here.
Yeah, it is. It's magnificent. And imagine the world we could be living in where PSG could, with all of that said, take that spot in the group stage of Worlds. Amazing. How realistic is that goal?
I mean, it is pretty realistic. Their form has been pretty incredible. I do, however, think, personally speaking, that UL is a better team right now. They seem to be more flexible in draft. They seem to have more options, especially coming into the top side of the map, where I think Boss just has more champions to play with, and I think that's going to be a backbreaker potentially for PSG.
Can we have a quick recap of that turnaround from UOL, by the way? I mean, like, they are fresh off of a victory that secured them this opportunity, an opportunity to skip that best of 5 stage, and it was through a turnaround. Like, they had a gold disadvantage. It looked like it was all sunshine and rainbows, but still, Unicorns of Love are capable.
Honestly, these players have just been so confusing, because earlier today, Unicorns of Love got absolutely smacked by R7, but the history of this organization, all the way back to when they were an LCS. They tried to qualify to the World Championship. Amazing stopped them one time. The next year I stopped them on Splice.
Oh, God.
And then always it was so close. And now they've continued on to the LCL. That's where the organization resides now. They were close last year, and I think this year in the current form, they'll come even closer and probably make
No,
it.
but okay, so Yamata, you're setting me up for some real Hollywood stuff here. So twice denied, third time supposed to be the charm. They're coming into Worlds, and now they could potentially have their easy route taken from them by a team with 2 stand-ins. Thank you, amazing. 2 stand-ins. The fight is back in the roster. So let's focus on the win conditions then. If UOL were to complete this and to go absolutely crazy in their opening play-ins games, how would this victory be manifested?
Honestly, on my end, I think it just comes back to the first time they matched up against each other. Okay. I think with the bans, they were able to set up Hanabi in a position where he was kind of awkward on that Volibear. They had the Renekton first pick, and on top of that, I really enjoy how big of a champion pool the jungler has. And I think that's such a key thing in the current meta, playing Nidalee, playing Hecarim, playing Lilia if you want to. There's just so many options.
And Maurice, how does that interact with PSG and their win conditions, which does seem to be revolving around that big goatee tank boy?
Yeah, we've been talking about Ornn so much, and I do not think they're going to get it again. So I think that's something they have to actually prepare for. So Ornn can be seen as a stand-in, right? There could be any other tank in the top lane that they work with, maybe the Sion, maybe a potential Maokai. It's not that much in the meta, but I do think there's merit in picking it, especially if you're a teamfight-oriented team. So for them, make sure that happens. Have the top side of the map be isolated, play towards bottom.
Yeah. So is that how you define an easy-to-execute comp?
Yeah, 1-4 comps are usually a lot easier to execute because the only thing you have to do is be able to hit more targets or do more damage in an enemy team in a front-to-back scenario. So
cool. You always want to go front to back, that's for sure. Now, amazing. My final question for you is to put money where your mouth is and give me a prediction. God. Only one of these teams is picking up the W. Whose Nexus is falling? Who's taking it?
I mean, PSG's Nexus should be falling because I do think that you are, as I said earlier, the better team right now. The flexibility that they have, and especially Nomans and Boss. Honestly, I expected a lot from Ananashik already, but Boss and Nomans have really been turning up. So I do think that they're going to make a big deal out of the game. And honestly, the AD carry now with the Twitch performance, there's so many tools that they can work with.
What more could you ask for, Yamato? Are you the same?
I think Unicorns a lot as well, for the same reasons. I think there is some opportunity here when we think of champions that can fit the bill of Ornn. I'm kind of hoping Hanabi brings up his classic gangplank and they play into a strong side, bot side, make it explosive, unified, and Kaiwing are now together again. Make a game where you play for them and then maybe you have your best chances. But Unicorns of Love, I think, based off of the mold of what they showed in the last game, I think they can continue down the same trend and just, win already in draft unless PSG shows something new.
Hell yeah. All right, well, it does sound like we're ready to get into this one. It's crazy. Will this Cinderella story of PSG end with a spot in the group stage of Worlds, or will the Unicorns of Love smash that glass slipper all over the Rift? We'll take a break, and Quick Shot and Kadra will guide you through.
Welcome back to the group stage of Worlds Play-ins 2020. Kadra is joining me once again for our 2 tiebreaker games. I just want to give a special shout out to the entire production team behind the scenes across the world. It has been a challenging production day, and it has been one that I'm exceptionally proud of everyone behind the camera, hopefully keeping things running smoothly. So let's turn our attention to the tiebreaker games. PSG versus Unicorns of Love. This is a fight for first and second seed. The winner goes straight to the group stage, and the loser takes second seed, which means they get to watch the first round of BO5s, and they'll face the winner of third or fourth seed from the other group.
From the other group, exactly. I mean, who would have thought UOL, PSG, especially PSG with 3 subs in the first 2 games, so... Yeah, LGD, man.
I've got a shout out to Reddit. There's a comment in the post-match thread saying Riot accidentally created a super team in PSG talent. And I think you have to call it out. Kongyue and Uniboy coming in as the AHQ mid-jungle duo. Yep. They have popped off. It will be very spicy if they manage to advance to the group stage and see how the performance of River and Tank are. But let's turn our attention to this game. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Unicorns of Love won the first time these teams met. They also have side selection in this game. And if I remember correctly, it was the Swain into the Echo set combination that was hugely pivotal. I believe it was this game. Regardless, it was the opening 2 wins for UOL, and today they've got 1 win, 1 loss under their belts, and this game guarantees their groups if they win it.
Yeah, you're the ones who took down the Echo set themselves, so I don't think they're going to be that afraid of banning it out. I'm expecting standard things across the board, but you can't really say that against UOL. For them, standard is mages and Twitch and all that stuff, so... I mean, PSG's just going to have to find ways to deal with it. Uniboy, Kongyue, they found a really good sort of dynamic between them. They're moving so well across the map. They're playing through mid really well. And the differences in styles that they're producing with the mid jungles, whether it's Kongyue carrying or Uniboy being the carry, is just great. So I'm expecting that, an Ornn ban.
Yeah, not surprising.
Take that away from Hanabi.
Ornn remains undefeated in play-ins thus far. 5 wins, 0 losses. If memory serves me correctly. And what is going to be the answer here from PSG?
Do they want to take away the Nidalee or something like this that Ananasik was playing?
Yes,
well,
they do.
Because they do normally ban it, so taking that away is a good choice. And then Ananasik popping off on it, taking out Kramer in the fights is a good choice as well. Mordekaiser ban as well, so there's lots of top bans coming in here. That's kind of interesting. Are they looking at something like a Camille or some first pick?
So
like that?
what options are still available? The Lilia, the Graves, the Ashe, screaming out to me. What am I missing here, Kadril?
Well, you're definitely missing champions like Renekton and Camille. I think if these top bans are coming in, those are the interesting ones we're looking at. Also looking at champions like the Lilia, like you said. The Camille ban does come through. So Lilia, Ashe, Renekton are the main pros we're looking at. I'm expecting an AD trade-off. And then the jungle trade-off. I mean, there's only Lilia Hecarim really left. So
a couple seconds left.
If this gets locked in, they have to sort of answer with the top. Depends where Hanabi wants to go. You could match it with something like a Sion, just something tanky and beefy.
Then what do you run into Renekton? I mean, that is an unenviable question for anybody.
Yeah, normally there's not that many carries that actually win against it. They are going to go for the Orianna, take away the flex. They're going to go for the Senna as well, so they're going to save the top pick for now. I'm expecting the Lilia Hecarim trade-off eventually, because they're the only real junglers you've got left, and now that they've blind picked the Senna, they can also pick an AD. I would say Ashe, but it's UOL, so could be something different. Could be something like the Swain, something like the Heimerdinger, because Senna's push is not that good, so something that can just keep around the tower is a really good champ for the side of UOL, so I don't like the blind pick Senna, especially against UOL.
Okay, let's find out. The Hecarim is something that has been hovered a couple of times. It is now locked in for an Ananasik, and if that Ziggs is locked in, and it is, that can go mid or bottom. And maybe we expect a bottom?
I think yeah, definitely bottom. I think PSG maybe made a mistake here. I think going Orianna Hecarim on the 1-2 is just better, because now they're kind of stuck. They want to go something like the Lee Sin, or are they going to go for Lilia anyway? If they go Lilia, they're having double mid-jungle AP, so that's not exactly what you want. But then on the other side, UOL are running double AD with the Renekton, so that's not as optimal either. So Malphite could be a good pick for them, especially against something like the Ziggs. So they are going to go for the Lilia. That is going to be a double mid-jungle AP, so I would much prefer just go Orianna Hecarim, pick AD on 3, and then just go to the ban phase. So now they've picked that up, they're going to weigh the Cassin, which No Man's played against V3, who ran the card as Galio AP, so they know that the AP mid-jungle needs to be banned away, need to take away the Cassin.
Oh, very, very clever pickup there, or ban away, rather. And I'm just going to hold my breath. Gadget has played those mages in the bottom lane very, very well. But technically that Ziggs could still go middle, right? So let's see how the rest of this draft does play out. UOL will have to complete their draft, obviously, after the first. Maybe that's a ban to make it a little bit more comfortable for that Ziggs in the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, definitely. Ziggs mid against Orianna wouldn't be the end of the world, but I'm expecting Gadget to pick this one up. The Northless ban does come in, so they're definitely looking to blind pick a support here. We've seen the prevalence of Braum, Rakan, Alistar, Bard, so range support's not the best with Senna. I'm expecting something with melee, something with engage, save your counter pick on the top lane for sort of like a last pick top. Maybe you can look for something cheesy here. I'm expecting a tank, or if they go for something like the Bard or the Rakan. I think Sion is definitely one of the better options for them.
Oh, it's so difficult. So many options.
But you need to know where the Ziggs is going first in general, so.
And maybe they'll be able to find out once UOL lock this next phase. So jungle secured here for Kongyue.
So what's left? You've got Rakan, you've got Braum. I'm expecting something more with engage.
So I wouldn't good option here. Braum. Yeah, combo that, especially with the ball delivery system.
Yep.
And let him jump in with that battle dance.
So now do they want to go for something like the Thresh? That could be good. Bard could also be really good if they're going to put the Ziggs bot. So depends where the Ziggs is going, really. That's all depends on where and what they want to put where.
And it's so difficult as well, because Unicorns as a team have been one of the least predictable in terms of their draft. So you've got these like theoretical standard options, and then you have to go, what's standard for UOL?
Yeah, exactly. Is the Ziggs going bot? Maybe it's not. Is it going mid? That's a Bard, so they'd go for the Ziggs Bard. So they could just pick up a strong mid laner here. I'd expect something like the AP, maybe like the Syndra, what we saw from No Man's last time. Or they could put the Ziggs mid and then pick another AD carry.
And do you like a Bard into Rakan as well?
It's mainly good against the Senna in general. In mobile and carries, you've got the Ashe, Senna, Jhin, Ziggs as well. So you can just pop the Bard ult on them. They have the flash, or you can get a really good engage. Something like the Twitch we saw last game. Gadget did get caught out a bit. So is that an Ezreal hover? So I'm guessing that's going to be an Ezreal bot. So yeah, Ezreal bot, Ziggs top, Ziggs mid, sorry. Now PSG have to last pick the top. That's what I wanted to get the point towards. So GP is not a bad champ into the Renekton. You can always W away from the Renekton stun. You have the orange, so the GP ult's going to be kind of nice against the Ziggs as well. You've got the Orianna Ball, you've got the Rakan, so you have loads of teamfight AoE. So this GP pick is a pretty good pick, I think.
No really strong front line,
exactly.
Though, if you look at that option, and when you're contrasting that to the Renekton and the Hecarim,
yeah.
Ooh, that could get scary. But then on the same token, you combine Cannon Barrage with Lilia jumping in with those Blooming Blows. There's a lot of options they can play with.
Yeah, I definitely think PSG should have looked at something like an Orianna 1-2 to make sure they have some sort of frontline engage, because the Rakan's the only real one diving in the backline. Yes, you can put the ball on Rakan, you can get a good AoE combo with the GP ult, with the Senna as well, but you don't have anyone to step up, to walk into the bushes, face check everything, get the vision, force people away because you can flash on them. It's only really Rakan that can do that, whereas on the side of UOL, there's a Renekton and a Hecarim in your face. And not only that, there's a bot ult that you have to take in consideration. So I like UOL's draft more in general. They are playing 3-range champs, they have really good engage, they have the Bard as well, but PSG, if they can get a good wombo in fights, they can probably one-shot the backline of UOL.
And is that really the way they play to win this team composition on the side of PSG?
Well, not in general. I think playing with your Orianna is the most important, making sure your GP can scale up the Triforce without getting dove by this Renekton Hecarim. I think he should be safe in there. I think just playing defensively across the board is what they have to look at here. You don't have too much playmaking early. GP, it's not like you're going to be able to dive the lane. Yes, GP level 1 to 3 is probably the strongest trader in the game. Maybe you could look something up there in the early game, but in general, I'm looking at level 6s across the board. I'm looking at GP ult, Orianna ult, 4-man, 5-man fights in the bot side, fights over neutral objectives. I don't think there's an incredible amount of setup for ganks for either side, really, apart from just the Renekton.
Yeah, definitely the case. So let's see how it plays out. Kadrill definitely leaning towards the UOL draft.
Yep.
Sheepy has had a
They've been fantastic
influence on this. The drafts have been very surprising. We really felt that Zig was going bottom, but couldn't ignore that because it's UOL, the flexibility of this team, right?
Flexing Orianna as well. They put so much emphasis on draft just to make sure they get winning matchups, whether it's solo lanes or bot. And you can see it here again with the Ziggs flex. So, yes, Rakan Ziggs into mid, into the Orianna. So, that's what I like about UOL. Their drafts have been crisp, I think.
Yes.
Whether you think they're good or bad doesn't matter because they're very, very sort of controversial in the way that they just flex things just to get the counter picks.
Wins
and then
matter.
It does work in the end. So.
Wins matter, Kadrill. You can argue if they're good or bad, but when they pick up a win against an opponent, and when you heard Sheepy yesterday in his interview, honestly, I thought he actually shared too much, personally. Whereas, like, this was the plan, we studied them, we knew on lane swap, we knew they were going to invade. So it was like, it shows a level of preparation and awareness of their opponent's tendencies that they counter. Now, the last time they played PSG, the game started a little bit PSG favored, and then team fights and skirmishes just went UOL's favor entirely. What I heard you saying from the draft was PSG want to play a little slow, safe. Don't put yourself at risk. Well, UOL will be looking then for unforced errors. UOL tower dive. UOL pick fights. UOL are willing to get into your face. And if you think of the option of the Super Mega Inferno Bomb, as well as the True Shot Barrage, that combined with a, Onslaught of Shadows could be a dead anybody. This is a squishy team on PSG. So I'm expecting UOL to line them up, call in the, reinforcements, long-range abilities, and see if they can find any damage.
Yeah, I just don't really like the top jungle picks from PSG. I mean, they didn't really have too many options considering the bans. Owen was out, Mordekaiser out, Renekton first pick, Camille was banned. They took away the Hecarim, so this top jungle of PSG, the problem is they don't really have any CC, no direct sort of point-and-click stuns, no slows, nothing in general that can help in the early game. So, UOL, that wall's going to try and get the XP to boss over the wall. I'm not sure if he got it. It might have been in range, so they're going to get level 2 on the waves in the first 6 creeps. So
is that another game that they're able to pick up the first ward that's placed down? I know it's not the most, amazing of things, but it does show a level of just coordination and preparedness again that I would like to praise.
Yeah, it's definitely really useful. If you can get 3 people share 1 ward and 2 of them are the solo laners, then they're always going to get level 2 off the first wave, but boss takes not a good trade from Hanabi there. I think the GP level 1 to 3 trades is just really, really annoying.
Yeah, it's so oppressive with that passive and Polix in the face or an auto. If you are just joining us, thank you for tuning into World's Play-Ins. Despite the fact these two teams are tied at 3 wins and 1 loss, the tiebreaker rules for Play-Ins groups state that because it is a single round robin, best of 1, even with the victory if teams are tied head-to-head, the winner of the first matchup will get side selection, and this is a battle for first and second seed. UOL beat PSG, and UOL lost to Rainbow 7 earlier today. That's why they didn't win the group outright without the need for this game. Now they need to do it again. The winner goes straight to groups. UOL boss under some pressure. Look at this. Hanabi just steps forward with the grasp, shoots him in the face, and backs away.
Yeah, no man. We saw on the graphic there. He has the face rush on Ziggs. Not super common. Normally, you like to see things like the comets from the Ziggs. So Definitely not playing for lane phase. It will help him escape Kongyue when he's running at him. The GP ult as well. If the GP ult's coming out, no man's can proc it, get away quickly. So he's playing safe with those runes, especially there. Both junglers pathing all up towards the top side. I think it'll be quite a slow game in general unless Hanabi decides to just keep all-in top. I don't think there'll be too much trading across the board.
Yeah, I mean, I think that phase rush in the hands of Nomads and UOL, you might be using it to chase forward. Follow the Renekton and the Hecarim.
Probably.
Use that satchel charge to bounce forward.
Is this a red
we'll
buff in
have
mid?
to see. It does seem to be the
He
case.
just ghosted. Oh, he has
That's
a vision on him.
Ghost for a Nana Sick. Remember that vision was denied earlier. No flash available. Rampage is out. Auto and Rampage may be enough. Swirl Seed will force Kongyue onto another Sick, and now they're going to steal away some of the chickens.
Oh no.
That's the satchel charge. That bounces Kongyue. Remember, he's flashed already. Red buff applied. Bouncing bomb will not find its target, and Kongyue escapes with his life.
Yeah, Kongyue went a bit too far forwards there. Nanasik might have won his Raptors. He just about spotted him trying to do both of the camps at the same time. Popped the Ghost. Didn't have the damage in the end, but Kongyue flashing away. He doesn't lose too much for it. Loses a couple of Raptors and his flash, but it's not the end of the world.
And Cadril, the thing it signals to me, you are well attacking the duo, the mid-jungle duo of PSG that has been so influential. The ward's denial earlier, the pressure onto the red buff. So it feels to me, and I'm going to be presumptuous, you all want to disrupt Kongyue and Uniboy, slow them down, mitigate the level of impact they can bring to this game.
Yeah, definitely. PSG's mid-jungle duo, although they're the subs coming from AHG, who did finish 4th. They are actually carrying this team really heavily. Last time around, we saw the Kindred, we saw the Syndra, both of them 10 kills, 1 death almost, so really, really good performance by them. So they definitely need to step up. I kind of want to argue that the tools they have this game aren't as good as the last couple games they had, the Lilia Orianna. Not much synergy between the two, but maybe it's something they can work with. They have the GP ult coming up at level 6. There is a pause.
There is a brief pause. We'll let you know exactly what that is in a moment. I love the Gambit call-out, by the way, from Gadget there in the bottom lane, of course. Unicorns of Love coming from the LCL and the CIS regions, and they took down Gambit in the finals to get here. They've been so dominant all year long. And I
3
know
losses.
You have heard 3 losses all year, 2 during the LCL season and 1 at Worlds. That's
Crazy.
it.
3 losses the entire year, not split year.
And what I was trying to say before the ad break, before this tiebreaker game, was something that Amazing said on the desk earlier today that I absolutely loved. We have to start reframing our expectations. Machine Os Yamato, are the Playins team stronger? And he's like, frankly, yes. Like, look at what they're doing. And you're looking at the 4th seed from the LPL, and it's a team that has been inconsistent all year long, coming up against the most dominant LCL roster probably ever. Unicorns of Love are creative in their play. They were exciting. The subs coming out of the PCS and PSG, similar story. They both took down LGD.
Yeah, you pointed it out correctly. I just think LGD inconsistency is kind of the key for them. They had a 55% win rate throughout the whole regular season. They finished around 6th, so they weren't too bad, to be honest. And in the playoffs, they did get 6-0'd by Sunning. They beat IG, so they looked really strong coming into the tournament, taking down the former world champions. But UOL, they just kind of beat them across the board, especially in the last game. They had more creativity. Team fights were more sort of centric, and they played really well as a ball, whereas LGD was split up.
Yeah.
Even though they did have poor laning phases from the solo lanes, which we kind of expected LGD to come in with the sort of power.
Individual
Yeah,
plays.
exactly. The individual plays, loads such powerhouse solo laners in their lane phases. But as a team, UOL just look way more coordinated.
Yeah, they really, really do. And those team fights and skirmishes playing out. It was a pause on the side of PSG Kaiwing. Unsure exactly what the reason was, but league officials were investigating, and I hear that hopefully we will be getting back into game very soon. And the pressure is very high in this one. We touched in the draft, and Cadril really highlighted that from the PSG side, they want to absorb pressure, buy themselves some time to scale
Look
up.
for fights.
You need to look for some fights later, like it's a Gangplank, an Orion, and a Lilia. Like, they need some time. They need some items, right? And need to see how well they're going to play out those team fights. Whereas on the other side, Unicorns, I think, with the Renekton and the Hecarim, I feel like they might be looking for opportunities a little bit earlier. It also will follow the trends that we've seen over the 4 group stage games thus far.
Yeah, and in both team fights, when the team fights do kick off, I think if you look at both sides of the equation, I think if you look at PSG with the GP ult, where are their spells, as we see in mid-gank, this could be a 2v2 if Ananasik goes too far.
Well, Satchel Charge actually bounced Uniboy to safety.
No
The
ghost.
Rampage does a lot of damage, and all of a sudden, here comes Santa. Summon a heal as well. Konyue's in trouble. No flash. First blood to Nomads. The roaming bard setting it up.
And that's just reactionary, right? Santas reacted instantly as soon as that mid-fight was happening. He was running as soon as the gank was being set up, as Boss trading hard onto Hanabi there. Won't get his flash in the end, but that's first blood for the side of UOL. Noman's, that's such a good sort of kill for him here. He can pick up the lost chapter when he goes to base, and Kaiwing was just too late to the play. He reacted way too late. Santas had a faster sort of pathway through the jungle, and it was such a good play. And if you watch Santos on the map, you can see he's moving before the play happens. He knows by Ananasik saying, I'm going for a play mid, be ready guys. So Santas instantly moving. You can see he's about 4 or 5 seconds ahead. It is favorites for PSG here. Ananasik could have died, but with the heal, Santas comes in. Kongwei didn't expect it, and Kaiwing was just too late.
The magical journey through the Dragon Wall pit as well. I was watching the minimap for Santas. That saved like 2 or 3 seconds of travel time, which you could argue saved Ananasik's life.
Time is a resource in League of Legends. Whether it's gold, whether it's time, whether it's vision, all of these things are basically essences of tempo, right? So you could argue Santas got there first, so you had more tempo from bot side. So it all comes down to resources. So yeah, they had more time, they got there first, and that nets them some gold.
It's another signal in my read of Unicorn's approach to this game. The fact that Santos was so willing to move despite the wave, being pushed into him. Remember the invade earlier, that Ananasik and Noman's duo team to go invade that red buff? It really feels to me like the playbook for UOL is do not let Kongwei and Uniboy get ahead. If we can get in their faces, if we can allocate resources together, then all of a sudden we can, look to win the group. And again, LGD flag there on the emote. Gadget's emote game is on fire.
Yeah, and UOL have been really attacking this mid-jungle, like you said, and Ananasik and Nomans are bringing the fight to them. They look for the red buff kill in the early game. They took the Raptors away.
Look at this.
The jungle support pairing from UOL is just so good. Santas and Ananasik just react so well together, and when there's being plays made around the mids, top sides, swapping for Heralds, where they want to go for Dragon fights. So, yeah, Kaiwing needs to kind of pair up a bit more with Kongwei to make sure this is more of a 3v3.
Yeah, definitely the case. And Gadget just teleport back to lane. He's got himself the tier, the pickaxe, 3 teleports on the side of UOL to the 2 on the side of PSG, and there is a TP advantage. Noman's and Boss still holding on to their TPs for now, so if any action does break out, either over the upcoming Rift Herald or potentially Dragon, I always look at Rift Herald when you look at Unicorns of Love. They really like to fight around it, and Kedril, you were talking about the draft, like if PSG, if they're anticipating it, if they're ready for it, Cannon Barrage, the Shockwave, the
zone control.
Dawning Shadow can do a lot of work in that pit, so maybe PSG, if they're willing to, could look to fights.
Definitely, and Hanabi level 7 on the GP now, so they have got the GP ult if there is a fight in bot, so PSG, when they get the Rakan 6, like we said, we're looking at level 6 spikes, and Kongwei sitting behind Hanabi here. I think he's just trying to help him push out the wave. The wave is actually pushing into Hanabi, so he might be looking for a gank. There is a little bit of setup. They have the Cannon Barrage.
Boss has got the flash available. He's got Dominus. Remember, Noman's, if he can move quickly enough, Mega Inferno Bomb will come forward. There's the Slice and Dice, Ruthless Predator. Dawning Shadow for additional support. Defensive flash away. Boss cannot get away from the swirl. See, now Noman's bouncing bomb onto Kongwei. The TP was used, and now Unicorns may feel under pressure to go for the Herald.
Look at Santas and Ananasik. They're together again. Kaiwing's kind of late again. They're always ready to respond. They were Bard portaling up. The TP came in. But it was a good play from PSG. They identified the wave state. It was communicated really well. And Nomans, although he TP'd up, he's a Ziggs. It's not like a LeBlanc or a Syndra who's just going to flash forwards and pop you. He can't really kind of help there. But it was a really good snipe from the side of Hanabi with the GP ult, and Kongwei's E did pick up the kill in the end, but they used the Renekton ult flash. He has no TP now. Noman's TP'd. He used the Mega Inferno Bomb as well, so UOL are going to start this Herald. They have a little bit of tempo on the top side of the map because Hanabi had the base, so he had a lot of gold in his inventory, meaning he couldn't fight. He didn't have the GP ult either, so the fact that they moved here with the jungle support, Boss also TPing mid to get the push. 2 waves pushed in, 3 Herald.
So, Unicorns of Love, a lot of resources invested. They don't get the counter kill, but they can at least use the Herald to unlock some more plates and gold. Look at the defensive wards here on the side of PSG, inside that river entrance to the Raptor camp and red buff. A lot of vision, anticipating any sort of invade.
They can Herald top right now. The tower will die. They have the Ziggs W, right? So that'll kill at least 1 plate guaranteed. So Nomax is going to pick up a full tower here, I think. So this Ziggs is going to be so strong, and although the Ziggs is a different kind of pressure from most mid laners, like if the Syndra's ahead, if a LeBlanc's ahead, Unified would have to be really scared, but with the Ziggs, it's more about wave clear. You have infinite wave clear from the side of UOL now, the Ziggs ahead. You're going to have so much poke damage as well, so it's another kind of beast that you have to deal with against these champions like Ziggs, so maybe no one's going to get the second tower if you save the W and the Herald hits.
Well, let's find out. That one does tag. Satchel charge is available. Does he throw it out? A couple more autos. I'll find it just yet. An explosive minefield thrown out. And while this is going on, by the way, Boss is in the mid lane, trying to wave clear up against Uniboy. I saw Santas making his way up there. Kong Yue on this Lilia, 65 farm already secured, and will start the first dragon in the game in 10 minutes. It feels like you all will be too late to this party.
Yeah, PSG had the bot push, and NSIC helped top to try and get the tower, try and get the push out to no man, so Hanabi couldn't freeze. PSG answer well, go for the dragon, try to get something in bot side. If the dragon wasn't up, perhaps try to do something on Gadget, try and force him out. They have no TPs, but good play from PSG. They identified a misstep from NSIC there, getting a bit greedy on the top side, but UOL's in a really good spot. No man's back in mid now. He's got the Luden's Echo. Uniboy is gone for the tier, so he's scaling up, but this Ziggs is going to be able to one-shot the waves and just keep going into Fog of War, take all these pinks that PSG have across the river, and then it's the side lanes that are going to struggle.
1,500 gold advantage at 10 minutes. Despite losing the first dragon, Unicorns of Love got that Herald, got themselves the tower in the top lane, and they've got themselves honestly like a high level of coordination in the decision making. Look, they're setting up for a dive.
Mid to bot, exactly. No man's had the mid push. Unified kind of smells this. Kaiwing is really far away.
This
He's
is so scary. Flash and heal available. Cosmic Binding into the wall. And honestly, that Mega Inferno Bomb was not even needed. He just got obliterated underneath the tower. Also got the Cannon Barrage out of Hanabi, by the way. Yep. So that is a very big cooldown that's going to allow UOL to play even more emboldened for the next minute or two.
Yeah, Unified should definitely have smelled that play coming. Kaiwing kind of ran through mid from base there, so he didn't get the bot in time, but Hanabi does have TP coming up, Boss doesn't, so there is sort of like a map advantage there for them on the bot side, but they're going to lose so much platings, and if they can get No Man's to push in mid and rotate bot, he can just one-shot this tower with his W.
No doubt about it. The 3-minute timer for the next dragon, Swellseed won't find the target, and Gadget will get at least a plate or two.
It's going to go to blue, I think.
Look at this situation. Now PSG, they have to find a way back in. Kedril, you specifically said in draft, you don't really want to see them fall behind. They do have to try to absorb some pressure. At what point do you start getting terrified for them? Because we know the scaling on a GP, in Orianna, a Senna. We know with time they can be strong, but they're down 2,500 gold. And it starts to get to that point where the deficit is too much to overcome.
Yeah, the thing with PSG's comp is their whole topside picks are full scaling. There's no playmaking. I mean, Lilia, you could make plays level 1, you can look for early invades, but that didn't happen essentially. So they have no setup. All of their spells are kind of flashable, so you don't really have any solidified engage, so they can't really look for many plays. I mean, Hanabi, I'd like to see him freeze top wave, try and deny boss some creeps. He has the TP if boss runs towards bot side. Try to TP in and just defend the play and keep the top waves frozen. So they need to look for gold advantages in different ways. I don't think they're going to win fights at this point in the game unless they can get a really good wombo combo, because they don't have any setup. Look at UOL's vision. Kaiwing's contesting vision on his side of the map, so he can't really get the wards down, and PSG need to find some kind of engage. I mean, UOL have all their flash up almost. The Dragon's in 2 minutes 30, and maybe that could be their opening.
Could they fight in the Dragon Pit? Again, Cannon Barrage, Shockwave. You know, it's a little bit more of a controlled situation. And then Nasik goes forward. True Shot Barrage tags Unified. Mega Inferno Bomb's already been thrown down. Now Kong Yue and Uniboy, they're inside the river. It's a challenging smite. Magical Journey. That gets him out to safety. That's a sleeping Horsey as Ananasic goes down. Teleport comes out as well. Kaiwing gets tagged against the wall with the Cosmic Binding, so PSG, they find a pick, they find a kill, but it did cost a couple of ultimates and summoner spells.
Yeah, good play from PSG. I mean, if you can't make plays yourself, just play on the enemy mistakes, right? Ananasic dives way too deep there. Kaiwing tried to punish it. I think Ananasic played it really well to sort of dive away from the Rakanals, but in the end, PSG just collapsed really well. I think the TP from Hanabi was a bit too much, perhaps, but it's a kill in the end, right? That's what you need when you're PSG. You need to get the kills, you need to get gold on your carries, get some scaling, and just well played from PSG overall, punishing the mistakes, and you just need to keep doing that.
All right, let's see how many more mistakes Unicorns of Love make. All the teams in Group A are currently watching this game very closely because the loser will play second seed, and this is Ananasic going on Unified.
Yeah, look at the mid prio as well. I mean, Santas is in the river, but and Uniboy just collapsing way too fast. He does dodge away from the Rakanal, thinks he can get Unified, but now he's kind of stuck. Conqueror and Uniboy come down, they do both flash on towards him, and he gets CC'd up, doesn't have any escapes, takes taken down, and this TP from Hanabi, not a fan. I'd have liked him to keep pushing out top, but in the end, he does have the Cannon Barrage for the next fight.
Boss looking to try get some damage on Kong Yue. He's got that Blade of the Rune King completed, has been sitting on it for a little while, and continues to shove that wave in. Down 10 CS, Hanabi's got the Trinity Force picked up. Look at the damage coming out here. Ludens plus the needlessly large rod. Defensive satchel.
He's playing with them.
Yep, really, really playing with fire. But you can see the level of confidence that No Man says, even though he got, you know, dunked in lane by Shie, Here's Kryptonite of Silas, by the way. This time around, no Kryptonite, and he's just playing all the way forward with all the support from Ananasic and Santa.
Yeah, look at his gold. He got top tower, he got bot tower as well. 10 platings to 0 from the side of PSG. 1.6k gold, and that's all to do with Nomans. He got top tower, he got bot tower, he got mid plates as well. So look at his items. He has a Needless and an Aether Wisp over Uniboy. So with his dragon coming up in 20 seconds, Boss is pushing in top. Hanabi can't join the fight, so I think PSG is going to have to give this. There's no TP on Hanabi. Boss does, so if PSG go in here, they're going to lose.
Tempered Fate doesn't find its target. Teleport available, as you've already mentioned.
He has good TP flank wards as well.
He's going to push forward. Now, where does Boss go? He's currently staring down the barrel of Hanabi if you look at the mini-map. And PSG, I think, wisely start to back away.
Hanabi's moving down now, but I think it's too late. Boss is kind of hovering around, ready to TP. He doesn't have any TP wards anymore.
And Unified's not with the team. He's in the bottom lane, so even if the fight breaks out, it's going to be an ultimate that comes out, nothing else.
Ocean Soul.
Ocean Soul is huge.
Oof, that is huge.
You do not want to give Ocean Soul to Ziggs Ezreal.
Yeah, now looking at the bot wave as well, UOL can just run through mid to Herald. Bot wave's frozen, Unified needs to push it out, try and deny some creeps there, but UOL, Dragon to Herald, they should be able to pick this one up, and they could use a Herald mid, but I think Ziggs is going to be able to take that quite easily, so that Herald's going to be really useful for tier 2s, and PSG, Unified, did drop the bot wave, he's moving up, they have the Cannon Barrage, maybe they want to contest this Herald.
Unicorns of Love, managing to put some pressure on.
Iwing has the ball.
Will find himself that Swell Seed and Gadget, but holds on to his Lullaby. And we know UOL are happy to fight in the pit, but look at this again. PSG, they step forward, they think about it, waiting for the initiation. True Shot Barrage doesn't do really a lot of damage, and the Shockwave still fishing for opportunities.
Who can go first? Who can go first from the side of PSG?
Boom! From that Mega Inferno Bomb. What's that? 30, 40% HP across the board on everyone that attacked. That just extends that. Unicorns of Love, they're setting themselves up for a slot in groups.
Yeah, PSG just don't have the answers for UOL's like sort of playmaking, right? They can dive bot, they can start Herald, they can start Drake. They don't have enough tools to just push them off. You could drop the Cannon Barrage, but if Kaiwing goes in first, he's just going to get popped before your team can respond. So, and then the other side of the coin is if you don't go in, then they can just poke you out with the Ziggs and the Bard, right? So, and the Ezreal as well. So, UOL's comp is just so strong around these neutral objectives, and PSG need to find a way to get the fight started, look for some kind of flank, and now Noman sitting on the 2 items, he's gonna poke you out.
Let me try my best K-Drill impression. Is that illegal?
That is completely illegal.
I can't do your accent at all. But I mean, Oblivion Orb Ludens, Sork Shoes at 16.5 minutes, 172 CS.
Wait, is that Senna building Black Cleaver?
If so, what do you make of that?
It's illegal, you just said it.
Okay.
I mean, he has double AP mid jungle and a Rakan.
So why would you do that? Oh, that's a knockup from Kaiwing, but there's no follow-up.
That's a good question. I think...
beaten by Boris?
Yeah, beaten by Boris.
Beaten by Boris? That's probably going to be a situation. Let's see how their build
But look at the gold lead in mid. Almost 3,000 gold difference. Even though he's only 10 CS up, he's taken 3 towers.
Yeah, all the plates. I mean, it was 10 plates at 15 minutes, right? 3 towers to 0. But that's what you would expect when you have a Ziggs.
Yep.
That's your wave pushing power. And until the last lock-in, that Ziggs could have gone bot too. So again, this flexibility from UOL, the UOL drafting.
Yep.
Honestly, everyone in Group A is going to be thankful that UOL are not in the best of 5s, because it is an unenviable task to try to draft against this team in a BO5.
Yeah, and they just move around the map so well with Nomans. He's taken all these towers. Maybe they can get in top 2, but he's in a bit of a risky position. They're all playing on top side. Gadget's playing weak side Ezreal, freezing bot waves, ready with TP to engage if this thing happens.
Oh, devastating charge into the wall. Cannon Barrage comes out. Here comes Unified. Dominus to buy some time. Fantastic charm from Kaiwing. The teleports come out. Tempered Fate will push PSG back, and now the 5-man stack are under
PSG
threat.
have to fight this.
The Shockwave's going to be huge if he can find a target. Still a 3,000 gold deficit, but look at the Unicorns. They are grouped up and stacked. Hextech Minefield slowing people down. Mega Inferno Bomb is available if PSG continue the siege, but they didn't. But that is big. 1 teleport actually. It was just Gadget that TP'd into the top lane.
Yeah, and Boss's flash as well. I thought PSG could get way more than that. Kaiwing had such a good position. They got a really good wombo with the Senna ult, but there just wasn't enough damage to finish anyone off. And UOL, they kind of get away with that one. I think they could have lost a few members there for that play. It was too much, and Boris claims another victim with the Black Cleaver on Renekton.
Black Cleaver on Renekton as well.
Another victim.
Oh, your Ziggs is so far ahead. I mean, look, one of the things that's interesting is I think that gold lead that you all have is what's accrued them that margin of error.
Yep.
You know, had they not been so far ahead, had Boss not been able to get the support so quickly, it could have turned, but it's 20 minutes in, 1 dragon apiece. It's still a 3k gold lead. And PSG still have to defend this insanely fed farmed Ziggs.
Yeah, this Nomans has been taking over the map. He's just running around clearing every wave. PSG, like you saw, they didn't get any plates, and that's kind of down to Nomans and Ananasik putting some aggression towards the mid-jungle side of things, using Santas to roam to the 3v3 mid plays more. The Herald will crash into top tier 2, hopefully, to take that
Eventually.
one down. Eventually. Shelly will get there eventually.
I hope the observers follow. So I think...
But actually, the Dragon's spawning in 30 seconds, so Hanabi's going to have to clear the Herald the next wave, and then he should be able to TP.
I know you're new to the cast today's, Mark, but I do need to correct you. The first Rift Herald, Shelly.
Oh.
I think the second one's Sheila.
Oh, really?
Now, I'm going to get yelled at on Twitter, and I apologize for not knowing that, but they're different people, right? You can't just assume
Fair enough.
it's
True.
the same one, right? And I'm pretty confident it's Shelly and Sheila, and if not, I apologize to everyone at home.
Okay, I'll take
Didn't even make it to the tower, you know, dropped out where it was. But let's turn attention to the third dragon. Ocean, Shockwave, that's going to throw him down into Gadget, and he's forced to run for his life.
Yeah, I mean, PSG could cross-map here. They have a good top wave. They could have played for top tier 1, but Hanabi's moved all the way down here, so they want to contest the second dragon from the side of UOL. I'm not sure if it's the best decision. You can drop the second dragon, try to get some gold, get some topside vision, get the tier 1 top, but they're looking for a fight. They don't have anyone to face check, but Kaiwing doesn't have flash. Guardled.
Tempered Fate doesn't find its target. Santas hasn't been able to have the level of impact that you would hope out of those Bard ultis, but No Man's bouncing bombs and those minefields have made it very difficult for PSG to push forward until they got mid-control. As soon as that wave crashed against the tower, they were able to step in. But look now, zoned away, True Shot Barrage, Mega Inferno Bomb, and they're too low to fight.
And Anasik's looking for a flank here. Hanabi's out of position.
He absolutely is. Devastating charge, backwards, Cosmic Binding against the wall. He ate an orange, and it's okay, but not long until the Onslaught of Shadows locks him down. Magical Journey to safety, that allows Santas to escape. And Boss is looking for a target to slam the Ruthless Predator onto. PSG lose one, Unicorns gain control, and they'll look for the second dragon.
Yeah, and when it comes to these dragon stare downs at the 15 to 25 minute mark, all you really care about in terms of gold is the side waves. UOL had a bot pushing wave, so they went towards bot side, they wanted to crash before starting Drake. And PSG's top waves bouncing into UOL, so they're bleeding resources top. They lost the bot wave as well, they lost the dragon, they lost Hanabi, so not a good setup from the side of PSG. I'd like to see more cross-mapping coming from them, because it's only the second Drake. You really need to fight the third and the fourth in general, especially on Ocean Soul. But now they need to fix top wave, they need to catch bot wave, and just re-establish some vision around this Baron.
Well, we have a little bit of time before we see any contest over the division of the objectives. Quick history lesson for any of our viewers that are watching. The last time the LCL, it's the Commonwealth of Independent States League, was in the main group stage at the World Championship was 2016 with Albus Nox Luna. They managed to advance to the quarterfinals. Since the introduction of the play-in stage, Gambit lost to Cloud9 in 2018 in Game 5, failing to qualify. Last year, Unicorns of Love lost to Splice in
3-2.
Game 5, unable to qualify. And the Unicorns of Love are a Nexus kill away from being the next LCL team to advance to groups without even the need for a BO5. This is an organization that has lost at the final hurdle last year, that lost at the regional qualifiers as many times as they entered.
Yep.
And Unicorns of Love have got a significant lead and are in position to go to groups.
Yeah, coming into this game, if they do win this and go to groups, Albus Nox made it to quarterfinals, so maybe UL can do the same. I mean, their performance in the Playins has been pretty much flawless, apart from that one game they did get a bit stomped. You could argue it was more draft diffy in the Driffy.
I mean, they definitely will argue that, young man, because it's much easier pill to swallow.
Yeah.
But Rainbow 7 definitely showed up. So far, the only loss on UOL's docket. And I think, as you explained, setting up for Baron, setting up for the next Dragon. The fact PSG got the first Drake of the game, or at least got the Infernal Drake, it just buys them those 5 extra minutes to farm, those 5 extra minutes to try and find a mistake to punish.
Yeah, and Gadget's playing weak side Ezreal again. He's a bit scared to catch top wave. He doesn't see Uniboy and Konyo, but he has the TP, so they want to play towards the bot side. I think Hanabi doesn't have the flash, so No Man's, this Ziggs can just keep the mid push no matter what. Santas can run wherever he wants to. They want to play top side and punish Uniboy, or do they want to run bot side and get this tier 2 bot and punish Hanabi? They have the portal, so if he steps up too far, he can get engaged on, and PSG's hovering top side.
Tempered Fate goes up. That's going to allow Hanabi to be the target. Teleports as well. Dominus already thrown down. Dawning Shadow and Cannon Barrage. Nearly 0 HP lost on the side of UOL. They get Hanabi, they get a TP, they get multiple ultimates, and now with a satchel charge, they get the tower as well. That was, frankly, beautiful.
That is clean decision-making from UL. Most teams, past 20 minutes, they play towards the Baron, they get the vision, they keep threatening the Baron stars, trying to pick them off if they try to face check around the Baron. But UL swap it up, they put their Ezreal top, he's the weak side, he has the TP, he pushes out the waves. No Man's, it's a 1-3-1, he pushes in mid, and then they just go on Hanabi. He has no flash, he gets absolutely popped into the stun, into the Ziggs ult, and then Gadget, as soon as he sees Uniboy react to the TP, he reacts himself. So no matter what, it's a number advantage for UL, and they play it really clean.
25 minutes into the game, Uniboy and Kongyue 2-1-0, 0-0-1. That might be their worst performance at this time throughout groups.
Yeah,
and you have to give credit to UL because they focused them. They put pressure on those two players, Gabriel.
Definitely, I agree. But I just think the tools that PSG have drafted for themselves here, there's just not enough to play with. See, the gold graph is very consistently going up, and Boss is always going to have the side push. Gadget's always going to have the side push. No Man's always going to have the mid push. As long as they don't overstep and get arrested by the weak side police, I think they should be able to get every objective.
Arrested by the weak side police. I really like that one. Who else can PSG hire from the police force or whatever to help them out? Because yes, you have to punish mistakes, but when you're down 6k, there's no margin for error. Can they even fight this next dragon?
Well, they're going to have to. I mean, Gadget is split pushing alone, so everything's kind of falling apart from PSG. They have no lanes at prio. Look at their vision. They have some wards scattered on the bot side of the map, but UL's playing top side. And NS6 hovering the bot side as well, so Hanabi can't push. No Man's is untouchable in mid. He has the flash, he has W, he can get away whenever he needs, and Gadget's just as safe as No Man's. So PSG need to find somewhere to target, put all their resource into it, but it looks like UL's going to do it first.
Yeah, going to chase down as player of the Rune King slow onto Hanabi. He's eaten the orange. That's a devastating charge backwards. Rampage after rampage. They get themselves one kill. Kongyue will get some damage onto Boss. It looks like he may just about go down. Not yet. The shield comes out and keeps him alive. Uniboy finds No Man's. That's gigantic. And the shutdown. The overchase, the overcharge.
It's another kill.
The overexcited unicorns are taken down by PSG, and now Santos is running for his life. Magical Jenny will buy some time. Cosmic Binding not needed as the Tempered Fate will lock up two. Unified. Here comes Unified. The lasso will not find a target, but the knockup will, and Kongyue takes him out. Gets the dragon, but at the cost of an inhibitor.
But it's definitely worth it for PSG. You said it correctly. Just punish the mistakes, and that's exactly what they did. UOL went for the same play that they did earlier on, but Hanabi, he just about lived enough for Kaiwing to come in. Uniboy solo killed No Man's on the side, and now they're turning towards Baron. There's 20 seconds on Boss for his TP, 10 seconds on No Man's for his PP too, but PSG don't have huge amounts of Baron damage. Gadget needs to do something. The TP's coming in from Hanabi, so this is going to be another fight. I think Boss and No Man's coming in too as well soon.
Believable. No ways Gadget can steal this. True Shot Barrage just came up, and available teleporters coming in. True Shot Barrage was sidestepped by everybody. No Man's Mega Inferno Bomb is available. It's invisible. Needs to throw something in. Mega Inferno Bomb inside the pit, and it is picked up by PSG. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're a fan of Game of Thrones, it may have just started. Bosses continue to chase
another
down.
Kill, another shutdown.
Another kill onto Gadget. Now another one onto Boss. PSG close the gold gap, get themselves the Baron, and now they're going to turn towards the Dragon. I thought they were going to go for Dragon, but instead they went Baron.
Yeah, they went for Baron. They had so much tempo. They had 10-20 seconds on UOL. They judged it perfectly. They had just enough damage to finish it and take the fight afterwards. So really well played from the side of PSG. That's how you punish mistakes. UOL overstepped and PSG turned it into a huge advantage. They've only brought the gold back to 2k deficit. They're looking at the third Dragon, and No Man's, he has the flash. He's trying to poke them out.
He's trying to do the best he can. A lot of mana to work with. Death Cap was picked up as well.
Can he steal it?
Mega Inferno Bomb is on cooldown. Onslaught of Shadows is available from a Nanasik as well. The Dragon will reset, but it's picked up
Uniboy got it.
by PSG. Uniboy 3-0-3. By the way, just after I flamed his scoreline and involvement, he and Kongyue find a massive way back into the game.
Yeah, you just gave them the buff that they needed. I mean,
cast a curse.
The cast a buff in this case towards PSG, but the whole problem that you all have now is not only have you thrown, you've given away your third Drake, you've given away Baron, so you can't play for that. What can you play for now is UOL. They go for Hanabi again, the same sort of play. There's no tower. The ult misses from an Nanasik. Yeah, it sucks, but they do manage to pop in. But PSG just respond really well. Kaiwing and Kongyue, they do enough damage to just chunk out Boss. Santas kind of left No Man's alone. He should have brought him with him like a buddy system. They should have stayed together. But as soon as Uniboy picks him up, and Nanasik's way too deep, he gets cut down, and then Boss fails the E over the wall. Regardless, I think he would have died because Unified was coming down as well. So huge throw from UOL, and PSG punished it so well. And going back to my point, what can UOL do now? They're going to bleed top waves because of the inhib. They can play on mid bot side, but there's no real objectives for like 4 or 5 minutes.
And also remember, despite how much gold is in No Man's inventory, Baron Empowered minions are not going to care about his bouncing bombs. It's going to be very difficult. Unicorns still have a gold lead, and PSG, you could see Glenn and the support staff backstage exceptionally excited. Also keep in mind that with Supers pushing into the top lane, that's going to allow PSG to make up some of this lost farm, make up some of this additional gold, and now it's going to be up to PSG. They're still playing from a deficit. This has neutralized the game to an even-ish state.
Yeah, PSG UL have all their tier 1s up, so if they can chunk them down and get them without getting caught, I think the main thing that PSG need to avoid is grouping up too much and pushing mid too hard, because they can get collapsed on. If they do that, they lose their Baron buffs and they've lost their lead that they've acquired from the throw. So poking and prodding at these tier 1s is exactly what they need to do. It's essentially free gold on the map, so PSG dropping sides there, making sure they get the mid tower. Now they need to catch the sides and just keep scaling. This Orianna is getting so strong.
Absolutely the case, and those Mega Inferno Bombs, they need to find their targets.
And
Santas,
Morello and Orianna.
Tempered Fates, they need to find their targets. Morello and Orianna, is that good or bad? I couldn't tell from your facial reaction.
Well, Hecarim and Renekton do have some healing. They have the Bard as well. I'll let it slide this time, but I think Leandri's would have
So
been
you think
better.
Boris is still smiling, but it wasn't a complete rip-off?
Boris is a scam god, man. I'm telling you.
Black Cleaver was completed by Unified, by the way, as it was on boss. Ghostblade picked up there for Hanabi.
They're looking for an engage.
30 minutes in, Santos looking for the Cosmic Binding. 2.5 minutes till the next Ocean. It is not for Soul yet, as both teams have 2 dragons. But with Supers in the top lane, Unicorns may be looking to shove the bottom and try get to that inhibitor tower.
The biggest problem now is the inhib top they took earlier. Look at Boss's level. Level 15 Renekton. Hanabi's level 17. When he was the one losing lane, he lost his tier 1. He's come back into the game and Unified gets hit by the Bard ult.
Tempered Fate, I think, was blocked by the Hourglass of Unified, or the stopwatch rather. There it popped just a second ago. Now Unified trying to get some damage down. It can't follow up.
This is a 4v5.
And Shockwave did everything they needed. PSG are back in this game.
That was a 4v5. No Man's got hit by the Orianna ult as soon as the fight started, so he had to jump out. Boss also had to jump out as well, so Ananasik kind of ran forward. He looked for the fight, but
PSG
is looking
gonna
so
do it?
strong.
PSG coming back to win this game.
Oh, man, I don't know. I don't know what's going on right now, but the whole problem that PSG have right now is the Orianna items aren't scaling items. He doesn't have Void Staff yet, he doesn't have the Rabadon. So although he is strong and he has caught up a lot, his AP and his stats aren't as high as they should be. But Hanabi level 17, Uniboy level 17, Kongyue is a level up, so they definitely come back into this game. This is definitely anyone's game now. The gold's even, and PSG have so many tier 1s they can take.
Now let's talk about the status of the game. 3-4 items being completed. It's a favorite question of any play-by-play around the planet. Scaling, late game tools. Do you prefer the options on PSG at this stage of the game?
I would say UOL's comp, Renekton, Hecarim, Ziggs. These 3 champions scale towards the mid-game, 2 or 3 items. I think towards the later stages they fall off a bit, definitely. Hecarim can be useful if he does get Spirit Passage, Death Stance, but they're very expensive items. Gadget is the late-game insurance for the side of UOL. He's got the 3 items now. He's building towards something like some MR here to stop the Shockwave from taking him down, but PSG, Orianna scales really well. She's really strong right now. Kongyue, I think he's building towards something like a Random Wins right now, or a Dead Man, so he'll be really, really impactful, and the GP of Hanabi is going to be insanely strong with that GP ult.
So short answer is yes, and long answer gave all the context you wanted.
I would favor PSG.
40 seconds until the Ocean break. And look at the vision, by the way. A fair amount for UL to play with. They'll see PSG moving forward, but it is also 38 seconds to Baron. So PSG may be able to threaten that. I don't know if they've got the quickest Baron in the world, but as it stands, Unicorn's backing away. And remember, Cage will sit in the drop. No one to really
place there it
check.
is!
So you just initiate! That's the flash engage from Kaiwing! Finds the kill onto No Man's! A follow-up onto Santos as well! Why bother face-checking when you can just hard engage? Boss stays alive long enough to scare Kongyue away. Slices, dices, and Unified manages to send him back.
They can end!
Are you mad,
It's over!
This could be it! They're going to be pushing into the base. 40, 50-second death timers. And the inhibitor is done. PSG, they're going to win the group.
They have a wave. Santas is in 15, but he's not enough wave clear. He has the Bard ult, so he'll probably use those on the Nexus towers, but PSG, they can end. It's a 5-0, and that's the wombo combo we wanted.
Unbelievable! PSG Talon, the second seed from the PCS, forced to play with substitutes because of COVID. They don't care. They step up. Massive. And in a surprise to the world, PSG take down UOL and advance to the group stage at Worlds 2020. PSG are in groups.
I am speechless. I can't believe UOL threw that game. PSG, they finished first in the group. They're going to group stage with 3 substitutes.
From January until September 26th, the Unicorns of Love had lost 2 games. Today on September 27th, they have lost 2 games. And it means they will take the 2nd seed in groups and they will face off against the winner of the 3rd and 4th seed from Group A. The Unicorns had a 6,000 gold lead at one point.
It was 6 towers to 0, Trevor. They had The third Drake coming up, Ocean Soul, they had everything they needed. But one mistake, one overextension in bot led to the Baron. And then as soon as it led to the Baron, they just scaled up enough to just get that one wombo combo they needed.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Congratulations, PSG. Welcome to Groups. River and Tank, good luck. Throughout Worlds, MasterCard is highlighting the fans, cheering from around the globe. And today we say hi to Scott from Denver, Colorado. Scott always wanted to be competitive and strive to be the best when gaming. And League of Legends has provided that. Every World, Scott supports the 3 North American representatives. So this year, FlyQuest, Team Liquid, and TSM. He'll be cheering for TL as they look to make groups tomorrow. For Group B, we have one game left. It's V3 and LG. They face off in just a few minutes. I'm speechless.
Man, I can't believe what's happening. LGD is playing the next game, and if they lose, they're out. And PSG just finished first.
How? They had no right to win that game. We will be back with the last tiebreaker of the day. Congratulations to PSG Talon. I mean, the Ziggs, that was a monster.
What happened, man?
I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. We'll see you in just a few minutes, everybody.
Welcome back here of day 3 of Playins. PSG Talon just qualified to group stage, and I have Unified with me to talk about the game. First off, congratulations on the results. And also, welcome to the world stage. It was your first game here, so I want to talk about the last few days and how was it for you to just be on the side and help your team without being playing?
你好，首先呢，恭喜你进入世界赛，这是你打的第2场比赛，但是也是你第1天进入世界赛。然后想问一下，你在过去几天的话，具体训练了些什么呢？
经历什么吗？
就是这2天，在过去的几天，因为你在隔离嘛，然后可能没有参加比赛，然后具体干了一些什么呢？
就打 solo queue 啊，然后就是在团练也没有很多次，所以有点没有到很习惯吧。
So for the few days I played solo queue in the 哪个服务器呢？
小谷之巅。
In the China Super server, and I'm not actually pretty used to the group stage.
And how was this first day at Worlds for you? I mean, stepping in, also qualifying. I guess that you guys had to adjust to a new synergy, especially on the bot lane. So you coming back, what did it change today for the team and the way you're used to playing?
所以今天第1天整体感觉怎么样呢？然后跟你之前玩的就是的比赛感觉怎么样呢？
其实这边可能会紧张一点吧，因为毕竟是很重要的比赛。
I think I'm actually just more nervous because I know it's pretty important games.
And well, I mean, you had to play again here against Yoel. I know that they beat you the first time around, but you managed to win this time. So what was different? You were not playing the first time, so maybe it helped?
所以在之前打 UOL 独角兽的时候呢，你们输了，但是这一次你们队赢了，可能是不是因为你的加入呢？你觉得你的加入对队伍有没有什么增益？
其实我觉得差别不大吧，可能因为我们其他人对过他们1次，然后就了解他们的打法，所以我们就找方法去破解这样。
Okay, so actually I think because other of teammates had experienced play against them, so we learn from it and finally just we get it.
All right, well, it came around for you today. Thank you very much for the interview, and thank you, Jacqueline, for the translation. Now back to you, Machine.
Thank you, Law. We just saw PSG Talon secure first place and a spot at the groups. I mean, it is just a fantastic story, isn't it, fellas? I got Yamato and Amazing hanging out with me, and a story from the PCS second seed making it to groups with 3 standing in, then 2 standing in. I mean, you saw Unified explaining a little bit there just about how it was to be sitting there in the sidelines, unable to have any influence over the result, but still they're top of the group. Maurice, that's mad.
They had no agency winning that game. They weren't supposed to. They were down 6K and somehow they pulled it off.
Not even
like
6K. Kadra said it. Not even 6K. 6 towers down. It was 6-0.
Oh god.
It's just like a TV show. And now the second season is going to be even wilder because they are bringing in new characters and everything's going to be all shifted and we don't know how it's going to end.
No, we really don't. The sitcom, no, it's not even a sitcom. What's the drama one's called? What's an EastEnders called? That's got a name. Come on, guys. I'm asking two English second language people here. What do they call them when it's a drama? A drama, I guess.
Drama,
Jesus Christmas. Either way, let's turn our attention to the second tiebreaker game as LGD and V3 are facing off in a direct elimination match. So we saw these teams clash earlier today. LGD came out ahead. What did we learn? Is this going to be just a straight copy and paste, or is there more to it?
Orn. That's what we learned.
Oh, I'm so sick of hearing
it's so silly.
Name.
Like we keep repeating Orn and Orn and Orn. It's so silly.
The Orn horn.
That's what it's helped them.
Yeah.
Well, not these guys.
Not LGD.
Wait, no, this is an old draft.
This is the Rainbow
This is what we don't want to
before.
see.
This is from where we were before. So don't worry, we'll get that one chopped and changed. The graphics have been misbehaving today. There's a couple of rats in the system.
Yes, Orn is going to probably be banned.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm down for a removal of that. Let's ban
what if
Orn.
Orn is when no one gets it? Are both teams going to lose, or?
Well, to be fair, V3 won without Orn.
Okay,
they had the Renekton, they had the Lees and the Zoe. They snowballed against R7, so maybe their chances are bigger because they seem to have a bit of a soul, at least.
Yeah,
LGD just feels soulless.
It felt like when LGD had no Orn, they were really isolated in their play. They seemed really disenergetic. There seemed to be like no execution whatsoever. So I do think that V3 may actually have a shot.
God damn. So the LJL boys, it is V3 carrying the hopes of the LJL, and a win here earns them a shot at Rainbow 7 in the knockout stage. So just to reiterate, so everyone's on the same page here, one of these teams will have their hopes and dreams of Worlds crushed today in a best of one.
Yeah.
That's the way this is cut down, and that's because, of course, of the shortcomings of LGD. They were the favourites in Group B, now on the verge of being eliminated. Now, so, I mean, we already acknowledged the PSG storyline's crazy. How does that compare to the LGD not making group story?
I would put LGD not making it higher.
Yeah.
Simply because of the stakes that they were playing with. Like this, let's be real here. Like any Chinese organization that comes into here expects to win.
Right.
They expect to at least make it to maybe to quarters, maybe to semis. Like they're all expected to make it out of groups. They don't even make it to groups potentially. So that in itself is incredible to me.
I mean, Yamato, I imagine that's the same kind of story.
Yeah. Like, honestly, like I could sit here and tell you some story as to how LGD is going to win this one and bounce back, but it's so tough to say.
No,
it would all be BS at this point.
I'm not asking you to tell me who's going to win it, but I mean, let's just kind of try and explain to those perhaps less initiated, less invested into League of Legends, LGD being knocked out in the play-ins and what the ramifications of that are. I mean, this is the 4th seed from China. Everyone, the day one Quickshot was telling me 4th seed from China should be, walking through most of the play-ins from these wildcard regions. It's not the case anymore. 2020's hitting different.
Yeah, it's definitely hitting different. Like, there's so many different things in play now. Like, all the first seeds from the regions, they seem to really have stepped up. And honestly, LGD, they have so much experience on the roster. Peanut, GA, Kramer, and even the top laner, they all have been there. They have all been at that highest level. They know how to win. So I'm not sure why they're not turning that gear around.
Oh, I'll add one thing.
Yeah?
Is that in best of ones, we've seen some wild things happen. We saw R7 stomp Unicorns of Love out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And there is a world where everything just, there might be a slight % chance, and I don't want to neglect that because of how Playins has gone.
Yeah.
Maybe all of a sudden LGD look good, and is that going to change our conception of LGD?
I mean, let's make no mistake. Let's make it clear. V3 have disappointed at times as well.
Yeah.
Like, so there's not like it's a clear favourite. It's more like which team has disappointed you less, which is the question I've been throwing at you.
That's dark, yeah.
It is dark, but I don't think you're not here to argue with me, thankfully, because I'm not ready for that kind of fight. But either way, LGD, they went into the play-ins as clear favourites, but now they are on the verge of not even making the group stage. Can V3 do the unthinkable and eliminate the LPL Titans? We'll find out after the break.
For the memes.
Welcome back to Shanghai, China, where Worlds 2020 is taking place on the play-in stage. Group B will conclude with our final tiebreaker game. Cadril is once again escorting me through Summoner's Rift as we're about to jump into V3 taking on LGD. The number 1 seed out of the Japanese LJL taking on the number 4 seed from the LPL. And Cadril, super quickly, Historically, no Chinese team has ever been eliminated from play-ins. That's the obvious one. No one is surprised to hear that. The LPL has only dropped one game in play-ins until 2020. And LGD has lost 3 games in the group stage already, and they are at risk of being eliminated by Japan.
Exactly. Is it going to be 4 losses? Is today's storyline going to be PSG finishing first of the group and China's 4th seed being eliminated from the group?
What is more surprising?
I think it's LGD being the more surprising. Actually, no, I don't know.
Do you see what I mean?
What's more
see
surprising?
What I mean? The discussion around it, that PSG with subs, an accidental super team that no longer exists as they are in the group stage and River and Tank will return, or that for the first time ever, the LPL seed, and also, let's call it out frankly, of course, this is the first time that the LPL has had 4 seeds. This is a team that has been inconsistent, that has had struggles, and frankly, it's important to remember that IG died for this.
Yeah, and I think
Rookie died for this.
It's true. And I think 2 history lines we made here. If V3 win, it'll be the first LGL team to make it out of the groups, and it'll be the first time that the Chinese team gets knocked out in play-in. So, wow. Okay, so we see the Lilia ban come out straight away. That's big night from Boogie, for sure. The TF ban, another one. Targeting Sia, lots of target bans coming out here. I think Nidalee could be a contested pick too, because Nidalee is another AP jungler similar to Lilia. I think it's really high prior for both these junglers, and that's a Sion ban. So, Ornn, Nidalee, definitely looking like my top priors right now, if I'm either of these teams.
Why would you ban Sion on blue sides? Would you be expecting the Ornn ban, and that's maybe why? Because that's a little unconditional or unconventional to me.
Yeah, it's definitely unconventional. Maybe they just want to ban it away because of the lane swaps. Maybe they're scared of V3 popping out the lane swaps, picking the Sion, swapping up the top, and shutting down Longxing. So the Renekton ban comes out as well. That suggests me maybe a Camille first pick as well. Nidalee's also open, so one of those 2 definitely needs to be taken away here, or just trade. So, does Paz have an answer to the Camille, or are they willing to risk the Nidalee going to the draft?
Let's find out in a moment or two. The last ban from V3 coming in as that timer is running down. So many questions, so many power picks. Bot lane not heavily impacted at all. It will be the Nidalee, which is what you were anticipating. And then you mentioned Camille could be a potential first pick.
Camille, Ashe looking like the top of my list for these teams now, because Archer has shown he is the best Ashe, I think, in the playing stage. He's played so well, but they're going to pivot. They're going to go for the Graves first pick. Lilia and Nidalee are down, so there's not that many AP junglers to counter array this Graves. So, does Boogie have another AP jungle he wants to push bust out here? He's going for the Elise again. The Renekton is not available.
Do you like
No.
the Elise?
No.
Because, you know, we've seen the Elise Renekton.
Yeah.
Why do you not like it?
I mean, Renekton Elise is a good combo. The Renekton's out, so I would accept it if they went Renekton Elise. I would kind of accept it if they went Camille Elise as well, but Graves' natural counters are AP junglers just in general. They can farm fast than him, they win the 1v1s normally. Evelyn is up, so I'd much rather see something like that than an Elise. I just think Elise, the problem with Elise is you want a scaling jungler. You don't want an early game jungler that falls off. If Elise doesn't get ahead, she's so useless. So they're hovering lots of junglers here. They could be going for the Echo or the Set combo, maybe we've seen throughout the tournament. But
we'll have to
doesn't
find
look
out.
like they're
I mean,
going for it. The Set flex is alive though.
PSG is already, qualified. They were the ones that really popped off on that. It's not something that Kadril loves.
Okay.
And of course, that Set is still a multi-flex. We can see it go to multiple lanes. Whether or not V3 will be willing to do that will remain to be seen, and she is going to lock in that Orianna. So you've got some reliability, some consistency from that champion.
I like this pickup for the side of LG. The Orianna is much better than just going for something like the Lucian, which they've shown in the past. The Leona for Mark, I think, is a standout pick for him. It's his most played champion. He has a huge win rate on this champ, so Mark picking that champ up is really important for the side of LGD. I think they have 3 champs, 3 comfort champs, so V3 have thrown a curveball with the Elise. They have the Set flex for mid support. I wouldn't expect it to go into the top side so much unless they're really looking for those top dives early. So they can respond with AD carry here. They can respond with support. They can respond with a Volibear.
Blind Volibear, if that were to be top.
And
And
I think Camille is much better.
one of the things that I'm even falling prey to, if we talk about hovers, it changes and the whole context is out there. So in this final game, in this elimination match, do or die. If you lose this game, you go home. That's it. End of story. And it's either a 1-hour flight for the LJL representatives or a 1-hour train ride for the LPL representatives. And that Volibear will be the first ban, removing that from their top lane.
Yeah, Longxing on the Volibear. He really likes that pick into Camille. They take that one away. I wouldn't be surprised to see a second ban in the top side. LGD have picked up the Leona. They could have banned away things like the Thresh. the Galio coming in as well, so that suggests to me that they think the set is going bot because they're banning away Galio for the Orianna.
What do you think of it into the Orianna?
So the Galio into Orianna is generally fine. Orianna will get the push early as she does in most matchups because Galio is a mini champ, but I don't want to see Ace on that Predator Galio again. It had no impact both times he played it. So another top ban. I love the Mordekaiser ban as well. That shuts down the early gank setup when he's level 6. It does win against Camille on 2 to 3 items, so I'm expecting something like a Wukong from the side of Longqing here. We're really good with the Orianna, pairs it up pretty well. The Thresh ban does come in to stop the Leona from getting countered, because obviously you can flay the E when she goes in, so I'm expecting them to pick up possibly their support here. They're hovering Caitlyn though.
I mean, if that set is support, then they're leaving that counter pick for mid, right? On the assumption on V3 side. I do love the combination, as you mentioned, like Wukong, Leona, Orianna, Graves. There's a multitude of ways that you can get that shockwave down. And the amount of CC on initiation is fantastic. I think Yamato said it best earlier today. Pick a teamfight comp to hide and cover your awful team fighting. I think that was pretty much it.
I think Malphite, Wukong, these two champions are so good for them right now. They've shown the Nautilus support, so set is definitely going towards the mid. I'd like that they didn't pick Caitlyn, because then you have like a Caitlyn set, Caitlyn Nautilus, not very good. So looking at an Ashe last pick, so if they take away Ashe here and they go for something like a Malphite or even a Jhin, I think if they just go full team fight, they should have a really good draft.
Are you 100% that Nautilus is going support and set mid? Because Nautilus could go mid, and I'm just instigating.
True.
I'm just instigating.
Yeah, but then I suppose you'd have set bots. You could look at something like a Kai'Sa. That would definitely open up something. He's hovering the Jax though. It is a good counter to Camille in the 1v1. It's not that useful in the team fights unless it has 2-3 items, so that's the risk behind the Jax. Camille's a lot stronger in fights, but he's going to go for the Jax, so they've gone for this 1-4 comp. They've gone for the Jax over side, so he's definitely going to be pushing the side lanes. If he can get ahead against this Camille or this set, he can practically 2v1 them, so I would like to see an Ashe come out from the side of V3 here, just lock in some engage, make sure you have something to help with the dives in the backline. Or something like the Senna as well could work too. But LGD, pulling out the Jackson to Camille. Respect. Are they going to go for Kalista?
Okay, so if that Kalista does get locked in...
They're here to fight.
Archer, there's going to be a last second pick. So we're a little bit AD. So Xayah combined now with, it looks to be Nautilus. We're anticipating the set to go mid. Why are you so shocked about the Xayah?
Xayah is not a meta champ right now. I think it just doesn't provide as much as the Ashe, the Jhin, the Senna. It is really strong at 3 to 4 items, I will admit that, but it's only really strong paired with the Rakan, so Xayah without Xayah Rakan is not really super meta right now. If there's lots of AD bans, maybe it's good on a 4-5 for blue side, but Xayah without Rakan, especially in a game where you will get knocked out if you lose, I think it's a bit of a risk.
It's even bigger than that. When I take a look at the entirety of LJL Summer, Archer has a grand total of 0 games on Xayah. So this must be something that has happened in between summer playoffs and now Worlds, something from scrims, or some sort of response, having that Featherstorm, the ability to jump away from some of the tools that will be jumping onto him from the LGD side. This is LPL versus LJL. Loser goes home and your Worlds run ends here. A story will be made one way or the other. And I think there's going to be significantly more pressure on LGD and their players. Never has an LPL team lost more than one game. Never has the region lost more than one game in the play-in stage. And we've already seen some of the Weibo fan comments and replies. So put yourself in the shoes of LGD playing in Shanghai on home soil at the risk of being eliminated.
Definitely, and I think I favor LGD's draft here. I think V3 have come to play. They've come to fight. They've got set Camille Elise in the top side, so they're definitely going to fall off past 2 or 3 items. You've got Jackson to Camille, so the Camille's going to fall behind. If Jax gets ahead, Camille will fall behind even more because they'll win the 1v1. You've got Orianna to Set, so if the Set falls behind, the Orianna's going to take over. Graves into Elise. If the Graves gets ahead, Elise will really suffer. So LGD have kind of gone for something that they didn't show at the start of the tournament. They were really going for the Lee Sins, the Lucians in the early games. Now they've gone for full scaling. They're essentially saying, okay, you get the lead, you end the game, see what you can do. So LGD, I think their team fights are really good. Their scaling's really good. They've actually got a really well-rounded draft with the Jax on the side lane.
Yeah.
Would have preferred something like a Malphite to get those team fights going, but the Jax works too. So V3 really need to start. They really need to ramp this game up.
They have to hit the ground running, land those first few punches to secure the haymaker and the knockout punch. Literal knockout punch.
Literal.
Onto LGD. Definitely when you say my words in your voice, it sounds better than the other way around. But let's turn our attention to the gameplay. As you've already alluded to, with that Elise, with that set, Nautilus, you have to get that early advantage. Now, from an execution perspective, on the side of LGD, let's say even now, even today, we're surprised at the number of errors and mistakes we've seen, and execution, especially on some of those fights and those skirmishes.
Yep.
But the composition, the way this is going to play out, hopefully this will set them up for success and make their way into that best-of-5 show match with Rainbow 7. Rainbow 7 are already in the knockouts stage of play-ins, and they will face the winner of this game in a BO5.
Yeah, and Boogie pinging some assistance on the red buff there, so that basically tells you he's going to go red-blue Gromp. That's basically the Elise clear. Always wants to get level 3 as fast as possible, so I'm expecting a level 2, level 3 dive on bot side. You've got the Nautilus, the Elise, really good dive combo. Not so much meta these days, because I think scaling junglers just favor it more. Elise really needs to get this game ramping up. Boogie needs to get some kills, he needs to get some dives, and if he plays towards the bot side, then Paz is essentially just... He's on a sort of timer before this Jax gets 2 or 3 items, and Paz just can't win the 1v1, so LGD will have top and mid push. Perhaps they won't have the bot push because of the leash, so Boogie needs to get this stacked wave going, he needs to get the dive going.
The thing I do like about that bot lane dive, if Boogie goes that route, into a Jhin and a Leona, those are low mobility champions. And if you're able to combine the Blade Caller, the Dredge line, the Cocoon, there is so much hard CC from Elise, Xayah, Nautilus. It has to connect. And Kedril, you've already highlighted, it has to get V3 ahead.
Yeah.
That blue, going to start the Gromp in just a moment, and looking at the wave, it does look like it's slowly going to be pushing towards LG. That grenade will do a little bit of work here, but going to be risky. If they go for a level 3 tower dive, the repel can help, but boy oh boy is that scary.
I don't know if LGD have the information as to where the Elise started. I mean, Peanut needs to backtrack. He needs to come back to bot side so he can cover them, because he can see top, there's nothing really to be done here, so I'd love him to do Wolves, go towards bot crab, contest that, he has mid prio, but as we said, LGD, the solo lanes have the push, V3 have the bot push.
Yeah.
Boogie is backtracking himself as well, so he could catch Longxing off guard here, but I think going towards bot is the play.
Alright, not going to be the moment, the call for the moment. I love seeing Paz, by the way, use that hook shot to get out of range of the counter-strike, jump right back in, landed a precision protocol to the face of Longxing's Jax. Both junglers near the chicken camp on V3's side of the jungle, and Peanut, with that shotgun, will be clearing out the wave. That's the smite secured on at least the big raptor. Boogie and Peanut just standing side by side. Gentleman's agreement. There's no need to fight now, so let's just back away, and Peanut will wait to see where Boogie goes, doesn't step into the river.
Yeah, now LGD's wave is bouncing, so they don't have to really be afraid of Boogie. Unless he sprints to bot right now, he's going to go towards the bot crab, because Peanut's going to go towards the top crab.
Alright, there's the auto attack onto Mark. Dredge line will pull him backwards, not going to find the route from the Xayah feathers. And at the end of the day, a fairly even trade, maybe a little bit LGD favored. As it stands, and the wave continues to push in, but here comes Boogie. Like, is this a mandatory, like, you must dive? Do you think it's that serious?
That's the thing when you play on Elise, you're on a timer. You need to get the lane snowballing, you need to get yourself snowballing. So the fact that LGD have avoided the Elise level 3, level 4, they're not going to be too scared on the lanes anymore. And if Longxing can keep this top push up, he still has the TP. He did get a cheater recall off, so he has the Doran's Blade and the Corrupting Pot, so he's definitely favored in this lane phase. Boogie looking towards mid here. He has the
Cocoon,
cleanse.
not going to happen just yet. She a flash cleanse, by the way, so even if he were to be caught by the Cocoon, got the tools needed to get away. Phase rush as well. Cocoon connects, but there's no real threat. Wave is pushing into him, so he's low on mana, and he'll want to back soon anyway, as Paz gets jumped on and loses out that trade to Longxing.
Yeah, now Boogie did get Ace. He did help Ace get the mid push, so now Ace will get the first base. Shia doesn't have TP. He'll be first back to the mid wave. So if Boogie can pair up with him and look for something over sides, then that'll be very, very good, because he's going to have a lot of tempo in mid in the next 30 seconds to a minute. But Longxing jumps in and Boogie's around. He's coming towards the lane.
That means Counter-Strike and Leap is on cooldown.
No TPs.
Very big minion wave to deal with. Boogie's going to step forward. Level 4 v level 4. Forces the flash. That's a successful gank. You need more, though. You need to repeat that. You need to get kills. You need to snowball. That is what Japanese representatives are looking for, and Paz will complete that TP. Take a look at the minimap, by the way. Paz is going to teleport in. Mark on his Leona, running all the way north.
He loves to do this. This is what we see in the LPL. Level 1 fights, level 2 fights, straight into the top side. Top wave is pushing into Paz, so Longxing needs to push it out. He does have the TP, so he can eventually come back. He has a ward in the river too, so Mark can look to pair up with Peanut now, because Kramer can just catch this wave, because V3 don't know where Mark is. Mark hasn't actually shown yet, so they can't pull the trigger on the bot dive. Kramer catches the wave for free, so they have a lot of top side control as well. So just good play here. Looks like they're going to start a dragon, because maybe they identify the top waves pushing in. They know Peanut needs to go there to cover it, so maybe they can sneak a dragon.
Paz not access to Hextech Ultimatum yet. It looked like Peanut and Mark were making their way up top. quickly touch on itemization here. Ace goes back with a Balmy Cinder. He's already had that Doran Shield. Cole picked up for Archer. In my head, if you want to be accelerating, you're going to be running the game, like pushing forward, is Cole the right call?
Well, Saya as a champ it's not super active in a sense where you can just pop an Ash Arrow and start the engage, right? She's really reliant on the Nautilus, for example, or the Elise, the set diving in and her following up. And Saya's not a champ that spikes on one item like a Bladed Ruin King. She really needs 3 items. She needs S3 variety, she needs attack speed, she needs all these items to get some crit going, and then she can start making the plays, flashing forwards, getting the ults in.
Okay.
Boogie is going to get this bot grab. He has some bot push. Ace is level 6, so starting the Drake wouldn't be the worst. There's no TPs on either side, so looks like he's considering it, but it looks like he started it, definitely.
Look at the vision, by the way. LGD, multiple wards defensively around the Dragon Pit and offensively around V3's red buff. It does feel like Peanut is making his way towards the pit, or at the very least stopping off there at the Raptor camp. Shia and Ace both have access to the ultimates. 3 members of V3 will help pick up this Mountain Drake, and LGD will be too late to arrive. It's reset. That's a small delay. I wondered how long it was going to go for, and there was no other support. So nevertheless, Mountain Drake goes the way of V3, with Infernal being next. That's 50% odds on Cloud, 50% odds on Ocean Soul, both of which I think could be very influential.
Yeah, and Paz just clearing out a pink on the entrance red there on their defensive side. And if you look at the pinks across the board, apart from the one that just got cleared, LGD had double pinks on the red side of V3. They have really aggressive pinks in that area. They did have defensive pinks on their bot side, so they're definitely playing towards this top side. Peanut doesn't have the warrior just yet, so he can either look for something bot now or move his way up to the top side, look for an early Herald start. Longxing is stacking a wave. He will have the push, and Xie is level 6 on the arena as well, so I think both sides have really good team fights towards level 6. You know, you've got Paz has the ult, Ace can dive in, but it all depends on who wants to go first, who wants to pull the trigger, who wants to go to Herald first, who wants to start the fight.
Well, it feels like V3 have to do it.
This looks like they might move to Herald, actually.
Got LGD already 800 gold up. Yes, they have lost themselves the Mountain Dragon, but a 15 CS advantage in the top lane, a 20 CS advantage in the mid lane. I think expected in the Orianna versus Set matchup, especially during early on. And again, I'm going to remind all the viewers at home, Kadril was talking about this team comp from V3 and how LGD have the answers to what V3 can throw at them. So for V3, it is a matter of picking those fights, finding those opportunities, and accelerating the pace of the game. Get ahead early, or maybe you're not going to be able to take the game at all.
Yeah, and Peanut, about 30 seconds ago, he went to bot to make sure that he could get the push. He based, picked up the core field, and then Mark moved towards the Herald. So essentially, they both ran towards the Herald from different parts of the map. They meet up at the same time. Boogie and Reyna did sort of the same thing, just they're a little bit later. Paz has the top push. If there is going to be a fight here, it's going to be a 4v4, but Kramer's going to be there first because Archer was catching the wave, because Peanut was covering him. So this Herald's going to be forced for by the looks of it. Boogie's positioning really aggressively.
It absolutely is the case. Archer's recalled. He's picked himself up. There's Berserker's Greaves, double long swords.
It resets.
As far as damage for now, Kramer, he's come back with the BF sword and pickaxe. That's a full reset on Shelly.
Archer should get here in time. Looks like they're playing through top, so Ace needs to join them. He needs to run, either look for a flank behind them or join them from the top side, because this is going to be a big scrap.
5 versus 5. Here's the fight. Balmy Cinder, Doran's shield for Ace. Comparison to Doran's ring, as well as the Amp Tome. That's a lot of damage already. Ace is going to go in, manages to throw down the ultimate. The shield will buy so much time. Oof. The shockwave catches 2 from V3, but the chase is on. Nobody dies just yet. The curtains are called, and the tags are firing. 2 and 3. That's the interrupt, though. Onto Kramer. As the Paz has managed to find his way into the back line, but he's fallen in between 4 people. The blue buff may just be enough to help, and it's Peanut that gets first blood, and the Rift Herald still stands.
Yeah, definitely. That was a pretty big fight. Lots of good mechanical plays there. The engage from Ace was good. The follow-up shockwave from Xie to deny the sort of the aggression that they had there. I mean, the Nautilus hook missed from Reyna. Boogie jumped in, but he had to flash out, so felt like they were overcommitting way too much into LGD, trying to get a pick onto Mark or trying to get an engage onto Kramer, but they blew their summoners, managed to get away. The curtain call came out, and then Longxing came from the top side, because they basically initiated a 5v4, and it worked for them until he rejoined the fight. So LGD, they've picked up this Herald, definitely want to use it for the Jax, because if Longxing can get ahead on this Jax, it's going to be such a good spot. So watching this again, Ace looks for a flank. That's what he kind of needs to do, is set. It's the key, so he does get a pretty good engage, but this is where they overchase. The shockwave comes out, Ace has to flash away, Boogie jumps in, and now they basically have to run away. He has to flash away, double flash again. Archer uses the ult to peel back, and Paz tries to find something on the backside, but that's not all you're going to do as a Camille. You want to be in the engage. You can look for flanks, but if you're flanking 1v4, then you're just going to get taken out.
Yeah, do you see how long he was locked in place? Shield of Daybreak into the Zenith Blade. Even though he was close to dropping Kramer, maybe one more Precision Protocol could have been enough.
Yeah.
It simply didn't happen. He got hard CC'd, and at 10 minutes, it's a 1,000 gold lead for LGD. The kill went the way of Peanut on the Graves. Summoner spells used all across the board here on both sides of the rift. So V3 do have this window that they can look to play around. But frankly, they need to be wary. They need to be cognizant of the fact that this team composition from LGD just will continue to scale up, will continue to buy time, and maybe he's going to be better at team fighting as well, which is something we're looking at during draft.
Yeah, watch Peanut on the map there. He just based now. He didn't actually base after Herald, so he just based now. Mark's hovering around. He's got the Warrior. They're going to wait to pair up, and this is what I really like about the LPL teams. They kind of pair up really well. Mark is going to go in, sort of, but Peanut's on the way. Kramer's ready to move, and it's going to be a contested 4v4 revision because the Dragon's in 20 seconds. There is a double TP ready, so V3 responded really well. Make sure Mark doesn't get into River. Completely illegal. Stop him from getting the pinks. Make sure you keep the control, and just make sure you hit the spells on the face check because this Dragon is really big.
10 seconds until that Dragon spawns. The wave is being pushed out bottom there by Archer. Teleport's available, by the way, for both Camille and Jax.
Yep.
So Lungxing and Paz can join the fight, but it does look like Paz needs to defend the wave. Lungxing has already left the lane, so he may be able to be in position without using that summoner spell, but nobody's rushing it just yet. Dragon's in the pit, and of course, look at this. Mid-prio, so important. As here comes the Hex Flash. Sideways. Wondered if Reyna was going to win on Xie.
Yeah, Xie has double summons there. I think Longxing just moved down to take the top grab there, so a little bit of extra gold for him. V3 need to look for some sort of engage. They're on a timer here, not only right now for the Dragon, but for the game.
All right, there goes the Shield of Daybreak. That's a stun onto Mark. He's going to buy time with the stopwatch. Look at the damage from the Shockwave. 2 quick kills for Peanut. Paz TP's in. The Showstopper comes down, and Xie finds his first of the game. Paz is locked inside the baby cage, and Kramer sends him to the fountain. 4 kills, 3,700 gold, and that has to be enough of an advantage to safely secure the Dragon.
Yeah, the Herald going to mid here. They won't get the entire tower, but they'll deny the second Dragon from V3, and LGD just responded so well to V3 being over-aggressive. They used all their tempo to get the vision. They sat in a bush for around 30 seconds, and then Mark just walked up and said, hey guys, there's 3 people standing here. Let's collapse them. And they did. The Shockwave came out, hit 2 people. Peanut got his combo on 2 as well, so 2 people got instantly popped. The TPs came in, but it was just too late. Paz tried to pick up Mark in the end, but in the end he just went down himself, so 3-0-2 on this Graves. Peanut's definitely showing that this comfort pick is paying off, and Mark's kind of surprised here. He's like, why is there people here? So he pops the ult, pops the stopwatch. Peanut gets his full combo. Xie gets his full combo. Boogie gets popped. And it's just lost from there. The TP comes in. Ace does his best to try and solve the fight, but Paz tries to do it as well. Archer's kind of out the fight. He does have the ult, he does have the flash, but he just can't walk in there because he'll die as well.
You know, it just leaves such a disappointing taste in my mouth. When you look at the composition that V3 have put together, honestly, I wish you guys at home could have seen Cadrill's face when the Elise and the Xayah were locked in. It was screaming WTF.
Yeah,
disappointment, face palming. And then you see there's no dives, there's nothing set up, and I acknowledge and I understand that I don't know what the V3's preferences are, and I don't fully understand where their player priorities are, but the composition had big question marks just from a meta perspective.
Yep.
They weren't able to execute, and now they're down 4,000 gold, and LGD are poised to take control of this middle game.
Yeah, and if you look across the entire Playins, the meta's kind of evolved. People came in at the start thinking early game was to play. Now it's towards the late game. LGD have adapted well. They've gone for more scaling, but V3 just didn't recognize it. They've gone for way too much early game. So now they need to look for mistakes and try to get some picks, and Xie is going to get ulted here.
I mean, he is indeed. He flashed over the wall. The Shockwave's already been used, but look at how much damage he's putting out. Archer stays alive,
nice.
not long enough. In a 1 versus 3, Xie is able to pick up the kill. But look at Archer. He's sitting with, thrift shopping. Just picked up the Warhammer. In contrast, Kramer already sitting with the razors.
Yeah, and Xie gets arrested by the weak side police there. He does go 1-for-1 though. 6-0 in turret plates. And LGD are playing topside. That was a weak side Xie there on the Orianna. He did get shut down eventually, but LGD are pushing onto mid tower, they're pushing onto top tower, and Xie, the reaction from Archer was really good with the ult. And you can kind of see what Archer wants to do here. He has feathers on the ground, he thinks he's in range for the E-flash, but it's kind of blind, so he missed it. Then he's kind of flashed forwards too far, and he does get taken down by Xie, so not the end of the world going 1-for-1 on the weak side. They are going to get some chunk on the tower, but you lost your mid tower, and Longxing is getting so strong on this Jax.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Jax making his way towards Trinity Force. Peanuts Graves, 3-0-2. followed up by Xie on the Orianna. 2-1-3, Luden's Echo already completed. It's just a very good look now for LGD, and reminder that if they're able to close this game out, they will play Rainbow 7 in a best of 5. And the winner of that BO5 will then face the second seed from Group A.
Yeah.
Now that is a terrifying prospect, and obviously LGD, a lot of people on Reddit and social media were saying that they anticipate and expect LGD to find a bit of a groove to step up. I think many people expected them to go 2-0 today. They didn't.
Yeah.
And they have lost a game to Rainbow 7, so I'm definitely not going to count Rainbow 7 out in a best of 5. But whoever you're going to have to face, it is a difficult prospect regardless.
Yeah, it's just scary on paper. If LGD do win this game, they do go to the best of 5s, then it's more sort of their comfort zone, the best of 5s. So I think the best of 1s is something that China hasn't really seen, so LGD will definitely feel a lot more confident in best of 5. Now, Longxing's going to go to base. He's probably going to pick up a Triforce. Dragon's in 130. They're going to pick up the Herald as well. And you saw the trade about 30-40 seconds ago onto Paz. Longxing was just... He was one-shotting it. Paz had the E away. He was half HP. Longxing took about 100 damage. So I'm very scared for V3 on this side lane. You don't really have a point-and-click CC other than the Nautilus.
Look
so
at the gold, Kadril. Total golden game, Xie 7,000, Peanut 6-7, Kramer 6.5. Then Archer at 5-8 and Ace. And you know, it's such a big drop-off when you look at the rest of the squad. It's going to make it very difficult to come back. So V3 need flawless execution. They need a very quick assassination of somebody on LGD's side. And
they're going for it now.
I think in any extended exchange or fight, that's a very good flash dredge line. Xie manages to survive for a few seconds longer. The shockwave catches at least onto Boogie, but the showstopper comes in. Xie's still alive for a few seconds longer until finally goes down. Now Mark is running for his life, 300 HP. The dredge line catches him. Sidestep away from Reyna. 2-for-1 trade, but in a deficit, you will take those as V3.
This is exactly what you need to do as V3. Make the picks, but look at bot wave. It's bouncing into them. They need to fix bot wave. They need to defend top as well. Paz comes in, and Longxing is going to have to back off in the end unless he wants to go for the dive, but I think it's a bit too early for that. And the dragon spawning in 30 seconds. V3 need to base, so I'm not sure if they can get this dragon. Reyna needs to go to base now, and Mark's already running out, so he's going to get the wards first, so it's only the Cloud Soul, so it will only be the second dragon as well, so it's not the end of the world, but good pick from V3.
Yeah, very, very crucial, very important, also for Archer to be able to pick up one of those kills. 2-1-1, he's got the Essence Reaver completed now. Team is still very far behind, but I love the flash dredge line to get past Mark.
Yeah, it just misses Mark. You can see it's pixels away from hitting the Leona, and this is what V3 need to do. The game is on a timer. They're losing on sides. They're losing in the mid-prio, so Reyna here just says, okay, screw it, I'm going in. So he flashed on Xie. Xie had no flash from the earlier fight. And he is going to get taken down. But Peanut has kind of been quiet now. He did get a lot of kills in the early game, but he's been farming up. He took top tower. He's taken bot tower now. He's been counter-jungling. Hasn't been in too much of the fight since the one around mid on the first Drake. But now he is really strong on this Graves.
Yeah, definitely the case. 300 gold bounty on his head, invading to steal away the Sentinel, and LGD will have full position on the Dragon. I think probably the right call here from V3. Don't challenge this one, you're too far behind.
Cross map. Cross map is what you need to do when they make a play on one side of the map. So if they go for the Dragon, you need to make a play top, whether it's denying creeps, getting a kill, getting tower plates, getting the tower itself, and Reyna identified that quick. Boogie's behind him, but Longxing does flash away.
Depth charge is a few seconds away, and despite the sidestep, Longxing gets caught out, locked in the Hextech ultimatum. Reyna holding on to the ulti a few seconds longer, the Cocoon as well.
Beautiful.
That is chain CC'd for decades. There's not a minion wave to crash into the tower though, so it's a kill in exchange for a dragon, and LGD will be able to defend the tower, so net positive still I feel in favor of LGD.
Yeah, but another weak side victim arrested there again. Longxing should have identified that his team went for the dragon. He had no vision. He steps up for the wave, goes for a trade, and then Boogie and Reyna just identified it really well. Drop dragon, cross map, Archer catches mid wave. They don't lose any towers, but at this stage of the game, V3 need gold. They don't need dragons, they don't need Herald, they need gold. So getting kills is exactly what they need with this comp. Archer has 2 kills. You really need to get Paz ahead as well, but Longxing dying does slow the game down a little bit. They are going to be about 10 minutes away from the Cloud Soul, so if LGD can keep it up, the Cloud Soul isn't the best on their comp, I must say, but it is a Cloud Soul. It gets you towards the Elder Drake, gets the games closing out faster, so this looks like it's going to be a 1-3-1 now.
I mean, look at that big jump between 10-15 minutes from 1,000 lead to 5,000. It has dropped minorly, it's sitting around 4,000 right now. But as we said, V3, they were on a timer, they were on a clock. They were not able to find the opportunities, or better yet, they were not able to create the opportunities, I think is the wording that I'll use.
Yeah.
We talked a lot about Boogie's Elise, and Kadril set beautiful expectations on how he could gank with that Elise. Right now, he's 2 levels behind Peanut. 1-2-2 in the game. Peanut 3-0-2. So just simply not keeping up with his opposite number.
Yeah, and if you look across the items, Archer is building towards the Infinity Edge. He has the Essence Reaver already, so once he gets those 2 items and perhaps a Rapid Fire for the Orianna, he will be strong in those fights, no denying that. He doesn't have the Rakanta pair very well with him, so the engages won't be as clean, but if Reyna can keep these hooks up, keep these picks, I think V3 can slot to contest the game slightly, but they are still on a timer for this Jax, for this Orianna, and the team fights, if they chase too far, they can die.
When does the window of opportunity close, right? Are you talking 3 items for Jax, 3 items for 4 items? Like, just a rough idea. I'm not going to hold you to it.
Well, I think when Jax gets 2 to 3 items, Camille can never really win, unless she gets like 10 kills on an hour, of course. The Elise doesn't scale well at all. She can build towards the Leandries, but even then, you're not really going to be that useful in fights. The Set as well, you can see he's already down 50 CS. It's pretty hard to catch waves. He's just going to get poked out as well, so there's not really much scaling options on the side of V3. Unless Camille can pick up some kills and Archer can get some more items, I don't see them being able to contest the fights as much.
So if we get to the soul point on Dragon, pretty much tickets for V3.
Yeah.
Like, it would require a monumental throw from LGD to, you know, let the composition of V3 back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, just based on the gold lead, 5,000 gold, it's a lot, but it's not the end of the world. But looking at the comps, it's not like V3 have any sort of tricks up their sleeve or any sort of power spikes that are going to change the game. It's really only Archer with the 3 items or Paz if you can get the Death Stance. Look to solo kill Kramer in the fights, but if they can keep up the picks, there's still room for hope.
Okay.
But they just need to keep finding them, because if they don't find one in the next couple of minutes, I think they're just going to slowly bleed out.
2 minutes until the next Dragon. Infinity Edge was picked up by Kramer. And I do think we have to call out that Reyna's Nautilus has found multiple picks, multiple hooks. You said it just a moment ago, and I'm going to reiterate it for everyone at home. Is keep our eyes on him. Boogie waiting. The cocoon went wide, and I think it was optimistic at best anyway. A couple of members of V3 making their way from the mid tower towards that banana bush and into the river. And for Vision, very defensive warding right now on the side of V3, and it looks like LGD going to try to challenge it. Langxing pushing in the wave bottom. We've got Kramer pushing in the wave mid, so they're just setting up. This is Dragon objective control by the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, the Dragon spawning in 1 minute, so getting deep vision before that is crucial. Pushing out V3, making sure sideways crash, mid wave crashes. So on the opposite side, V3, they're trying to make sure mid-top waves are pushed out so they're not bleeding waves. If there is like a Dragon stare down for about 30 seconds, so Ace kind of push out this wave, probably can look to base and rejoin his team. Archer is also basing, just picked up the IE. So everyone's coming out of base. They've basically got the items they need for a 22-minute fight. Just V3 need to get into their jungle on the bot side, sweep out these walls, try and get some sort of mid push, and then choose. Do we go through mid to fight this? Do we go through bot to fight this? Or do we just flip Nash?
Ooh, there's an interesting concept. Take a look at Ace, by the way. He's got the Dead Man's Plate, got the Sunfire Cape, so definitely going just frontline on that set. If he can buy enough time for Camille at least to maybe jump onto a...
They're going to engage on this mid wave, I think.
We'll have to see what happens. 26 seconds until that Dragon spawns. Xie steps forward. Command attack goes out. And Archer steps dangerously close. Luden's Echo as well as Banshee's Veil for Xie. And it is V3 that have a little bit of positioning in the river, but they've lost mid-control.
Yeah, look at their solo laners. They're both on the side. Ace and Paz are looking for some sort of flank. They're looking at Xie. He lost the Banshees. He has the Summoners as well, and Longxing's pushing in top, so the carries of LGD need to be really careful here. They're trying to spot them out. The Jin Trap's coming over the wall.
So
they're fighting over Vision.
So clever from Kramer, realizing the potential threat, having not seen the solo laners. That's a route onto Reyna. Dredgeline goes up. Mark is the target for now. Ace is looking to maybe use him as a showstopper delivery into the back
That's
line.
a big ult.
LGD are now pushing forward. No Nautilus engaged. He was one of the playmakers we need to watch. Every ult available for LGD. V3 peel back to the Dragon, and they're setting up for another
But look at the
go.
side waves. They're bleeding top waves as well. They need to fight.
All right, there's the rappel up. What goes up must come down. No engage just yet. Mark holding on to the solar flare. He's already committed the flash, and Langxing is now pushing Paz away. Ace has come to help, and take a look
Watch
at that
the ball.
command attack.
Yep.
It's so scary. Reyna will not be able to pop the Banshee's Veil from Xia, and Paz is taking so much damage from the rest of LGD. Ace forced to use the ultimate just to survive. Gets a shield for a few extra seconds. He's already down. The setup took too long. The lack of engage did not help, and the shockwave was fantastic. Xie goes down, but it sets up a triple kill for Langxing's Jax, the third Dragon as well. And Boogie runs for his life. 7,000 gold in the lead for LGD.
And I think that's going to be all she wrote. They can get this Dragon, they can move towards the Baron if they want as well. And Ace was really looking for that flank for about a minute. He still couldn't find it. Reyna thought he saw a window of opportunity. He popped Nautilus ult. They backed off, and if you don't have that ult for the fight, you're really going to struggle. So they are going to start up this Baron. Longxing does have the TP. Paz has the TP to respond, and Boogie's going to be in the area for a steal. Jin doesn't have the biggest amount of Nash damage, but Longshin should be able to take this. Has the blade, has the Triforce, so
no flash for Boogie.
Steal this.
Repel is available. He's got one more control ward. And
we'll getting a bit risky the longer it takes.
Tri-bush. Now, with that Venomous Bite and Smite, there is a possibility. I'm going to hold my breath because I don't think it should happen. And if LGD could turn to focus him down, Baron goes low, easily secured. The rest of V3 arrive for a potential fight. Can they get so many stragglers? It is such a gigantic deficit, and Mark is not even going to go down. Zenith Blade connects onto Paz. Reina dredge lines onto the wall. And that's another death to Paz. 0-4-2. V3 from Japan have lost all fighting spirit and power. It just feels like they have been outclassed this game. They were outdrafted this game, and LGD one dragon away from Seoul. With Baron empowered, they will look to secure the 4th seed in playing groups. There's another engage here from Ace. Let's see what damage they can do. Decent onto Mark. Another fantastic shot from Shia, but Archer, he does have the eye edge. He does have the Essence Reaver, and he was able to find a kill. Boogie goes down as well, and Archer sidesteps everything from the curtain call. So as it stands, LGD, they still need to get over the hurdle, but 10k gold lead, they have the tools they need, Mark.
Yeah, and Peanut and Kramer didn't actually base for that fight, so that's why V3 really wanted to start the fight even after the Baron got taken. So I think it all comes down to positioning here. Ace and Paz have been holding hands for the last minute trying to find a flank, but Paz runs away, Ace goes in, miscommunication. Now Ace kind of has to go in no matter what, so he does ult in eventually. Not that great, uses the W to try and survive, but as soon as he's dead, Paz tries to go onto Shie, does flash on him, they do make a call to go on him, but he gets an amazing 3-man shockwave there and just about gets taken out, but yeah, this is basically a triple kill for the Jax. He's building towards the Death Dance. He's got Baron, almost a Cloud Soul as well, so it's looking really rough for V3.
Yeah, so difficult. And then on the flip side, let's talk about LGD a little bit. You know, this is the 5th game that they have played. Obviously the 4 regularly scheduled group stage games and now the tiebreaker. This is a slightly different look. It's patient, it's clean.
Yep.
Their team fights have been fairly controlled. Like, when I saw that Dragon setup, I had PTSD thinking about LGD's previous Dragon fights, where they butchered it. You know, where Kramer stepped far too forward in a 5 versus 4 and like throws the Dragon.
Yeah.
We're not seeing that this game with the pressure so high.
Just a few mechanical misplays overall. Just see him stepping the mid wave, gets taken out, lost his Baron buff, so now these waves top won't be buffed as much, so they're bleeding waves top rather than being able to buff them up in this 1-3-1. But it looks like if Shia can just push the waves and join his team in mid, and Longshin can just keep pushing the sides, they need to be ready to react, because if V3 look for a pick over side, they need to be there first. So Mark and Peanut hovering around just to make sure he can hit the tower, and then Shia needs to be safe. That's kind of how it works, right? So the jungle support and AD will help Shia get the push top, and Longshin needs to be patient when they go to bot, so Longshin can get the tower, then Shia needs to be safe. So it's sort of like a seesaw effect of getting the towers.
Well, there's the dive there onto Peanut. He's able to get over the wall. The dive follows through with a showstopper. Shockwave comes out, catches 2. Peanut finally gets taken down, and that is a shutdown. Archer has the rapid fire cannon completed, is trying to chase onto Mark, but here comes Lung Xing. That's a recall coming out from Paz. He may not be able to complete it. The Featherstorm gets a multi-man route from Archer, but he's got no flash, he's got no heal, he's got no chance, he's got no life. Lung Xing is on a rampage. 3 for 1. On a fight that V3 started, and LGD are pushing into the base.
They had to look for a pick. All the waves are pushing in. There's no more Baron buff for the side of LGD, but they've got huge waves pushing in bot, huge wave in mid, and Ace does just about to get away, but it's going to have to be a 2v3 defense. Can they defend the Nexus?
This is absolutely crazy. Ace versus Paz will not be able to stop it just yet. Kramer and Shie turn their attention to the inhibitor. Safe, controlled, and by the numbers.
Yep.
I was building up to what would be the final siege, and LGD back away. Don't make a mistake. Don't throw it out. And with 40 seconds to the soul, this is the right call. Imagine how much flame LGD are already getting for their performance from LPL fans. And imagine if they were to throw it at the Nexus Siege when a soul was 40 seconds away. So
just
kudos
like
to them.
Almost.
There we go, right? There we go.
Yeah, so Archer has picked up the rapid fire. He's got the 3 items, but V3, 12k down. They're going to lose this Cloud Soul as well. And Longshin is such a problem right now. No one can really match him over side. She is huge on items. Kramer's been sort of scaling quietly, using the curtain calls in most of the fights. And if V3 drop this, what can you cross map? There's nothing to do. Tier 1 top at 30 minutes doesn't really do much. So Longshin can go towards top side, push in Tier 3. And he has TP if they ever want to contest on the bot side of the map. So LGD have a clear win condition here to end the game. Let's see if V3 can mess it up.
Well, that's the plan, and whether or not LGD can execute. I mean, at the end of the day, it's such a gigantic mountain to overcome. Mark will throw out the solar flare. Boogie forced to flash away. The curtains are called. 1, 2, 3, and 4 will tag. But there's just not enough follow-up. And that is a very, very beefy set, by the way, nearly 3,000 HP. The Spectre's Cowl to complement the 2 armor items.
Yeah, and most of the time when you have 2 inhibitors, every team is like, let's just go 5-man top and end. That's not really the case. You want to have 1 or 2 people in mid to push in the waves, to sort of like herd the waves in, make sure they crash on the Nexus towers, have 1 person hovering in between, which would be Peanut, and then have 3 members on the top tier 3. So, if you want to watch Longxing, he's going to run with the waves here, so it means V3 not only have to respond to the waves, they have to respond to him too.
Well, let's see how LGD finish off this final siege. You've got Peanut moving mid. Longxing bottom. He's going to usher in 3 super minions onto the final Nexus turret. This is such a difficult situation for V3. They're on the verge of being eliminated. So much damage onto Longxing, and he's blown up. Archer's been able to pick up the kill, but remember, all those supers are still hammering away on the Nexus turret. Featherstorm goes out. Blade Caller comes back. Nobody from LGD is rooted in place. That shockwave is gigantic. The stopwatch will buy some time there. The multiple members of V3 and Ace is inside the back line. Mark still has 1,000 HP and Peanut continues to push forward. Kramer untouched in the fight. Shia low on mana. V3 live to fight another day.
I think that's a mistake from Longxing there. He just went way too far. I mean, V3 were moving first. LGD couldn't respond, and he was kind of hitting the tower in 4 people's face, gets engaged on, does eventually die because the dodge fell off, and that's 950 gold for Archer. He just picked up his 4th item, so clearing these waves won't be a problem for V3. It's not like they have little wave clear. They don't have things like a Jhin. They have 4 items on this Xayah, so Archer is a threat right now.
Kadril, I like to play a game when we get to moments like this, where I say, what are the percentage odds of V3 winning the game?
I would say around 7 to 8%.
7 to 8%. I'm going to lowball you and say 7%, okay? We'll keep watching this, and if by some miracle V3 can start to win some skirmishes and defend longer, I'm going to ask you to bump that percentage for me.
If LG get Baron, I'm going to drop it to 1.
When I play this game in Europe, I tend to have a gut feeling that they could come back. I don't have that feeling right now. But let's see. Baron is being started
Paz
off
has
here
TP. They can
by
clear the waves.
LGD.
So they could try to contest it. The problem is the face check. How can you face check Shia on this Orianna?
Yep, you can't. Mark is just playing interference.
Oh!
Look at that damage from Shia. Archer and Boogie running for their lives. Baron is already secured. Boogie stuck inside the pit. That's Archer jumped on. He needs to survive, but he simply cannot. 2 more kills to LGD. Didn't even need Baron. Odds dropped to 1%. And it will be Peanut running down Ace. That is 4 members of V3 down with Baron empowered, with Cloud Soul. LGD pushed to the brink of elimination in the final tiebreaker game. Step up, play as clean as they can, eliminate V3, and LGD advance to playoffs.
Yeah, LGD backs against the wall. They definitely stepped up in this best of 1, and credit to them, they've adapted throughout the tournament, and well played by Peanut, I think.
Exactly, but take a look at the face. That is relief. That is not happiness. That is not joy. That is relief.
Yeah.
Because this was a disappointing performance for the 4th seed out of LPL. Even for their expectations and the challenging year that they have had, to get pushed this far is a surprise. I want to credit and compliment every other team in this group.
Agreed.
Because it has been one of the most exciting and entertaining and interesting group stages, definitely in recent memory. But we will be saying to the LJL, we will be saying to V3, they're the first team eliminated from Worlds.
I had faith in them looking at their games. They looked pretty clean, but it just didn't come together for them at Worlds. The drafts, I wasn't a fan of most of the drafts. They were making lots of mistakes here and there mechanically, and yeah, like you said, LGD backs against the wall. They do take down V3. They need to mentally reset to the best of 5s now, but wow, what a day.
Exactly. Rainbow 7 will be taking on LGD. Kadril, it has been an absolute pleasure casting today. Maybe we'll do it again tomorrow if you behave.
Oh, yeah.
After the break, we'll take a closer look at LGD's win as they secured a spot in the Playins knockout stage.
Welcome back to Worlds 2020, where it has just closed out the action of Group B. We just witnessed LGD. They are through to the play-in knockout stage, so the best of fives are to come. And V3 are eliminated. The LGL representatives just couldn't quite cut it. It didn't look good for the LPL 4th seed, but they've managed to stay alive with that last-minute comeback. Guys, that was not premium League of Legends.
Yeah, you could say so.
Yeah?
I think there was a slight draft difference between the two teams. I think what LGD got and what the other team got was just like what V3 got was just really it was such a big difference.
I mean, Yamato, I'm here to throw you under the bus again, but you, in your words, you said every time I look at the right-hand side of the screen, it looks worse.
It definitely looks worse. It's like in 20 years when there will be like a curriculum in universities where people study, want to major in drafts. This is going to be an example of what not to do.
Right, tell me why though. Explain it like I'm bronze.
Because, you know, the simple way to put it, they don't outscale. Early on, they have very little options. They're 2v2, they're 3v3, they're 1v1s. It's just rough across the board. You have to play so much better than the enemy in order to win. There was a lot of things that were confusing.
Yeah.
You can point to any champion. And
well, okay, let me point to one, just because I haven't seen much of the Spider.
Give me some.
Elise, right? Like, I mean, you said to me, I was trying to understand the Elise pick. You said if he doesn't have like 3 kills at 15 minutes, there's something going wrong.
Yeah, well, the Elise pick has to be a snowballing pick, right? It doesn't have that many late game tools. It doesn't really scale well. It doesn't have any innate ability that is like, oh, it's going to do well late game. So in the early game, it's going to have to dive. It's going to have to do something. But you have Jax Camille matchup where Jax can dodge everything that Camille throws at him. So that's not influenceable. And the only thing that's influenced is maybe the bot side of the map because mid lane also has cleanse. So what are you going to do? And that's the exact question that he answered.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. So not much from the Elise. Was there anything else that you saw on the right-hand side that really bothered you? Or
keep going.
I don't know, like Xayah, picking Xayah there. There's a lot of options. I don't know if Archer is like a Xayah god. You know, I don't know what the deal was, but Xayah was strange. And picking Nautilus into Leona, that was your answer. It was also strange. The set Elise, Camille, sure, sometimes can work, but it's so low quality, you know, if we think of the AP jungles that can be put together with a set. You get cleanse against Elise and set, and all of a sudden you're like, you know?
What do you like?
Yeah.
Okay, exactly like that. But, of course, let's not forget that PSG did secure a spot on the other side of things and pick themselves up a spot in the group stage. You won't see any more best-of-5 action from them. It's PSG, yes, the team that showed up with 2 of their official core have managed to do it. And, of course, Unified returning to the roster. You'll have River and Tank joining them as well for the group stage. Looking through some of the highlights of that game, I mean, PSG, it's a wonderful Cinderella story that continues into the main event.
Yeah, and especially in the last game, they were down but never out. And I think that's kind of incredible that they really didn't... They still believed in themselves while they were 6 turrets down, while they were 6k down. So that in itself is an achievement. I'm really eager to see them in the actual group stage of Worlds, and I think that's going to be like a testing field for them because they're going to have to run against better teams even so than they have been so far. I do think that they have a lot of potential even coming forward. Their play is clean, they know, they have confidence in their play, and they know their identity, and I think that's a beauty where they're fine with just having the top lane on tank, and they know how to perform with that.
I also think, just from a human standpoint, I think the way that it's framed in their mental of the return of their players is going to play a huge part. Like, you had the wind of nothing to lose, everything to gain to carry them forward. You know, like anything you're doing well initially in the comms is going to drive you forward in a positive mindset. Yeah. But now the return of your players has to be framed in a way where it's like, good to have you back. River and Tank, this is what they were doing that you weren't. We like this. I think there is it's very integral to the success, reintegrating those players in terms of framing it in a positive way.
Yeah, for sure. And considering, you know, which is a big if, because we don't know what tomorrow is going to go.
Sure.
How tomorrow's going to go, we don't know if Mad Lions is going to go through. But if we imagine the Mad Lions and Team Liquid, just because they're major regions that they go through, automatically PSG is going to be slotted in the group with Rogue and, of course, Damwon and JDG. And then you need another miracle. You know, you just need another miracle. They've had one, why not just roll for another miracle?
Yeah,
you know?
I realize I went on a bit of a tangent there. I don't know if I can throw these guys off, but we're bringing up that group standings again, because I want to ask you guys whether or not it went as expected. Breathe it in. I mean, I know the answer is a big fat no in caps lock again, but which is the real kind of omissions that blow you away? As we've concluded Group B now.
I mean, I had no idea that Rainbow 7 was actually going to be a contested group. So, like, we talked a lot about PSG, we talked a lot about Unicorns and LGD, but Rainbow 7 has overperformed to my expectations, and that in itself, like, is such an achievement for the Latin American region. That in itself, just being there and being able to compete and winning games off of the top teams of that group.
And taking a little sneak peek at Group A, Supermassive versus Team Liquid, the first game of the day, Yamato. Supermassive, how does that team interact with a team like Liquid?
I think it will come down to draft. I think individually, I think pound for pound, Team Liquid have just showcased that their experience really, really matters. But I think in terms of draft flexibility, I feel like Supermassive can go deeper. But with the nature of best of ones, you never really know what will happen to Team Liquid when Graves is out. Will they pick Lee Sin again, which in this tournament hasn't been that successful, except that one game between Mad Lions and Team Liquid. So what will happen with Team Liquid when they get pushed in draft? Because Supermassive is going to do it.
No, I'm definitely with you. I think especially when they get dragged into 1-3-1 potentially even, and having like weaker jungle matchup, I think that in itself could pose so many questions for them. I do think that they have a good backbone in tactical. Like, this guy will always perform, and even if his top side may lose once in a while, I think this guy won't lose.
Yeah, no, hopefully not. We'll get to find out live when we do get into those games. Of course, tomorrow, that's Group A, will be concluding it. But did you miss any of the action from today's games? Fear not. The rebroadcast of today's show for our American friends will start at 12 o'clock noon. That's Pacific time zone. And that's all for us here today in the Berlin studio. But do stay tuned. Don't click that X. I can see you. Don't do it. Stay tuned. Latigres, Crumbs, and Alorum. It does sound like a Harry Potter spell. You're right. They're all going to be hanging out after the break. Wingardium Alorum. Oh, he's good.
Welcome to the World's Cooldown presented by State Farm. My name's the Tigress, and I am joined today by the wonderful Crumbs and Alorum. Crumbs, you were casting yesterday. How was that?
It was fun. It was a bit rusty, but the game between V3 and Unicorns of Love was so high feed. I really loved that one. That was the one where Caston had the great escape. I guess it's now going to rival X-Becca's Backdoor as one of the greatest international Caston plays of all time.
Wow, that's big talk, too.
I guess. It looked good.
Quite a statement there. Alorum, you're a few time zones away from us over on East Coast. How has it been watching the Worlds from this experience?
Well, I've been up all night, and I can tell you I'm loving it. These Worlds games have been bangers. They've been such great games. They've been wild, and it's what we can expect from Playins, so I'm just glad that all the teams are all in on this and giving us some quality entertainment.
And if anybody missed out on that entertainment, we've got you covered on Cooldown, because what we're doing is covering everything that happened today, as well as some of the biggest moments. So warning, we do have spoilers for Day 3 starting now. Because Group B, they were put to work today. LGD bringing back the hopes of the LPL fans, offering an upset to kick things off. And of course, we had some tiebreakers to round things out here at the end of the day, meaning that PSG Talon are the first to make it into the group stage. Unicorns of Love securing that second spot for themselves to continue battling out, as well as Rainbow 7 and LGD Gaming. If we're looking at this, Crumbs, what would you say was the biggest upset in your opinion?
I just think the entire story of PSG Talon has to be the biggest upset. The fact that a team with 3 subs was able to top the groups, considering that you had powerhouses in Unicorns of Love that barely dropped any games in their own region, and then LGD being hyped from the LPL. At this point, I don't want to even hype LGD anymore. They barely survived, but PSG and Talon in general is just such a cool story. Subs, first in their groups. Where else does that happen?
Yeah, Alorum. I mean, seeing that happen where the subs are coming in and having this performance, but that offers kind of a weird lens on the day in its totality, right? Because things were pushed to the limit with having a couple tiebreakers to boot.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Crumbs that it really is just a crazy story for PSG in general, and we're wondering now, are they going to get better with their main members when it comes to the group stage if they make it there, right? But I've really got to shout out Rainbow 7 because I'm so happy for our Latin American brothers coming in and getting a lot of upsets. They've been doing really well. I think they're probably my favorite team to watch right now, especially Jose Diodo. I love that guy. I can't get enough of his gameplay. He's great. It's been a lot of fun.
It's rough being so involved or interested in Latin America and hoping that they succeed. And over the years, you just see it again and again. They never really get to go anywhere. But this team, Rainbow Seven, is the renamed of the most dominant Latin American team of all time. If you took all the respective regions, nobody has won more than this team. They are just completely destroying the competition, and finally seeing them at least have a glimmer of hope in a solid game today was really such a breath of fresh air, and it just makes me wonder, like, could it actually be the year that Latin America goes far? Please.
A familiar organization for fans of Latin America, even though some of the players themselves have been making their debuts within this year and the past. But another team that has been put to the test today was LGD, and lucky for us, Laura's got a quick word with Peanut.
안녕하세요, Peanuts. Thank you for joining me. You guys made it in the end. You managed to bounce back when it mattered. So tell me about your run and what was difficult about Playins.
네, 정말 중요한 순간에 이제 돌아오는 걸, 회복력을 다시 보여주셨습니다. 그러면 이제 이번 플레이인 여정이 좀 어땠는지, 또 어떤 점이 가장 어려웠는지 한번 말씀해 주세요.
저희가 잘했던 것들을 다 까먹은 기분이에요. 뭔가 이제 전판 같은 경우는 이제 그나마 저희가 네 번째 판 이제 UOL이랑 할 때도 전령을 너무 신경 안 써서 원래 저희가 전령 탑이랑 미드가 솔로킬 따가지고 전령을 먹을 수 있었는데. 또 그런 거 이제 하나를 알면 또 하나를 까먹고 하나를 알면 또 하나를 까먹고 그러니까 다시 기억하면 하나를 까먹고 약간 그런 식이 돼서 안 좋았던 것 같고요. 그리고 그러니까 지금 판 말고 네 번째 판 6월 판은 제가 너무 못해가지고 너무 그게 좀 마음에 걸리는 것 같아요.
So, I mean, I think we totally just blanked on what we were good at. So, I think we forgot everything that we were really good at. So, for the UOL game, for example, our top and mid got solo kills, so we should be rotating for the Herald, but we totally just forgot about the Herald existence, and also, well, all about the game that happened in UOL. I just underperformed so bad. It stays in my mind right now.
Oh, I'm sorry for you, but I mean, yeah, as I said, you guys managed to bounce back in the end, and yeah, teamfight has been an issue. We'll leave this one for the analyst desk, but I am wondering about the format here for the LPL, because you guys have been used to playing in best of 3 series the whole year. So how different is it switching to best of 1s?
네, 그러면 이제 한타적인 문제도 조금 이따 이제 분석 데스크에서 좀 다룰 예정인데, 그럼 이제 다른 질문을 또 해보고 싶은 거는 이제 사실 LPL에서 활동할 때는 1년 내내 이제 3판 2선승 포맷으로 진행을 했는데, 지금은 이제 단판제를 하고 계시잖아요. 그런 점은 또 어떤 식으로 좀 다르게 다가오나요?
네, 오랜만에 단판제라 확실히 그런 건 있었던 것 같아요. 부담이 좀 없진 않았는데 이제 한판제잖아요. 단판제니까 그 부담감 때문이 더 뭔가 없지는 않았던 것 같습니다. 그런데 솔직히 다 변명이고요. 뭐 다 핑계고 다 변명이고 그냥 제가 이제 실력이 모자라서 졌던 것 같아요. 네.
Yeah, definitely. Because we only got one shot, I think we got even more nervous. So that kind of affected our play. But, well, to be honest, I think those are all just excuses. And I think the level of our skill shots, the skill level of our performance was the main issue.
All right, well, something to keep in mind. But okay, let's switch the topic to the game itself. I want to talk about the jungle because it's the the position in which we've seen the most champions. 15 junglers have been played so far. Lots of Nidalee, lots of Hecarim. So what do you think about the meta in the jungle, and do you expect things to change throughout the tournament?
네, 그러면 이제 경기 내적인 얘기를 조금 여쭤보고 싶은데, 이제 이번 롤드컵에서 지금 정글에서 제일 챔프폭이 넓게 나타나고 있어요. 총 15개가 지금 픽이 되었고, 뭐 니달리, 헤카림, 뭐 에코 등등 정말 많은 픽이 등장했는데, 이제 시간이 지나면서 이제 롤드컵을 통해서 조금 이런 픽이나 메타가 좀 변할 것 같은지, 어떤 식으로 진행이 될 것 같으신가요?
사실 헤카림이나 이블린 같은 경우는 이제 저희가 선발전 마지막 부분에서도 조금씩 나오다가 뭐 다른 지역들, 뭐 여러 지역들에서 나왔었는데, 사실 이제 롤드컵을 모든 지역들이 모이다 보니까 저희도 시도해보고 괜찮다 싶은 팀들은 이제 시도를 하는 것 같고요. 확실히 헤카림 같은 이제 이블린 같은 픽들은 약간 좀 조커픽으로 잘 사용할 수 있는 것 같고, 헤카림보다는 그래도 이블린이 좀 더 좋다고 생각하고 있어요.
So for Hecarim and Evelyn, those were the picks that were looked at the end of the regional qualifier at LPL as well. And Worlds is about the combination of all the different regions here. So we saw a lot of different teams picking those two champions. So some teams are trying it in the playing stage as well. And I think, well, Evelyn is better than Hecarim in overall.
All right. Well, we'll see how things evolve here at Worlds 2020. But thank you very much for the interview, Peanut. And thank you, Jason, as always, for the translation.
Thank you.
And back to you guys.
Thank you, Laura. So great to get those words from Peanut. One, saying there are no excuses when it comes to your success or failures. And two, getting that insight when it comes to 15 picks that we've seen from the jungle.
That's really impressive. The fact that there have been, 18 games? 15 uniques. It's the jungler's paradise here. No longer are you contesting for a few picks. You can play whatever you want, as we've seen players bust out Silas and Echo, but these champions are not at the top of anybody's list for a good reason. They're quite difficult to execute and have a lot of liabilities, so the team really needs to help you out, whether it's with a leash or just having a set plan for you to get ahead. So it's at least cool that the junglers are getting this much love right before the season ends, and then the whole jungle is changed again, and suddenly you got to start from 3 champs again.
Every jungler's dream, the end of the season.
I'm very excited to get some deeper thoughts from both of you on that and the rest of the meta as it's developed here at Worlds. But first things first, there were a lot of other things happening alongside these jungle picks today. So it's time for us to review some of our favorite moments from the day. Alorum, what you got for me?
All right, I said it before, and I'm going to say it again. I love this guy, Jose Diodo. And he's popping off every time he gets a kill. It's the Jose Diodo true combo of getting a frag on Evelyn, immediately into adjusting yourself on the seat, brushing back the hair, and then looking for the next one. I love it. He does it every time in the camera. I love seeing that little smirk on his face when he gets the one shot on Evelyn. It's really great. That's definitely my favorite part of the day.
Might be like Samson. He gets his power from the hair.
Right? Yeah. Oh, so good. And it makes you that much more appreciative of his pop-off because it also meant more emotional reaction in his seat immediately afterwards.
I love how animated he gets. He's just all over the place. He's moving around.
It's Latin America for you. We gotta dance.
One of the many reasons why I'm always excited when a Latin American team is coming through, because there's a lot of personalities that come through as well. Crumbs, you got one for me as well.
Yes, so Captain Flowers was casting earlier today, and if you've been watching or listening to Captain's cast, you know he absolutely loves Skarner. He can't stop talking about it. They locked him in, and finally you think, is this going to be a Skarner game? Turns out Skarner was just getting abused left, right, and center. This Skarner could not catch a break. And it's just really funny to see that the one time that this actually ends up happening, he has to hide the sadness inside and realize that he's just getting one shot everywhere. Even as Dale had a nice tweet to say.
What a great tweet.
Perfect display of him hiding his sadness. And if you were watching that game when it happened, I know us in the virtual green room when Skarner got locked in, it was such a loud reaction to it. You know, very emphatic, very excited, but then he had to suffer for the rest of the game as Skarner just got ripped apart. But you know what? There's somebody I don't want to rip apart. I want to commend him because my moment of the day goes to Sheepy for his style, the coach of Unicorns of Love. Because of the ample amount of time in the summer of 7th grade I spent watching Project Runway, I feel I have the authority to say that this man has been styling on the stage. The fit is great. The pattern on the black is just such nice detail. Complete flames.
Can we see it again? Can we see the walk? Maybe a walk back. Like,
he's got that swagger walk
dude,
to him.
We were talking about, I feel like, you know, if you watch a lot of space shows, there's always politicians in space. Like, I feel like he's dressing up like he runs some important planet doing intergalactic business. I'm like,
he's on his throne at the beginning, right?
Exactly. That's a throne outfit.
Tim Gunn told him to make it work, and he did. Alorum, you have been watching the game so far. I do want to give you an opportunity to pull a moment from play-ins throughout the entirety of the first 3 days. What stood out to you?
All right, so I want to shout out Babip in specific because he had made an appearance last year on Mammoth, and he had these teammates that were superstars. He had Fudge, right? King, Triple, and Destiny. All 4 of them went abroad, but Babip, poor Babip, stayed in OS. Not that that's a bad thing, but some people could infer that meant he was the weak link of the team. However, I think this year he has grown a lot as a player. His DPM has increased by 300. His damage percentage increased from 8% all the way to 27%. He's been taking a role on the team that's more carry oriented instead of relying on those hard carries that he had before. So I'm really happy to see him back again, winning the OPL and just showing what he's got in Worlds. And so far he's been doing a good job, and you can see from the stats how much he's improved. So big applause to Babip for coming back and making a statement that he was not a weak link on the old team of Mammoth, and that now in Legacy he's doing a great job and he can really make a big impact in the play-ins.
So what I'm getting out of you is that if anybody's looking to import more Australian players, this is the guy.
I'm liking Babip. Coaches, watch out.
Spawn is somewhere saying, please, no.
I'm sorry, Spawn.
Yeah, we got to hear from him here on Cooldown and noting a lot of the changes that have happened with these players, and it's great to see other ones step up. Babip being down with the sickness in his play. But I'm going to ask y'all to get down with the quickness, because when it comes to the game of League of Legends on the world stage, sometimes it comes down to a split decision to make the difference between a win or a loss. So we're going to be honoring those fast mechanics in Every Second Counts, powered by Cisco. So we've got a play here. We already talked a bit about the Evelyn that we saw earlier, Crumbs, and here was a sneaky one.
This is so clutch to just immediately flash onto an unsuspecting Senna because they had no idea what's going down, and then the rest of the team so quick with the collapse, being able to protect everybody else. Here's where Alistar really gets to shine, and what you love to see about this whole play is that the Lucian ends up roaming down as well. He shows up, he wants to be a part of it, and that's what Worlds is about. A play happens somewhere, you gotta ditch, you gotta go, you gotta show up because you need to be involved, you need to start playing with your team. That's what the rest of the team is counting on.
You got to make it work here. And one thing that I do want to dive a bit more into, we just saw that clip of the Evelyn, so I think it's a great time to start opening up the meta discussion. And first things, we did hear from Pina earlier talking about the fact that Worlds is great and that you have these different regions coming together to create this Worlds meta. Let's touch on the jungle discussion that we started on earlier.
So the junglers, there's been, 15 out of 18, so tons of variety there, but there's quite a few that have been heavily contested. The Lilia and the Nidalee, the AP junglers, with insanely fast clears and very high mobility, have been taking Worlds by storm. Everybody's trying to play these championships, but everybody was practicing because at the end of playoffs for every region, they slowly realized, hey, these picks, you gotta play. But Alorem, you're the one that tells me that jungle diff starts from lanes.
That's right. I'm sorry to all the laners who say it's jungle diff in all of their games, but I'm telling you right now, as a top laner myself, jungle diff begins from lane diff. And these are carry junglers we're talking about, so you better get that crab for them because they will pay you back in big dividends if you do. I promise you that if you pay attention to your jungler when they're on these carry junglers, especially things like Nidalee, Graves, Hecarim, the Evelyn, they will reward the team in ways that will get you the dub every time. And it's really just a carry-centric meta in the jungle, so you really do need to be playing